lottery and all that stuff. So
Yeah, they're showing Hollywood. The draft's at the Peacock Theater. I know we're not officially live yet for round 2, but I think this is going to be a very fun, very intriguing round 2 through 7. And I'm guessing Ron's probably going to stay till maybe 2. Maybe we'll see. Let's just take it. Let's just enjoy every second we got. Let's
yeah, there
not
you go.
worry about
Like I
how
said,
long other
yeah, I'm gonna.
because I know William's the same way. William has other commitments he's got to do as well. So we got to be mindful of everyone's time and appreciative of it.
Yeah. No. That's all good, man. It's all good. Like I said, it's an honor to be here to do this. So,
I mean, they got the Carolina got that defenseman from I remembered his name Carolina's got 34. So Dominic Badinka, they got him last year with the Blackhawks pick. How has he developed? Because I was not very high on Badinka, but I am curious. Has he improved since his draft year?
yeah, I
He
don't know.
he went from 4 points on Malmo to 5 points, 8 playoff games, but no, not really a leap in his game. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. Are we going to get a trade? I don't know what's going to happen here. Is William in the all right, let's see.
I got to be honest with you. I was very surprised at the number of trades that happened in the first round.
I agree. There was not a lot of I was expecting a few more trades, but I think a lot of teams know this is a deep draft. And I've heard Chicago Blackhawks media members and fans and say they only like the talent in the first round of this draft. They think there's a drop off in talent after the first round, like the Blackhawks. But every other team's playing poker. They're playing poker. They're taking advantage of the Blackhawks and they're playing poker because they know there's gems on this day that are going to make a difference, Ron,
I agree. Oh my gosh. There's with just the 20 or so names that weren't picked in the first round, I think is where we're going to see teams. And I think this is going to be the fast and furious here for this second round. I think we're going to see this be something a little more that we're not quite used to seeing, where we're going to see names flying in and out. I don't know. Are they going to still do are they still going to do all the pomp and circumstance with, people being announced as the person that's going to announce the pick?
No, they are not doing that. That theatrics with Barkley, Adam Sandler, that's only for the first day of the draft. The second day is much more fast paced.
Oh, goody. So down to business then.
Exactly.
I'm so ready to just be done with all this pomp and circumstance. Look, I think it's cool that they get everybody involved. I think it's cool that they get, all these celebrities and all these great people to come in and make the first picks. And it's all great, rah stuff. But can we just get to the picks already? I mean, can we get back to the days of Pete Rozelle standing up there on the top of the little, podium in the middle of the Marriott Hotel, and everybody's got ashtrays that are this big around and this deep that are full of cigarette butts, and they've been all sitting there for 12 hours. And for the first round selection, the New York Jets select Joe Namath. You know what I mean? And then that's it.
Yep.
Right? The Oakland Raiders are on the clock.
Yeah, Ivan Rybakin's still available. I don't think a Russian got picked in the first round of this draft.
The goalie.
Outside the goalie. Yeah, the goalie got picked by Columbus at 20. That's right.
That was the only Russian that was taken.
Skater got picked in the first round.
Yeah.
That's what I meant to say. But yeah, Columbus got the goalie. I think this is going to be interesting, though. I really like Malcolm Spence. I think he should have been picked yesterday. And I know, William, you were a big fan of Blake Fiddler. He's still available. Somebody could take Blake Fiddler today and get a steal in the second round. I don't know how long he's going to be on the board. I mean, you were keeping
Yesterday,
track
for
of the
sure.
draft yesterday, like you like the Islanders trade. Did anything stand out to you, William?
I mean, just those couple huge trades that there were. I mean, it definitely makes everything interesting,
And the Islanders were able to get good players. They got Victor Eklund and they got Kashawn Aitchison, two players in my top 12 at picks 16 and 17 after taking Schaefer at 1. So Islanders, that was a smart decision to trade away Noah Dobson. He wanted $11 million a year. There's only 3 defensemen in the league that make that much. Darling, because the Sabres just have a bad reputation. They have to overpay to keep their stars. The Kings with Doughty, which I think he's earned that $11 million. Maybe not the same player he was in his 20s, but he's earned that. And then Erik Karlsson, the former Norris Trophy winner, and the Sharks, who's now on the Penguins. That's it.
Yeah,
and I like Dobson.
Avalanche moved up.
I don't think the best defensemen in the league aren't even making that much. Cale Makar, Quinn Hughes, Miro Heiskanen, they're not even making $10 million a year. They're making reasonable money and they're continuing to perform at a high level.
Yeah, and like
and
I was saying,
exactly.
The Avalanche, they moved up, flipping their 2023 pick.
They flipped 2 players to get a higher pick in 2025. So now the Avalanche pick at 77 versus picking in the 4th round.
Yeah, that definitely made a little bit of noise there. I mean, they figured they had to get some picks, and bailing on somebody that quick is kind of.
I know they traded Colin Ritchie to the
something.
Islanders in the I think the Brock Nelson trade. I think that's what you're referring to, William, because Colin Ritchie was good. He was getting NHL minutes as a 2023 first round pick. I don't understand why Colorado traded him either, William. I think that was a bad business move by Colorado long term, but Colorado,
they had to do something, obviously.
They did. Brock Nelson was good, but the thing is, like, Colorado back in the day when they Avalanche were in the rebuild, they had Sakic as the GM and they had Alan Heppel as the director of scouting. Heppel's now works for Bill Armstrong in Utah, but Heppel was the architect that did the videos on the Avalanche website of all the guys they were looking at in the draft, and the Nate McKinnons, the Mikko Rantanens, the Gabriel Landeskog. He was really the architect of that Avalanche rebuild, and then they didn't renew his contract the year before they won the 22 Stanley Cup. So, we'll see how this goes. We'll see how Colorado goes, but Sakic became the team president. Chris McFarland got promoted from assistant GM to the main GM. I still like Sakic, but I don't know how I feel about McFarland as a GM. I just feel like he doesn't bring the same energy as Sakic, but we'll see. He's not bad. I mean, and they couldn't pay Mikko Rantanen, so they traded him to Dallas. But we'll see what the Avalanche do today. I'm very intrigued because I think if they get a good 4th line left winger and center with their first 2 picks, they could very easily position themselves with Edmonton and Dallas as one of these Stanley Cup contenders for the duration of the decade.
Yeah, and maybe they saw that as the GM you're talking about. Maybe they're looking at moving on from him, so he felt like he had to do something. I mean, feeling a little bit of the hot beneath the seat or something.
Yeah, and the GM of the Year award
but,
came down to 1 vote. I'm surprised Jim Nill won it again. I'm happy as a Dallas Stars fan, but I'm surprised. I thought Andrew Zito, the Florida GM, was going to win it with the Brad Marchand and Seth Jones trades.
Yeah.
Dallas made just as many big trades as Florida, but they re-signed Wyatt Johnston. They've drafted better in more recent years. I think Florida only has 3 players they drafted on their roster. They have Barkov, they have Aaron Ekblad, who's going to be a UFA, and they have Anton Lundell. That's it. Those are the only 3 players they drafted, all first-round picks on the active Panthers roster. Everyone else is either a free agent or a trade deadline.
Now their prospect pool, though, because the Charlotte Checkers were in the Calder Cup finals, so they got some guys coming up.
And they got Grayson Sachin. Grayson Sachin was in my top 15 2 years ago when they lost the Stanley Cup to Vegas, and they got him at pick 63. So he's coming up, and if Sam Bennett had walked, I think he'd be in the NHL, but he's going to get that proper time to develop with the Charlotte Checkers, the current Eastern Conference champions in the AHL, and I think that's good for him.
Yeah. So I mean, they did lose. They did lose the Calder Cup, the Charlotte Checkers, but the fact that they were in it goes to show you that although Florida doesn't necessarily have that group of drafted players playing for the team right now, currently, they are working on fixing that or rendering that, or you know what I mean.
Yeah. And they are making an effort to get younger, which I can respect. And I
Right.
think it was the Abbotsford Canucks, Vancouver's AHL team, that beat Florida to win the whole thing. And then the other two conference finalists, I believe, were the Laval Rocket with Jacob Fowler, the goalie. I've been
Yeah.
super high on, and then the Texas Stars, Dallas's AHL team. So those teams continue to assemble talent, but
So they say it's supposed to start at 12. We're already
it's
10,
12-11. We don't even.
They're
They
not
haven't even
even
announced the picks yet.
they're not even there. You know, like they're still they're
Are they just
showing
going to
like
wait? Are they just going to screw around and wait until 12:30, and then that way the draft can end at like 6? Because it says the draft's going to go from noon to 4 p.m. on NHL Network, but I feel like they're gonna wait till 12:15 or 12:30 to start round 2, screw around, and then they're going to end round 7 at 6. I feel like that's what they're going to do today, Rod. And I don't want to be right on that prediction.
They're probably going
well,
on the.
well,
I was just saying, trying to hit the prime time, and get some ratings towards the end. But
I agree.
I think I cut you off there, Ron. So go ahead, man.
No. It's I was just gonna say, yeah, it just seems like a grab. Do you know what I mean? Like it just seems like a grab. William, this is the first time I had a chance to be on a show or anything with you. So I'm interested to hear your thoughts on what you think about the format of the draft for this year.
What do you mean?
It's
Like the way
usually
it's
in
set up.
person. It's decentralized this year. It's
Yeah.
decentralized. It's more like the NFL, MLS drafts with the teams drafting remotely versus drafting in person, handing the players sweater of the NHL hockey team.
Yeah, that's kind of really interesting. I mean, it's something that kind of hit back, in the 2020, COVID whole thing, and to actually structure, more like the NFL, because the NFL, draft is absolutely huge these days. I remember when I was a kid, and Mel Kiper was the only analyst, doing anything on
it. Right.
I mean, it just didn't get that thing. But now, football goes year round. People talk about an off season. It's like, for us that actually do something in the industry, it's year round. It's like after Sunday of the draft, I try to take a week off, and by the time that week is half over, I already have my first evaluation in for the next year, on some prospects.
So you're not really on vacation then, right?
Never get on
vacation. He's on a purgatory vacation. He's on a purgatory vacation.
It's not so much a job as it is a lifestyle, I mean.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. But so you feel that it's something that the NHL should continue to go and continue to build on and kind of build in that direction, like the way the NFL is kind of doing it. You like that?
And I like the CBA. I do have an NHL news update. Kevin Ball, the Calgary Flames center, a 6-year, $5.35 million extension for Kevin Ball. That is breaking news. That just happened a few minutes ago. I'm pulling up Kevin Ball's stats. He was picked in the second round of the 2016 NHL draft. I'm kind of curious. Did he have a career year this year? Because and Hayden Fleury, another defenseman on Winnipeg, 2 years, $950K for minimum deal. Jack Quinn got 3.375 yesterday, but Kevin Ball was drafted by New Jersey. He was sent to Calgary in the Jacob Markstrom trade, I believe. Jacob Markstrom, the goalie that the Calgary traded to New Jersey. So Kevin Ball had a career-high 20 points with Calgary after going from the New Jersey Devils as their fourth-line center to the Calgary Flames. He had a career-high 20 points in 73 games, and Calgary decided to give him a 6-year extension for $5 million a year. I think that's an overpay for somebody who only got you 20 points, but that's the thought process by Craig Conroy in Calgary. So we'll see what happens.
That's one thing, like you were just asking about the draft format. I mean, the bigger that the draft gets, they're setting the stage for trades like this right before, because then fans are expecting the team to outline its future or what it's going to do, like right now, whether they're going to re-sign the players, whether they're going to draft somebody instead, let somebody go trade somebody. I mean, it actually, makes the draft bigger to do those kind of things right there. And I mean, and it shows because the NHL not too long ago was
San Jose Sharks are officially on the clock now. The draft has started, and San Jose Sharks, they took Michael Meese, the consensus number 2 player. They also got Joshua Ravensburg, in the top goalie in the entire draft at pick 30, and now they've got pick 33. Malcolm Spence is still there. Blake Fiddler, Guy William Likes is still there. Simon Wang is still there. There's a lot of options. Carlos Handel. I don't think Handel might not get picked till the 3rd round. We'll see. I'm probably going to go with Carlos Handel for my round 3 picture because I think he's going to be the guy who falls to round 3. I do. I don't think Fiddler's going to fall to round 3. I don't think Wang's going to fall to round 3. My gut is telling me if someone of that group does fall to round 3, it's probably going to be Handel. So I'm preparing right now in advance for that possibility.
He's Handel is another Prospect Watch alum.
Simon Wang. San Jose takes the Wang to start round 2.
There you go. You called that one. You called that one.
I was saying there were multiple guys they could take, but still Heoxi Wang and Oshawa Generals.
We're on air. You can make some of those jokes now since your autocorrect doesn't like them.
Yeah. I'm screen. Well, they only have one good defenseman long term in Sam Dickinson. They have Timothy Liljegren, who I like, but he's in a contract year, and if San Jose continues to struggle, they'll probably move him at the deadline. So you're looking at a Sam Dickinson, Simon Wang first line for the San Jose defense. Dickinson and Wang.
Wow, that's pretty good.
I love your puns, Joey. We have a trade to announce. The Montreal Canadiens have traded with Carolina. They have moved up to 34. Is this for you think this is for Malcolm Spence, or do you think this is for Fiddler? But Montreal has moved up to 34. So
I don't know. This might be for Malcolm Spence. That would be cool. That would be a good acquisition for Montreal.
Yeah.
Or it could be Fiddler too. I wouldn't have.
I wouldn't bet against either player here.
Yeah, no. Alexander
Zarovsky, Russian player from.
Yep. So now we got the second Russian.
Nice.
First Russian skater off the board here at 34.
Got a Russian analyst sitting over here too, so
I
don't
that
mind.
Makes it convenient.
Yeah, definitely.
But yeah, man.
They're showing his analytics on NHL Network. He has a 90 in offensive zone, a 90 in hockey IQ, a 90 in shot, an 80 in skating, a 75 in defensive zone, a 75 in defensive physicality, 50 points in the MHL. I watched his tape. I really wasn't impressed with his tape on prospect shifts. But at the same token, he is the best. He's the consensus best Russian skater in the draft. So I really can't argue with the pick here.
Right. I can't either, but I'm a little concerned with a 6'1" and 163 pounds.
Oh,
that's see. Okay,
Jacob
right.
Rombach, the Prospect Watch alum, is a Nashville Predator.
Oh! There we go, Jacob. All right. Third name off the board in the second day. Look,
and the Prospect Watch blue line, Cameron Reed and Jacob Rombach.
Oh, and Matthew Schaefer and Kayshawn Aitchison.
Yeah, but I was
right?
just referring to the guys that were picked by the Predators. The Nashville prospect watched blue line.
Oh yeah, yeah, man. That's another prospect watch going to Nashville now. They selected Jackson Smith, who is a prospect watch
That
alum,
was
and
Columbus, but yeah, this is still Cameron
yeah,
Reed. They got Brady Martin, Cameron Reed, and they got Riker Lee yesterday, and now they had
yeah,
Rombach, that prospect pool.
yeah. But Cameron Reed is a prospect watch alum.
He is.
Yep.
Reed and
Jacob
Rombach.
Rombach, man, heck of a player. 6'7", 209 pounds. Played for the Lincoln Stars. Had an amazing year. He jumped up significantly from his previous year to this year. Had an amazing year. I thought he was going to go in the first round for sure. So, man, this is big time. Congratulations for Jacob going here to the Nashville Predators, the third pick on the second day.
Very good stuff by Rombach. I had his teammate Caden Harrington one spot higher, but I thought both guys were going to be steals in the draft. But even though Harrington's the number one defenseman on the Lincoln Stars team that had the best regular season record, Rombach's the guy who a lot of people in the media are talking more about. He's bigger. He's the guy with more traction. There's a reason he came off the board at 35. And your Flyers are up at 36, Ron.
I know. Jacob Rombach, man, he is out for the pound of flesh. Okay, he's a check finisher. He is going to make sure that you are slammed up against the boards before he leaves. Okay, that's the kind of player he is. He is a finisher, man. I like that about him.
Yep.
Got some snarl too, right?
Yep.
Got some snarl.
Oh boy, viewers, we already have some comments in the chat room here. Can you show the stream? I am showing the stream. I'm showing the actual picks as they come in. I think this is easier. I'll still grade some picks on the site, but like I'm telling you guys, it's going to take a few minutes to get some of these picks for round 2 up. And I'll work on the news picker. Okay. I'll work on that while Ron and William break down some prospects. So
it looks like they're on the clock here now for the Flyers, right?
Yep, absolutely.
Okay. What do you think about Jacob's pick there for the?
I love Nashville. I think Nashville and San Jose still have perfect drafts so far. They're obviously the big winners in day 2 so far. We'll see what your Flyers do here. They traded up to get Jack Nesbitt at 12, but they began the draft with a banger by taking Porter Martone.
See, and I was really shocked about the pick that they did with they traded up to get Nesbitt. He was definitely not a name on my board as far as going in the first round.
Yeah, I had him. I think I had him going to the Bruins in the second round. So that should, with the Blues pick, the Bruins have the Blues pick and the Capitals have the Bruins second round pick. So the Flyers are on the clock and the Capitals are on deck.
Yep. So, by the way, shout out to Sullivan Hockey for coaching up Jacob Rombach. He was another one of Sullivan Hockey's players. So he's out there in LA getting to congratulate all his graduates.
And Montreal traded 41, the pick they owned from the Penguins, to Carolina. I'm just seeing what else Carolina got back in that trade, and 49. So they traded 41 and 49 to move up to 34 for Zurofsky. That I thought that was a little bit of a reach in terms of value because I was a little bit lower on Zurofsky than the consensus, but Carolina's just continuing. Carolina's doing what the Patriots did in 2009 when they kept moving down in the draft. And then I think they got Patrick Chung in the second round. And then they kept stockpiling future seconds. And then they got Gronk the next year. So the Hurricanes are taking a page from the New England Patriots by continuing to trade down.
Yeah, that's interesting when they get to be like that, moving around. That's actually kind of what I do in our fantasy football draft.
The dynasty draft,
move around and get the players that I want, and it definitely makes a difference.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I'm wondering if we might see I'm surprised that we haven't seen Carter Amico go.
I have
I thought,
Amico in the late second, early third
okay,
round range, but
all
he's a
right,
guy who should be picked soon.
yeah.
And so 49 and 41 are both going to Carolina Hurricanes. So I am updating that on the news ticker. And we have a trade. Elliot Friedman. Jordan Spence is traded to Ottawa, and it is in 67 and a 2026 sixth round pick. Jordan Spence has been officially traded to the Ottawa Senators.
Wow.
Jordan Spence, he was the LA Kings
Yeah.
24-year-old defenseman, fourth round pick in the 2019 draft. I think he was a third line guy. I'll pull it up here. I'm gonna have to update round one now, but let me look at the defense. Jordan Spence is the second line. Jordan Spence is the LA Kings number 3 defenseman on the second line. So he has been traded to Ottawa. That is officially official, folks. So
The Flyers are trading to Seattle.
So we got 2 trades in the span of
So they traded their 36th pick to go to 38. Philadelphia traded to Seattle. So they switched the 38th pick with Seattle.
Yeah. Spence was a 2019 fourth round pick, and he worked his way up to the number 3 defenseman spot on the LA Kings. And the Kings basically said, we're going to take 67 from Ottawa. So Nashville traded 67 to Ottawa to get 21, and now Ottawa trades 67 and a 2026 sixth round pick to the Kings to get Spence. So that's our first player trade of the day.
Yeah. Wow. There you go. Okay.
Do we know who the Kraken are picking yet, Ron?
I don't know, man. This is not my thing, man. I don't pick who. I don't predict who guys are going to pick. I just root for the ones that they do pick.
Yeah, that's cool.
Because if I can predict who they're going to pick, I'm going to go pick lottery numbers, and I'm going to be sitting on a beach somewhere. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
Blake Fiddler is
there
a
you
Kraken.
go.
And, they got Ty Nelson. They got Caden Smith. They've got some good defensemen in their prospect pool. And what's interesting and unique about the Kraken is they always seem to get those guys in the second or third round of the draft. They don't get those guys in the first round.
6'5", 220 pounds, right-hand shot defenseman.
Fiddler's off the board, William. Your guy, the guy you took in the draft simulator, born in Nashville, Tennessee, son of Vernon Fiddler, the former NHL player. That's a great job. That's a great pick.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, just a defender that he is coming in. I mean, that size, that absolute size. You talk about that last guy being 6'1", 165 pounds. It's like you pick somebody up at 6'5". That guy that's 6'1" is going to learn what little man syndrome is real quick.
And he's 6'1".
Yeah, exactly.
And Milton Gastron, a player I mocked 14th to Columbus, is the third Swede off the board. Unless Sasha's from Finland.
Yeah.
But Milton Gastron was considered the third best Swede in the draft. I mocked him to Columbus at 14. He is a Washington Capital at 37 with the Bruins pick. He has an 80 out of 100 in all 6 categories, according to Upper Deck. Hockey IQ, skating, shot, offensive zone, defensive zone, physicality. I don't really see a star, but I see a very steady, effective role player for the Capitals at the NHL level, because hockey IQ is exceptional, but everything else is good but not great. So, but I do like the value here at 37 to get a player who I mocked at 14. This is A+ value by the Capitals. Capitals, the Kraken, the Predators, the Sharks have all drafted.
And just like that, on cue, Philadelphia selects Carter Amico.
I'm glad you're happy with the Carter Amico pick, Ron.
Yeah, 6'6", 232 pound.
Oh,
right? Are you serious?
Bigger, man.
Yeah, see, right?
We're starting to get up to my cousin's height. I mean, I got a couple cousins. One played basketball for OU, and his brother, was much smaller. One's 6'11", the other one's 6'6".
For OU, you got to be tall.
He was playing center too back in the
Oh
90s, like
my!
95. Yeah, 6'11".
Oh my gosh!
Never quite made it to 7 foot. You know, we called him the Jolly Green Giant. He's a state trooper in Texas now. It's like, man, I'd hate to see that guy walk up to my window. I'd be like,
Yes, sir. Whatever
yes,
you need,
sir. Have a great day, sir.
Yeah, right.
Please
Oh
don't
my
hurt
gosh.
me,
Yeah. But at 6'6", 232 pounds, Carter Miko, he's another one that I was surprised made it to the second day. To be honest with you, I thought for sure he was going to go late in the first round. I thought he would have been the select that the Flyers were going to get at 31. But now this makes more sense now where they traded that pick, those two picks, 22 and 31, and now they got the 38th pick. They still got their guy, Carter Amico.
Yeah, definitely makes sense from a thought process standpoint. The Pittsburgh Penguins have just traded up with the Buffalo Sabres at 39.
Yep.
So the Penguins are on the clock.
Wow. See, this is much more Fast and Furious.
Yep.
That's definitely what they're
and I
for.
just finished updating the Kings trade for round 1. Jacob Moverare, the King 4th round pick, is going to take over for Jordan Spence. So that, and he's in a contract year, a 1-year prove it contract. So
yeah,
we'll see what happens there. But
I have to say, I'm Peyton Kettles is the pick here for.
I love
Pittsburgh.
Peyton Kettles. He was the number 1 defenseman of the Swift Current Broncos. Is he a prospect watch guy by any chance, Ron?
No, he is not. He is not.
Okay. But I was impressed with his tape. So this is a good pick by Pittsburgh here.
Boy, you know, it's kind of funny. We saw quite the we're seeing quite the difference here now, where we're seeing a lot more defensemen taken in the second round than what we saw in the first round. We saw a lot more offensive players taken.
Yeah, because there's a lot of good defensemen in this draft. But I think the draft, it's mainly headlined by the offensive zone's got to improve. I mean, they're showing the Kettle analytics. Everything's a 70 or higher. Offensive zone's a 50 out of 100. He only had 14 points, but he's a very good defensive defender. There's a reason he was the number 1 defenseman on the Swift Current Broncos after Owen Pickering left the team. And I think the fact that Owen Pickering was teammates with him, that's probably why the Penguins traded up for him, Ron, because they took Owen Pickering in the first round of the 22 NHL draft. So that's probably why they traded up for Kettles here.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Jack Murtaugh has been picked here by the Philadelphia Flyers. I had Murtaugh going in the second round. This is pretty decent value here.
A left winger from the United States development team. Yeah, man. He played really well in the IIHF Worlds. Was also played really well in the showcase games as well too. So really like this guy. This is definitely
this is about where I had him. I had him at 41 to the Canadians. And he goes to pick 40. So this is about where he should have gone.
And there you go. So that's pretty good. That's another trade, though, by Philadelphia.
Yep.
Right? Because they traded with Anaheim to get that pick at 40. So I'm wondering what was Anaheim's pick that they got?
I think Anaheim got the pick. Anaheim got pick 45.
They got for the
Philadelphia
for the
had
trade.
40 I think Philadelphia got 40 in the what was it? The trade that sent the who is it? The 2022 first round pick that went 5th overall, didn't sign with the Flyers. I'm trying to think.
Cutter Gauthier.
Yeah, I think they got that pick in the Gauthier trade.
Oh, okay. Semyon Frolov, another Russian.
Yep, third goalie off the board.
Wow, that's another goalie.
I think there were a few goalies I had ranked ahead of him. I had him in like the 5th round because he only checked 7 out of 10 boxes off for me. But this is the Hurricanes. They got Pytor Andrianov in the 2nd round of the 2019 draft. And, Frederick Anderson, he's re-signed, but he's like 35, 36 now. You have to get that backup goalie to Pytor Andrianov when Frederick Anderson retires. I think that was the thought process here by Carolina. And they went with Semyon Frolov here at 41.
Yeah, there you go. Sorry, I just had to send my congratulations to Jacob Rumbach for getting drafted. And then
No, you do your thing. You do your thing, man.
So, William, I don't know if you know anything, but I do this show here called Prospect Watch, where we interview a lot of the potential prospects. So this year, in the 1st round, we interviewed 8 players that went, including Matthew Schaefer being the number 1 draft pick. Yeah, Kayshawn Aitchison, and so now we've talked to Jacob Rumbach. He's another one of our alum. But yeah, it's great to see these guys on graduation day. They get to walk up on stage and get that accolade and make it their dreams come true.
Yes, sir. That's definitely what I've gone into the last few years. And I've had like Rocky Lombardi on, for the NFL, that kind of thing. And you're absolutely right. Just talking to him and then seeing him come up and get all these accolades and get all this stuff. It's amazing, man.
It is. I mean, like watching Roger McQueen get drafted 10th overall. He's another Prospect Watch alum, and then he gets whisked away to Disneyland on a helicopter, and like that's just once in a lifetime stuff, man.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it's so great, and it's why I've gravitated away from the NFL, towards college football. I mean, it just it feels so good to see it happen.
And Daniil Prokhorov, a player I mocked to the Ottawa Senators at 96 in the 3rd round. I had Zerofsky in the 3rd round too, but Zerofsky and Prokhorov were both the consensus top 2 Russians. And okay, the New York Rangers have made a trade here. We have a trade alert.
A many team trade on this one here, man. Holy moly. But we're starting to see now some more of the European players and Russian players coming off the board on the 2nd day now too.
Agreed.
So this is the Rangers now on the clock.
I thought the Rangers originally owned this pick. They take Malcolm
Spence. The Rangers take Malcolm Spence.
Of round 2 so far. I had Malcolm Spence at 17 on my final mock draft. I had him at 8 on my preseason big board, and you get him at 43. That is incredible value. And they traded Chris Kreider, their 2nd line left winger, to Anaheim. So
yeah,
you got Malcolm Spence as a replacement to him and reload. That is just a very good value pick. And Malcolm Spence.
Oh man, value nothing. This kid is amazing.
We have another trade by Elliot Friedman. Elliot Friedman, you're a jerk for ruining Malcolm Spence's moment. But John Gibson has been traded to the Red Wings. John Gibson has been traded to the Red Wings. And it is Peter Mrazek and 2 draft picks. But Elliot Friedman, you're a jerk for ruining Malcolm Spence's moment by making the trade during that exact moment. Couldn't you wait until the Red Wings were on the clock, man?
Or something? Oh man, look at that. That is just what an amazing talent, amazing kid. He's a left-handed left winger, 6'1", 190 pounds. He plays a really big game.
Yeah.
He's a quiet, but his game speaks for itself. He's another.
New York Rangers had to either give the Pittsburgh Penguins their 2026 first round pick or the 12th pick in the draft. They gave the Penguins the 12th pick in the draft. They still got Malcolm Spence. That makes the Rangers a winner this year, folks.
Yeah.
Because they got their first next year and they got Malcolm Spence, and that's a great value. Very good pick.
Teammate there on the Erie Otters.
Yeah, him and Matthew Schaefer were teammates in the Erie Otters. They were both top 10 prospects in the preseason.
So when we talked to Matthew Schaefer, he's like, we asked him and said, "Hey, do you know of anybody else we could talk to?" And he's like, "Oh, you guys need to talk to Malcolm Spence."
Yeah.
So we talked to Malcolm Spence, right? So another
awesome.
graduation day from a Prospect Watch alum, Malcolm Spence. Congratulations, my man. New York Rangers, perfect fit for you, man. Perfect fit.
Rangers. Let's see what Yzerman does at 44 after taking Carter Barrett. I called Carter Bear Baker Mayfield on skates, and we talked about the fire, the passion Carter Bear plays with yesterday. And I mean, what are the Red Wings going to do to build around Carter Bear? Because I thought that pick
Eddie Genborg.
Eddie Genborg. I have Eddie Genborg in the second round. I think I mocked Eddie Genborg to let me see.
Well, he's at 44, so
for a second, and now I think Joey disconnected, but that's whatever. It's Eddie Genborg. Eddie Genborg's a very interesting player. Eddie Genborg, Genborg. I think I had Genborg going to Buffalo in round 2. I'm double checking right now. Yeah, I had Genborg going a little bit earlier to Buffalo in round 2. But this guy, he was a first line left winger on Linköping's HC in Sweden. So he can play right winger too, I guess, with his versatility, because NHL Network has him listed as a right winger, but he was the first line left winger on Linköping HC, but he could play both winger roles at left wing and right wing. So that is a very good pick by the Red Wings in round 2. Probably another A+ for Detroit. Yzerman is crushing this draft.
So Anaheim picked
Eric Nilsson. I had him in the 3rd round, a little bit of a reach, but not a horrible pick. Not as exciting as the Roger McQueen pick, but Anaheim, they love their Swedish centers.
So yeah, definitely. But not a bad pick for them, for Anaheim, especially with the trade that they did.
His analytics are really good. Eric Nilsson, 99% in defense, 99% puck carrying, 97%. He's in the 70th percent shooting, so shooting might be the only area of improvement for Nilsson, but very sound defensive player.
And I think this is a replacement for Zegras.
I do too, but I don't know what they're. He'll probably start out in the AHL with the San Diego Gulls and then work his way up, I think. But I think he has a shot because they've got Gotcher, they've got for Toronto, they got so many guys in their prospect pool, and I think McQueen's going to play in the NHL. But with all the young talent, Gotcher, McTavish.
See, I think McQueen is going to make it
to crack the NHL, but I think he's going to be a very good top 6 guy on the goals in the AHL.
Yeah, but I definitely think McQueen is going to make it.
McQueen's going to make it for sure. You're absolutely correct on that, Ron.
Yeah,
1,000% correct.
Yeah, the size he is, the skills that he has, the game that he
Gotcher, McQueen, Leo Carlson, and Mason McTavish, all first-round picks from 2021 and beyond at center on that Ducks team. It's just going to be hard for a second-round center drafted by Anaheim to crack the NHL lineup.
And then you add Cutter Gauthier onto that as well, who was a
really
top pick from the previous draft. You know what I mean? So
yeah,
Anaheim's looking like they're building pretty good here.
And they got Joel Quenneville, the former Blackhawks head coach and Blues head coach in the 90s, as their new head coach. Max Paznekia. Max Paznekia is a guy I had going in the 2nd round.
Okay.
I had him going to I think I had him going maybe late. I had him going to Philadelphia with the Calgary Flames pick at 48. So he goes 2 picks earlier than I thought he would, but he was the number 1 defenseman on the Portland Winterhawks this past year. And he helped his team score on Ravensburg in the WHL playoffs. So I really like the value here for Max Paznekia. Probably a replacement to the defenseman they traded to Buffalo in the Peterka trade.
Right. That would make sense too, because he's big, 6'5", 185 pounds. He's a little young. He'll grow into that 6'5", especially if you're already over 180 pounds. You know what I mean?
Thatcher Demko's in a contract year. Do you have any confidence in Arthur Silyovs to rebound? Because Silyovs struggled as the backup in Vancouver, but when he went down to Abbotsford, he was the MVP of the Calder Cup playoffs. So are they going to get a goalie here to push?
Vancouver just selected
Medvedev.
Yeah.
Is that the London Knights goalie?
No, yes, it is.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
Awesome. I think I mocked him to Vancouver at 47. Or no, I mocked Andrianov at 47, but I had he was my number 4 goalie but he beat Ivan Kovic head to head. That's why he jumped him in the draft, cuz I know you and Ron, or not you and Lance both had him ahead of Ivan Kovic on the goalie ranking show you did on Prospect Watch. I remember that.
Yeah. He was one of the ones that we were looking at, but and I thought we were going to see some other goalies go first, but okay.
I had a goalie going to Vancouver at 47 simply because I'm looking at the fact that Silyov's got demoted to the AHL and Demko's in a contract year, and what that says is Vancouver's got to get another young goalie in case Demko leaves. And Demko's just had injury issues the last 2 years. And your Flyers get Shane Van Sage, a player I had going in the first round at 48. Good pick.
That's a great pick, man. That's a great pick. Michigan State guy. Yeah. That's awesome stuff from the United States, playing in the Big Ten, Michigan State. Right winger, 6'3", 212. Really like this pick here for Philadelphia. The only dome scratcher I got is the Nesbitt pick, but everything else, I'm really liking what Philadelphia is doing.
Yeah.
I mean, they've gotten some really good picks here, I think. I really thought, though, that Philadelphia was going to take Kayshawn Aitchison. I was really kind of hoping we would get a prospect alum on Philadelphia. That would have been a dream come true, but well,
Yeah.
I'll just get to watch him play for the Hershey Bears or some of the other teams while I watch them beat up on our Flyers.
Yep. I think the only player in my top 16 that was still on the board was Milton Gastrin, and he got picked by the Capitals. So I can X out the 2020 first round top 16 webpage. I can officially X that out. Well, I won't X it out yet. I'll wait until I put the Gastrin grade up to X that out. But yeah. I don't want to grade any picks right now. I just want to get the picks because I'm still copying, pasting, typing some picks into the round 2 news ticker so that when I grade these picks later today, we're ready to go, ready to rock and roll. So
I got to be honest with you now. I'm a little taken aback by this format, William. I really appreciate the old-fashioned, call me old, because well I am.
Traditionalist. It's a tradition. I'm a traditionalist myself, Ron. I like the older format better.
Yeah. I like when all the heads of the team are up there.
Interesting pick by the Hurricanes. Charlie Serrato, a Penn State center. He wasn't a first line guy, second line guy, but his line was the hottest line in the Frozen Four, according to John Buccigross. You saw this guy at Allentown. Why don't you tell us more about Serrato, Ron?
Really, really good player. I watched him play not just in Allentown, but playing for Penn State. He was their captain. He's definitely the leader in the locker room. He's one of a great player as far as that's concerned. He's a playmaker. He improved to the point and made his way up to the second line. You know what I mean? So Sportsology also had a really good round on him as well, too. Felt that he would be selected sooner rather than later as well, too, thinking that he might be a sleeper pick for this draft, too.
I had him going in round 5, but I when I watched the tape, I was blown away by how good he was. And I'm glad I got more knowledge on him. That's probably going to be an A-, B+ at the very worst, because Serrato's a good player. I mean, he really didn't impress me.
I would have to
reach if you had him as low as I did, because I really didn't have enough knowledge on him at the time when I made the mock.
Okay. But played really, really well, especially in the Frozen Four. He was definitely a difference maker for the team in the semifinals, and then when they made it to the Frozen Four. Although Penn State did eventually lose to Boston University, I mean, that was. I mean, talk about drawing the short straw on that one, Yeah. But I mean, played really well. I think this is an excellent pick for Carolina.
Conrad Fonderk, a player I mocked the Minnesota Wild at 52, comes off the board at pick 50.
Up for the Devils.
Yeah, he's the Devils' first pick of this draft.
Oh, there you go. Wow, for the Devils' first pick.
That's not a bad way to start the draft. The Boston Bruins are up. This is their first pick since they took James Higgins at 7, preseason number 1 pick. Had Adam Sandler announcing the pick last night.
Yeah.
Yeah, going back to that format thing, you know, I definitely agree with the old school thing, but like I said, I didn't just see, you know, what they're trying for, where it's going. You know, I mean, seeing them in person is you know, and go up there instead of having it, you know, just completely.
But they only invited 60 players, I think, to the draft. They invited 90 to the combine and 60 to the draft. So I think once all 60 of the guys who were invited get picked, then the draft's going to speed up. Like, they're going to speed up the format of the draft. Like, if a guy who got an invite to the draft is still available in the 3rd, 4th round, they'll keep going at a normal pace. But once everyone in that top 60 gets picked, I think they're probably going to speed up the format after that, if I had to guess, guys. I don't know.
Yeah.
That's just my hunch, because they only had 90 players at the NHL Combine in Buffalo, and only 60 got invited this year.
Yeah, I thought
Usually
there was
they
only
have more
50.
than that. Usually they have like 64 or 70 or 80 guys at the draft. They only had 60 this year.
See, I thought there was only 50 invited to the draft this year.
I think only 50 accepted invites. 60 got invited, but 50 accepted. 10
Oh, okay.
Brady Martin declined their invites. Brady Martin, he stayed at home at the farm.
We saw a couple other guys that stayed at home too. Okay, all right. You know who I'm surprised we haven't seen is Cristoforo go.
Cristoforo.
Anthony Cristoforo.
That'll be in it.
I don't know. We'll see. I mean, they certainly are taking a long enough time here on this pick for Boston.
Maybe they got to wait till they get to the TV commercial or something.
Boston Bruins.
TV timeout.
Yeah.
So now, the only thing that I can't find is, you know how when you go to a football game and you see the guy with the orange oven mitts?
William Moore. I thought he was related to Oliver Moore. They're not related, but still, William Moore's a player that was a preseason 1st round pick. Fell to the 2nd round. I did mock him in the 2nd round, but I had him going like the 3rd. I think I had him going in the top 40. So William Moore this late in round 2 is kind of a steal, just in terms of the overall value.
Yeah, I agree with you there.
So, I mean, James Higgins and William Moore, 2 really strong picks by the Bruins in this draft. They have had a really good start to the draft as well.
You know what I'm really liking what I'm seeing? The amount of United States National Development Team players coming off.
Agreed. It's a great way to start this round, too.
I mean, we had Carter Amico. We had Jack Murtaugh. Then we had
Harley Tretheway's still on the board. I'm guessing he's going to come off the board in the 3rd round, because there were some other guys that just were more impressive this year. Tretheway entered the fall as a 1st round pick, and the other guy outside of Hensler as that 1st line guy. And Tretheway was seen as the guy who could break into round 1 for the NTDP team, but he actually there were some other guys that, you know, we've already mentioned that had better years in their draft year this year. So,
well, Tretheway, you know, was mentioned, you know, under Ottawa's, you know, possible picks, you know, and that's kind of one thing, you know, like you're saying, maybe he'll slide to the 3rd, but, you know, definitely impressive and everything else, you know. But.
And Theodor Halsquith, a Swedish defenseman, goes to the Minnesota Wild with their 1st selection. I think I had Halsquith in the 3rd or 4th round, so this is a little bit of a reach. This might be our first big reach of round 2 here. So we'll see what happens. I mean, Minnesota, they got Zeev William at 12 in last year's draft after they traded down. And they also got Aaron Kiviharju, the Finnish defenseman that some had going number 2 behind Macklin Celebrini at one point. So Wild continue to bolster that blue line. And San Jose's back on the clock. They've had a perfect draft so far. Can that continue?
So far, yeah. Can't argue with that. They've definitely gotten the picks.
I mean,
that
last
they've
year
made.
they nailed their first 3 picks, and then the rest of the draft was a mixed bag. I'd like to see them try to at least keep that streak alive until the 3rd round this year. Show some signs of improvement. We'll see how they do, though.
Yeah, unfortunately, we had quite a few storms roll through here last night, and we had during the show last night it was storming as well, and I had some power loss issues, and then this morning we had some power loss issues, and we were out of power for a while. And they said, "Oh, it's going to be on such and such a time," and it came on beforehand, but then my internet wasn't on, and then it was like, okay, so can we just everybody get caught up here? But I got to tell you, man, I'm really liking how the second day is shaping up. We're still seeing a good amount of talent coming off the board here. At the beginning of the second round, we saw a lot of defensemen. We even saw a goalie go, and then now we're seeing some offensive players go now too. So I'm hoping that I'm fingers crossed the next goalie that goes is Neuenswander.
I think it's going to be either him or it's going to be Jack Ivankovic. But Ivankovic, he got suspended at the beginning of the year, so maybe there are some character concerns with him, whereas Elijah, that's probably why he hasn't been picked yet, because he was the consensus number 2 goalie in most rankings.
Right.
But he talked about that, having to learn from that on Prospect Don's interview. And
Cole McKinney.
Cole McKinney, that is a nice pick for San Jose. Where did I have him? I think I had him in the 2nd round. I'm just double checking my information here. I don't exactly remember where I had him. I think I had him in late round 2. I'm just double checking. So may have had him in early round 3, but I had him somewhere in that range. Cole McKinney, I may have had him in round 3. I'm just.
I'm gonna throw something out here for y'all. Take a look at the size of all the players so far that have been drafted in the 2nd round, and they are all over 6 feet.
Yep.
Every single one of them.
That's because Florida's been winning with more size and physicality. You're seeing the game evolve in that respect. So I had Cole McKinney going to the Rangers in the 3rd round with the Kraken's 3rd round pick. So I had an early 3rd on McKinney, but I mean, this guy, he's excellent at winning faceoffs. And he's not a top-line guy, but he's a top-line penalty killer. And if you want a penalty killer that brings that physicality, and the Sharks, they need defensive bodies and they need 4th-line guys. Cole McKinney's a 1st-line penalty killer, so that tells me he's got a shot to be that 4th-line center behind Misa, Celebrini, and Will Smith. He's got a shot to be that guy, and he's an excellent penalty killer, so that's a great fit.
Well,
Stockselius. Go ahead, William.
Oh, I was just going to say, the size thing kind of coincides with the defenseman thing, because it's just animal nature for the bigger, the taller. I worked on an elk ranch once, and if an elk started coming towards you, you took off your hat, raised it as high as you could, try to make yourself, seem bigger than it, and it's just an imposing, thing when it comes to defense, and when, like I said, it just coincides with that, I mean,
it makes it that much more difficult to cross the blue line when you have to look up at the guys that you're facing.
That's true.
Yes, sir.
It makes it so you don't want to cross the blue line because oh man, I gotta face that guy.
Yeah, most circumstances I probably would have given McKinney a B grade, but he's going to a team where he will be the 4th-line center if he develops, and he's an excellent penalty killer, which I think his is a fit. He's a perfect fit for San Jose because of his penalty killing.
But
McKinney.
They're still getting centers.
Well, they don't have a 4th-line center. I mean, unless you count Wenberg, and Wenberg's okay, but I think he's kind of a stopgap at this point in his career. But they need to get more defensemen. You're right, Ron. They do need more defensemen.
You got one
Dickinson,
goalie?
they got Wang, and they really don't have anyone else long-term in the prospect pool. You're right.
Get some defensemen.
I agree. I mocked a ton of defensemen to San Jose for Browns 2 through 5, but I don't dislike the McKinney pick. I think I went center.
No, I don't like. Yeah,
defense,
I agree
center.
with you. I don't dislike it. I'm just saying
You got to get more. You got to get more bodies because
Just what we
even
were
if
talking
those
about.
centers pan out and
See,
develop,
William, see exactly what we were
even if
talking
those
about.
centers pan out and develop, you're going to be in a ton of
Sure.
shootouts until you fix your blue line. That's the bottom line. You're going to be in a ton of 5-4,
Who's going to
4-3
protect
games.
all these centers? Who's going to protect all these centers?
You got to get a Doug Latin there, you know.
You know.
Exactly. Ooh.
Ross Ray.
Or something, you know. Calgary picked up Theo
Doc Celius, the center. Nashville is just taking forever to make their pick.
Oh, I bet you they're a commercial. Hold on, let me.
No, they're not in a commercial.
No, they're not. They are not on the commercial.
I'm still working on the news ticker, but I'm slowly catching up. I'm on a 44 on the news ticker for the site. I'm not going to grade any picks right now. I'm just trying to get through this draft and make it as engaging, as fun as possible. Because I feel like if we take this approach for the NFL draft next year versus having to grade every pick for day 3, I think it's going to be a lot more fun. It's going to be a lot more fun. William, I think you'd agree with me if we take this sort of approach. And I just decided, you know what, Ron, here, let's try something new instead of what we usually do. And I promise our audience, whenever I do get picks updated, I will showcase, because whenever I get to Malcolm Spence, I will post the write-up for that on the site later today. I don't know when that'll be. It'll probably be sometime after Ron has to bounce, unfortunately, because it's just this draft's going so fast.
It is. I mean, I'm impressed with how quick it's going, and I really like it. It's just that I had already had other commitments that I was going to be doing today, and trust me, I'll be having the draft on. Trust me.
Yeah, I feel like
I'll be following it. That's for sure.
Exactly. You got to honor those other commitments, Ron, whenever you have to attend those things. But yeah, I've enjoyed having you on.
Thank you.
A lot of fun.
It's good. Yeah, man. It's been great. I hope that I can would like to continue building on this relationship here. There's quite a lot of stuff here that's going on. And
we enjoy having you on, Ron.
Thank you.
I told William and Joey they were going to learn a lot from you, and they were going to enjoy talking with you. I don't think I was wrong in that assessment, was I, William?
No, sir. You know, I mean,
well, thank you.
You know, I've just been doing the podcast thing on college football and such, you know, and coming up and getting into this has definitely been a blast. And you know,
Nashville is taking forever to pick. I'm already on Vancouver's pick, but that's good. And I'm not even looking up the code or typing anything. We have a trade, ladies and gentlemen. The Nashville Predators have traded this pick to
Tampa Bay.
No, Tampa Bay's on the deck at 56. Or have they traded to Tampa Bay? I'm a little bit behind. Not a lot, but a little bit. I'm still trying to catch up.
So here we're announcing it now. So it was
it's Vegas. Vegas has moved up from 58 to 55. Okay. So the Golden Knights have traded up.
Oh wow! So that was a 3-team trade between Tampa Bay, Nashville, and Vegas, so that Vegas could get the 55th pick.
Very interesting.
Wow! I wonder who they're going to select here.
I'm kind of curious myself.
I mean, Vegas. I'll tell you what. I think that they made it so Vegas could have a good team, and then they realized that they messed up a little bit.
They got to get younger. That's the thing. Eichel's 30, Peter Angelo's 33, Mark Stone's 34. They still have a good core. I feel like their cup window's closed, but they still have enough talent to make the playoffs each year as long as their veterans are there. But the problem is they've taken the draft for granted and traded so many of their younger guys away. I think outside of their 2019 third-round pick, all the younger guys they've drafted, they've either traded away for assets that can help them win now. And at a certain point, that catches up with you.
I
mean,
agree, but what I'm saying is that I think that the
I
NHL
like the Connolly
set
pick,
them up.
though. I mean, they took Trevor
Yeah.
Connolly last year in the first round. He might be the fourth line left winger on the Golden Knights this year, but they got to get more besides Connolly in their 2019 third round pick. They got to get more young guys. They go Jacob Wozniak. That is a great selection. I mean, he was a preseason first round pick, and then I had him going to Nashville in 35. So that is fantastic value by the Golden Knights. They get a 35th best player at 55.
Wow. I mean, that's a good selection for them. But what I was trying to say about Vegas is that I think the NHL basically set them up to be success when they came into the league. And then they realized that, oh, we may have given them too much.
Yeah, and
Because
that's why they dialed back when the Kraken entered the league. And
okay, so that's my point, right?
you're
So they
right.
dialed it back
I
when they
was
got
going
to
to
the
touch on
Kraken.
expansion briefly because I've heard 5 teams have submitted bids for NHL expansion. I know Atlanta is probably going to get the 33rd team if they expand to 34, but I don't know who's going to get the 34th team because the other 4 cities are Houston, New Orleans, Indianapolis, and yesterday Austin, Texas submitted a $2 billion bid. And honestly, if Elon Musk buys the Austin team, I think they're going to get the team because I know the Rockets owner doesn't want to share the Toyota Center with the Houston NHL team.
Right.
I don't think Indy's getting an NHL team after Jim Irsay died. And as much as I'd like New Orleans to get an NHL team, the Smoothie King Center is the worst NBA arena in the entire league. And I don't think putting an NHL team there is going to create a lot of appeal. So I think that does leave Austin, Texas as the de facto winner by default, especially if somebody like Elon Musk, the world's richest man, buys the Austin hockey team and actually brings a sports team to Austin, Texas. So I think
Wow.
that does leave Austin. And I feel a little conflicted about that as a Stars fan to have another team in Texas, but I'd rather have a team in Austin versus Houston because if the Rockets owner won't share the Toyota Center with Houston, does Houston really deserve an NHL team? I mean, I wanted Kansas City to get an NHL team for a while, but they didn't pay the expansion fee, so I don't think they're going to get it.
No.
And neither
And
is Quebec. So I think we're probably, if it's going to be Houston or Austin, I don't know who the second team's going to be.
so
But
you don't think so? It might be Atlanta.
Atlanta's
think-
getting the 33rd team, but if they go to
Yeah.
34, you have Houston, you have New Orleans, you have Indy, and you have Austin, Texas. I would choose Austin if Elon Musk bought the team and paid for everything. If he didn't, I think you're stuck with either Houston or New Orleans. That's what's difficult about that, William. What 2 cities do you, I think Atlanta's going to be the one that gets picked first, but what other team? Because Arizona didn't pay the expansion fee either. Because there were talks Arizona might get a redo with the Coyotes, but they did not and pay the expansion fee. So it's probably going to be Atlanta because they already got approved to build the arena. But I don't know who's going to join Atlanta. I'd say one of the 2 cities in Texas. I don't think there's any, like, New Orleans could get an NHL team if the Saints ownership paid for it, but I feel like they're a team that I feel like they would be the modern day Thrashers. I don't know. And the Smoothie King Center is not a good NHL arena. If they put together renderings for a new NBA and NHL arena, I could see New Orleans getting the team, but unless they take that initiative, I think the NHL is going to go with one of the Texas cities, Houston or Austin. Logistically, that makes the most sense.
Yeah, like you're saying, logistically, they've got to close the gap between, the East and the West, to try to get some more fans involved that are either in Texas, whether it's.
And you got the Dallas Stars, but you want to get a second team in Texas. You look at the
Arizona
NFL,
didn't pay
in Texas. The NBA's got 3 teams in Texas. That's kind of why I'm saying it's probably going to be either Houston and I think it does come down to because Austin does not have any professional sports teams, and unless Elon Musk buys the Austin team, I don't think Austin's getting an NHL team. As I'd love to see Austin get a professional sports team, though. They deserve one with the Texas Longhorns, great city. But we'll see.
Yes, sir. Definitely will.
Matthew Guard. I had Matthew Guard going to the Toronto Maple Leafs at 64, but the Matthew Guard is a Flyer. I don't know. Is Ron still here?
Yeah. He's still here.
Okay,
Yeah.
so Matthew Guard is a Flyer, Ron. He was the first line center on the Red Deer Rebels. That is a bargain. That's a great pick by your Flyers.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a bargain, but
And the
Danny Briere
Predators
doing what
have
he
just
wants.
selected Jack Ivankovic, the goalie. The consensus number 2 goalie in this draft has just been picked by Nashville. And I like this because UC Saros will humble this guy up. And he'll have to earn the right to be the backup to Saros. He'll have to play as well as Milwaukee as Yaroslav Askarov did before he got traded to San Jose. And he'll have to jump through all the hoops. I just think this is a really good fit.
I agree. What's this now? Our third goalie now.
I think it's a fifth
fourth goalie.
Fifth, actually, because we had Frolov. We had
you're right.
We had Medvedev go to Vancouver, and I think Ivankovic.
Okay, and then we had Ravensburg. Okay, so yeah, this is the
we had the Blue Jackets goalie, so I think that's 5.
Okay, man, they're jumping.
But
off
I was expecting 5 or 6 goalies to go in round 2 because all the goalies I mocked in the first, I had Elijah and so Elijah was my number 6 goalie, and the other 5 goalies I had ahead of him all came off the board. And Vajtek Sihar, I had him going in the 3rd round. I like Sihar, but that's a little bit of a reach at this point.
Going good here, man. Going good. Yeah. I'm really surprised though about the one thing that we're still looking at here. Every single player on here is over 6 foot. Every single one so far, even the goalies.
Yep.
I mean, something said about that size. You know what I'm saying?
I agree.
So Philadelphia had they had 5 picks in the second round.
Trade. The Anaheim Ducks have traded this pick. Who's moving up though? Who is moving up to this spot? That's kind of what
it looks like. They have Winnipeg, New Jersey, as part of the trade mention here.
Yep. I'm looking for Theodore Halsquith, and because I'm on 52 on the news ticker. I am starting to catch up. I'm not completely there yet, but I'm making a lot of progress. Player I mocked the Oilers was a Prospect Watch alum. The player I mocked the Oilers in round 3 was Shamar Moses.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
He's another Prospect Watch alum.
I'm kind of curious to see where he ends up today.
I have to agree. We might see him 3rd.
I had him in the 3rd round, but the thing is, he was a role player on the Barrie Colts who drafted him because the Barrie Colts were stacked. He goes to the battalion and he becomes their first line right winger, and he completely transforms that franchise in his draft year. Lassi Bolelius, the Finnish defender from Assat, I believe, is off the board here.
Yeah.
I like Lassi. He'll be an interesting player to watch. Very safe, very good role player. I like the pick here for Anaheim.
Yeah. I mean, he's listed at hockey IQ at 80, skating 80, shots.
Everything's a 70 or 80 out of 100.
Yeah.
So
not bad.
Good, but not a dominant trait, but he's good everywhere. He's effective everywhere. He's consistent everywhere,
right.
You know?
Probably like a third pairing defenseman, something like that.
Guy.
Yeah.
But he's an ideal role player to push some of the current guys they have, because they have guys like they had the OHL defenseman of the year. They have the former WHL defenseman of the year, Owen Zellweger. They have Tristan Luneau. He was the number 1 pick in the QMJHL draft back in 2019. So they have some guys in the system and in the NHL organization that are very good. So
with a change in coach in Anaheim, I mean, I think
the Ducks and Utah are the 2 teams that if I had to pick right now,
west.
Utah, Anaheim, and Calgary are probably the 3 teams that I think are going to take that next step and maybe sneak into the wild card discussion.
Well, I don't know about Calgary, but I definitely feel that you're going to see Anaheim
Calgary, it
take.
depends if Pareka takes that leap this year. If
Yeah.
Pareka takes that leap, they could enter the conversation. If not, they'll probably end up falling short down the stretch.
Right. So,
And Liam Peterson is a Boston Bruin. I think this is the first player I did not have in my mock draft get picked. Maybe I had him in like the 5th or 6th round, but I don't remember him. I'm sure he's a very talented player, but that's the first name where I'm thinking who is that guy? Because most of these guys I'm familiar with. And
yeah, he's another one too that I'm not real not real familiar with. But so William, so
go ahead.
I got a question for you, William. You said you come from doing college football.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so now you're into the prospects of hockey.
Well, Chris brought me into this, and I mean, I used to definitely watch a bunch of hockey when I was in high school. A little bit after, because I played football and all that good stuff. And but
Okay.
yeah,
Yeah,
Listen,
like I'm the only guy here who covers all the sports professionally, but like the NHL Draft
I
day
call
is
him
on
the
a Saturday
brain.
now. And
Okay.
Ivan Rybikin, I had a first round grade on Ivan Rybikin. I had him going to Calgary at 32, and guess who gets him at 62? Carolina. Ivan Rybikin.
First player sub 6 foot.
Yeah,
First
he's
player sub 6 foot.
5'11", but he is a very good. He's very good. If you need a guy that can win you games in the penalty shootout, Rybikin's probably the best penalty shooter in the entire draft. So you
Yeah.
get him at 62. This is very good value.
So now it's a whole different ball game when you watch college football compared to watching these players, because when college guys or when the NFL players get drafted, they've already been in college, so they're already in their 20s, right? So
Yes, sir.
that's the huge difference between the college when the NFL and this draft, because these guys here are just freshly out of high school. Like some of them even haven't started college yet. Some of them are
Yeah,
still
Mason West is
17.
still in high school. He is a June. He just finished his junior year. He's got one more year of high school.
Ben
Keevan.
Keevan! Ben Keevan goes to the Devils. He's a United States player. Oh man, he played
Des Moines
really
Buccaneers.
well.
I love Benjamin Keevan. I think I had him in the first round. I believe I had Benjamin Keevan in the first round.
Sucks we're gonna have to face him, but all right.
Yeah, because I'm looking at the first round guys. Who's in the first round?
Man.
I think Carlos Handel's my only first rounder still on the board, and I had a feeling he was going to be the guy that fell to round 3. So my intuition was correct. I had Shane Van Sage at 31. I had I know I had Riker Lee to the Capitals, but I had Nashville taking Kevon at 26 in my mock draft. So Kevon, yes, he's a first round talent, and the New Jersey Devils have had an awesome start to the draft so far. They got Connor Fedork at 50, and then they get Benjamin Keevan. I think he's taking a picture with Kate Madigan, the assistant GM of the Devils, who announced the Simon Nemec pick a few years ago.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, man.
Not sure if that's Kate Madigan, but I think that's Kate Madigan.
It's dark. It's really dark, but this kid is an amazing player. He's definitely driven. The New Jersey Devils got an amazing player. He showed out at Worlds on the United States team. Played really, really well. He was a difference maker on that team. This is another Prospect Watch alum. Congratulations.
I had this guy in my top 16 in the fall. People said, you're too high on this guy. And I moved him to the back end of the first round, but I didn't dislike him enough to move him out of the first round. I thought he was too talented to move out of the first round.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, man. That is just cool.
That's
just
very
so
good
cool
by New Jersey. That's a steal for them.
It is. No, I agree. I think it's a steal. I really do. So now, welcome to the NHL indoctrination there, William.
I appreciate it, man.
Yeah.
And Tinas Luke Koblar. I had Tinas Luke Koblar going in the 5th round.
Wow.
I had him going in the end of the 5th round. So that's the first big reach. I had him at 160 in my mock draft, and he goes 64. So Toronto, I think I wasn't going to put anybody in the losers category, but Toronto might be the first team in that category. I hate to say it. I hate to be a jerk to these Toronto fans. They deserve so much better after these constant playoff choke jobs year after year after year.
Yeah. And they're probably not going to see Marner come back.
They're not going to see. They're going to lose Marner, and you can't replace a player like that without a lottery pick in the first round. You can't. And I mean, right? That's the thing. Toronto's in purgatory, and I don't. I think their cup window kind of closed, but I'm kind of curious to see who emerges. I would say right now my top 5 cup contenders for next year. I have Avalanche at 5. The New Jersey Devils are my de facto challenger to Florida. If the Devils stay healthy with Hamilton, with Jack Hughes, I think they could challenge Florida next year. And then I've got Dallas at 3, Edmonton at 2, and Florida at 1 if they keep the trio of Bennett, Marchand, and Ekblad. If they don't, I think they probably jump down to maybe 3 or 4, depending on what happens.
They signed Bennett for 8 years, $8 million.
Yeah, and Kieran Dervin kicks off round 3. Kieran Dervin,
wow, great pick there too. This is the part here where I have to say I wish I could stay longer, but
I understand. You got to do your thing, Ron. I appreciate you having you on, man. You were amazing.
Thank you so much, man. It's been an awesome pleasure. William, anytime you want to do anything about college football, buddy, you let me know, man, because I can talk college football all day long.
Yeah, we're definitely going to get you all. William does a show for college football called Under the Bleachers every Wednesday at 8 p.m. We are going to try to get you on a show this fall. I don't know the logistics yet, but we will try to set something up for you, Ron, because we really appreciate it.
I can talk football all day long. If you look back here.
Yeah.
And that's probably better for your schedule versus the Saturday mornings with all your other commitments. So I appreciate you coming on.
Okay. You just let me know.
Who's your team, man? Who's your team?
Steelers.
Who's your team?
Steelers.
Oh, That's perfect. That's perfect. Joey's a Browns fan. That is perfect.
Yeah, baby. Look, I give credit to where credit's due, and I don't have a problem with talking about any of the teams out there because it's all a game.
I'm a fan of the game. I'm not.
Yeah,
you don't want to be
as long as you're a fan of the game, that's all that matters, right?
Yeah, exactly.
That's the point, man. Too many of these guys let their fanatics seep through. And it's like, dude, I mean, I love seeing these players. I love seeing these teams, a lot of them, I mean, it's just been one of those things. I love football, and that's why I do it.
Take Nathan Dem in the 3rd round. Nathan Dem's a player I had a late second on. Elite Prospects had him at number 32 on their board. Wow. And yeah, the Red Wings got John Gibson from the Ducks, and Nathan Bem is a Blackhawk. So that is a big trade.
Thank you guys so very much. By the way, hop on over to SteelFlyers.com and check out all the stuff I got going over there. Where I have a prospect watch show where we've interviewed a lot of the top prospects that have been selected today and yesterday. Hop on over there and check out all the stuff we got going on. Follow me on Twitter at SteelFlyers52. Follow me on Instagram at SteelFlyers52. Hop on over to YouTube. Check out our channel over there. We're on all the podcasting platforms. All you have to do is type in SteelFlyers and you can find us. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Draft Utopia. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, William, for having me on, man. I really appreciate it. Thank you guys so very much. We'll catch you all later.
Peace out, Rod. I loved having you on, man. It was fun.
Thank you.
Thank
you. See you guys.
Later. That was Ron Mont of the SteelFlyers podcast. Go follow him. Check out his Twitter, X handles. I know some people I could message, but I'm just like, I'm trying to get caught up on some of the 2nd round picks. And I probably need to update the Gibson trade. With Gibson, get the Anaheim Ducks starting goalie getting traded to the Red Wings, I probably need to update that, William, and update the line combinations for the Anaheim Ducks. But the question's probably who's going to be the Ducks starting goalie now, because they got 3 goalies they drafted pretty early, and the fact that they traded Gibson to the Red Wings, that does change things for the Anaheim Ducks. they're still going to be a very good physical team, but with the new goalie, can the new goalie step up to the plate and get them in that playoff conversation? So that's going to be that's going to be interesting to follow storyline wise.
Can he step up? Can he step up and can they gel? Can they
team chemistry
coincide?
And
chemistry. Yes, sir. Can't preach that enough.
Zada was the first line center on the Niagara Ice Dogs. He was actually line 2 guy when Rubrick played center, but when Rubrick moved to left wing, he played on the top line. And Rubrick, he's the projected number 2 pick behind Gavin McKenna in next year's draft. But Ethan Zada, there were games where Zada would play center and Rubrick would move over to left wing. And then when Rubrick played center on the top line, Zada would complement him on the second line. So, I mean, that's a good pick for the Lightning at 656. But the Kings are still making their pick. Matthew Gard went to Seattle, the Red Deer Rebels. When we went to Philadelphia, because the Flyers traded for 57 when they moved down with Seattle earlier. The Kings are still that round 3. We're going to see Edmonton. We're going to see Colorado. We're going to see Dallas, the 3 juggernauts in the Western Conference. We're going to see them make their first picks of this draft. I would say Carlos Handel is probably the best value pick here, but he has not been selected yet. And if he does not get selected this round, I'll probably go with Nathan Bem for a photo. A lot of it's just going to depend on who comes off the board. And I also want to update the John Gibson. The John Gibson trade, I think, is a very important. That's an important trade. I want to try to get that exactly on the dot here for exactly whenever we Jacob is Wozniak to Vegas at 58. Well, actually, is Wozniak went to Nashville, took Jack Ivankovic here at 58. But yeah, because Vegas traded up with Vegas, and Vegas took, I don't know why this says right. Kings are taking an awfully long time to make their pick. I'm thinking a trade's coming. I smell a trade, William. I smell a trade, William. I smell a trade miles away.
Yeah.
I mean, the LA Kings have
got
been
those phone lines burning, bro.
5 minutes, and the third round does not take this long. So I smell a trade. I smell the scent of a trade fresh from the oven. So I think we're getting a trade here. So the Kings get Peter Mrazek, the Red Wings backup goalie from the Blackhawks, a 2027 second round pick and a 2026 fourth round pick. So the Red Wings had to give up a second and a fourth to get Gibson, but that's the thing. Gibson was one of the better goalies in Anaheim, a steady goalie, but the problem is, he's been wanting out for a while, and he's a UFA in 2027. He's been a trade deadline guy for like the last 3 years now, and then now John Gibson's the Red Wings goalie, and they drafted Casa in the first round, but I think Yzerman's just hell-bent on trying to get the Red Wings back to the playoffs this year because he's been the GM since 2019. They haven't made the playoffs yet. And, the Red Wings have had a strong start to this draft. They got 2 wingers I really liked in Carter Bear and Eddie Genborg, and now they trade for Gibson. So the Red Wings have been one of the winners of this draft. William, I mean, and you get that goalie that could put you over the top.
Yep. They definitely knew what they were doing and got it done.
And they kept their first round draft capital. Oh, we did have a trade. I was right when I said we had a trade coming. Carolina has moved up with the LA Kings to 67. So that is the trade. I don't know the details of the trade yet. All I know is that the Hurricanes have the current pick. I had Sihar in the 4th or 3rd round. I mean, I think the Kings have had a lot of reaches today. I think the Nathan Bem pick's probably the Blackhawks' best pick from a value standpoint. They took Mason West in the 1st round. He did the exact opposite of Shedeur Sanders. Began the year as a 5th round pick and moved into round 1, which is probably the best feel-good story, I would say, William. I mean, the feel-good stories are always fun to follow. Even if the player doesn't become what you expect them to be in the pros, I just think the feel-good stories, they have a certain element of, I don't know, what's the right word to describe? Certain element of compellingness to them. It is very compelling. There's a certain element of excitement with those stories. So yeah.
Yeah, compassion. I mean, there's a whole lot of words you can put in
And
there.
I'll get to the Ducks in a second. I'm on pick 60. I'm on the last 4 picks of round 2. I'm not going to grade the picks right now, but I'm getting set up for later today. I'm getting set up for round 3. The picks, you see why I only got 1 pick in during the draft last year when I was on the stream with Joey, and we just showed Draft Utopia. There was not a lot of engagement. So I think this format works better, and I'll do my best to stay on the air after the draft. I know William's going to bounce after the draft ends, but maybe in the 4th or 5th round. It just depends on how long this draft takes. But like, I'm gonna stay until the end of the draft. I'm gonna try to make an effort to get grades up. I don't know when I'll be off the air. I don't know. I'm gonna make an effort to get Kurban Limatov, the Russian defenseman who only Russian skater with KHL experience, is the Hurricanes' 3rd round pick. So that's who the Hurricanes traded up for, Kurban Limatov. And Lassie Bo.
Seattle's pick is in it as well. Defenseman Will Reynolds.
I like Will Reynolds. That is a great pick for the Kraken. Will Reynolds. I'm not sure. I think I had Will Reynolds in round 5 or 6. I'm still looking for I'm looking for like the last few write-ups to just get, because Boselius is a guy I'm hot on. Bem's probably the best value so far in round 3, because I had him going 36, and Elite Prospects had him in their top 32, and the tape is good. I had last Boselis to Montreal, I think, in round number 3. So I had him in the top 70, but I had him outside the 2nd round. And Will Reynolds goes 68th. This is probably, I had Will Reynolds. Well, Will Reynolds is on Acadie Bathurst, same hockey team Lemieux played for in the 80s, and junior hockey team, and they relocating to Newfoundland, William. So, that kind of sucks, because Patrick Waugh and Mario Lemieux were both on Acadie Bathurst in the 80s, and all that history with Acadie Bathurst is going to be gone. So fans won't get to appreciate that history of the team. It kind of sucks, but I guess that's the business in the QMJHL.
Yeah, I remember Patrick Waugh well.
Yeah, he was on the Canadians and the Avalanche.
Joe Sakic and
Adam Foote's the
Peter
Vancouver
Forsberg
Canucks head coach. I mean, the
Adam Foote.
Canucks head coach bounced because he said the culture was toxic, but they promoted the assistant head coach, Adam Foote, former Avalanche defenseman, to head coach. I think Adam Foote's going to do a good job in Vancouver. I mean, I'm surprised nobody tried to coach him from Vancouver, because they made the playoffs last year. They were the 1 seed in the Pacific Division. Nobody tried to poach Adam Foote away from Vancouver. That was very stupid. And now he's their head coach, and probably should have been promoted a while ago, but he's going to do well, I think, there.
Yeah. Very, he always had very high, hockey IQ.
Yeah.
And such, I mean, and he was such a part of those teams.
Yeah, I mean, he was basically that big, the bet. Everyone in Colorado likes to talk about Cale Makar now. Adam, defenseman for Colorado, the original big-time guy in those moments. So that doesn't mean Makar isn't great. It means that, you got to appreciate the fact that Adam Foote was the original when it comes to stars, icons, etc. that's the thing. Finally getting to Rybikin, and I'm finally getting to that point. But Carlos Handel's the only player I have in the back end of the first round that's still available in the third round here. I'm waiting for somebody to take Handel. I like Owen Conrad. I like Jimmy Lombardi. There's a few guys I like at this point in the draft. I think we might have another trade here, William. I mean, the Bruins are taking a long time to pick. The Kings did the same thing. I think we probably do have another trade here if I had to guess, because some of these teams are taking quicker than others to make their selections. So that's why I say we might have another trade here. We'll see. And Benjamin Kevon, great value pick for the Devils at we talked about that earlier before. Ron stayed for the second round. It was cool. He stayed for the entire second round. That was fun. But the Bruins, Tynas Luke Kobar, a YouTuber said his analytics were great, but I had him at 160 and you took him at 64. That is a reach. I mean, that's like, remember when the Raiders took that safety with us from out of Ohio, Mark Mitchell? He was a 7th round guy and the Raiders took him in round 2. That's basically what Toronto did. Toronto pulled Al Davis with that. I'm sorry, Willie. I should not be laughing at Toronto and their Stanley Cup drought since 1968, but Toronto's pulling an Al Davis with this draft. It's like, all right, so we got round 2's news ticker updated. Okay, perfect. I'm going to update the Anaheim Ducks after the trade they made with the Red Wings. I'm going to update that because I got to look at their Red Wings lines. So Anaheim's getting Peter Mrazek here, but the Ducks are getting. What do the Ducks have in their prospect pool? They have Lucas Dostal, their 2018 third round pick is going to be Dostal and Mrazek. That's basically what I'm getting at. They're going to have Peter Mrazek. Peter Mrazek and Lucas Dostal competing. That's going to be it. It's going to be Peter Mrazek and Lucas Dostal because the Red Wings gave Peter Mrazek a 2-year extension after getting him from the Blackhawks, and then they trade him to Anaheim to get Gibson. It's like, it's a very, I think it's a good move for Yzerman. It's a very weird feeling, William, and I was right. We have another trade. Montreal is on the clock at 69. So Anaheim's getting Peter Mrazek and the Red Wings are getting Gibson. And then Calle Kling and Damien Clark are going to be on San Diego in the AHL. And then the Red Wings are going to have John Gibson. So John Gibson, right now the Red Wings have Cam Talbot. I'm guessing Talbot's going to be the backup and Gibson's going to be the starter now because Gibson's a better goalie than Talbot. They're both great. And that's a great trade for the Red Wings to get John Gibson. So I remember when I think John Gibson was the Anaheim Ducks 2011 draft pick. I think he was because John Gibson was he was 2011 he's a 2011 second round pick from Pittsburgh, and he managed to play on Anaheim for 13 years, William. So he was on Anaheim from 13 years. Actually, he's 14 years, and you ended up trading to the Red Wings. And Hayden Papanekas, a player I mocked the Capitals in the third round, first line center on the Kelowna Rockets, is a Montreal Canadian. So that player is officially off the board. I do not know if Carlos Handel comes off the board this round. I'll probably go with him. If Owen Conrad comes off the board, I'm looking at my mock because I'm at a point where I'm deciding, William's still here. He just, okay.
Yeah,
All right,
my
you're
phone
here.
overheated.
Sean Barnhill just got picked. Dubuque Fighting Saints. This guy reminds me of Sean William Scott and Goon. Sean Barnhill, #1 defenseman of the Dubuque Fighting Saints, hard-hitting defenseman. Rangers get him at pick 70. That is very good value. Bottom pairing defenseman. I think he might be a second line defenseman on the Rangers. I know the 12 points are underwhelming, but for a defensive defender, he's very physical. He's very good. I think I disagree with NHL Network on this assessment. I think you might be get 6'5", 214. Kind of reminds me of Sean William Scott and Goon. I think Barnhill could be a second line guy, top 4 defenseman. Maybe not a first. I know he's the #1 guy in Dubuque. He probably won't be that in the NHL with Adam Fox there, but I could see him being a second line guy for the Rangers down the road. I don't think he's a bottom pairing defenseman like some do. And we do have another trade. The Connor Clifton, Connor Timmins, Isaac Belvo for Connor Clifton. That's a nothing burger trade. I mean, I probably should double check the line combinations on Draft Utopia for the Penguins and Sabres. Just make sure everything's up to date. But that just feels like a nothing burger, the Connor Clifton trade. But yeah, we're on round 3. We're on Buffalo. I'll load the round 3 screen. I've already updated all the round 2 picks on Draft Utopia, so I'll come back to this later. I'm gonna go to round 3 because we're in round 3 of the draft, and I'm looking at the Penguins line combinations. I'm looking at is there any players that they have. No, because a lot of the players that I have projected into the Penguins lineup are not guys that I projected. Connor Clifton, I don't see him. So, I mean, I think that was an AHL trade. So, yeah, I'm going to start working on the round 2. Well, let's look at let's look at the mock because I said Carlos Handel is my top player available. Looking at my big board, William, we got Handel as my #1 player. Conrad's my #2 player. #3 player on the board is Nathan Bem. Nathan Bem, you disconnect again? Okay, let me turn your camera on, William. Sorry about that, buddy. But yeah, looking at this, Owen Conrad was my #2 player, and then #1 was Carlos Handel, and then #3 on my board was Nathan Bem. He got picked by the Blackhawks. So I'm waiting to see if Handel or if Conrad gets picked in this round. If they go, I'm probably going to go with Nathan Bem for the round 3 cover photo. But I'm going to start working on some round 2 grades while these picks come flying in. We will have live reactions, though. We will have live reactions until that's decided, but I'm going to start working on a few graded write-ups for San Jose for round 2 because, got a lot of write-ups to do for the site, and I think the more of those I knock out, the easier. Buffalo's got a kid, I think, in a wheelchair announcing their 3rd round pick. That's why they're taking so long. And you got Kevin Adams, the GM, holding the microphone near the kid in the wheelchair, and it is defenseman David Butkowski. Butkowski, the 6'5", 221, big physical defenseman going to the Sabres in round 3. I mean, you love players with this type of size and grit, William. So, I mean, Butkowski, that is a very interesting pick by the Sabres in round 3. I think I had him in the 3rd round. I don't remember exactly where I had him, though. So, yeah, that's a great pick, though. That is a great pick. I get on, except I get on a second later. The screen's black except for the background. The screen is not black for me. Maybe that's your screen. Butkowski, but yeah. He got Owen Sound Attack to the OHL Eastern Conference Finals, 6'4", 225, modern-day shutdown defenseman, very physical player, over and over. I don't know why your screen's black, William. Can you show the stream? I'll show some of the live graded write-ups as we get to. All right, here we go. Anaheim's about to announce pick 72. I'm giving Heoxi Wang an A+. I'm working on the write-up right now for Wang. Noah Reed. Noah Reed was not a player I had getting picked, but the Anaheim Ducks took him anyway at 72. Noah Reed, I don't believe I had him going in the draft. I appreciate William, Joey. Flyers. Yeah. Oh, William's back. Awesome. Noah Reed just got picked by Anaheim. I know nothing about this guy. I have to look this guy up here. Should we use Elite Prospects or Hockey Database, William? What do you think? I'm gonna let William make an executive decision here. Do you want me to pull up the Hockey Database or Elite Prospects data on Noah Reed? Because this is not a guy in my mock draft. 7 rounds. I know nothing about him. He's on the London Knights. Okay, the London Knights won the Memorial Cup, so that means he's probably pretty good. That's probably a pretty good selection then, because I didn't know much about this guy, but the London Knights, they are a powerhouse in the Ontario Hockey League, so that's probably a pretty good selection then. How did I miss this guy if he's, But yeah, the Anaheim Ducks take Noah Reed. The Penguins are about to announce their pick. And, they're showing a player hugging his dad. This is a nice moment. Nice family moment here. And Charlie Trethewey, the United States National League. Trethewey's a Penguin, William. So Charlie Trethewey, you were talking about him a few minutes ago. Trethewey is a Penguin. So, yeah, that's a great pick at 73. That's a very good value at this third round of the draft. Trethewey was a guy that we liked, and, that's a great value pick. Charlie Trethewey. You were saying Ottawa could potentially take him, but the Penguins end up getting 73. Well, they end up picking him at 73, and that's a great value. Yeah, the Islanders are on the clock. The Islanders have had a very strong draft so far. Luca Romano. I had Luca Romano going around earlier. I had Romano going to the Rangers in round 2. The Islanders get him at 74, and the Islanders continue to freaking dominate this draft, just getting really good value picks. Luca Romano, that's a great pick here. Hurricanes. Yeah, so Red Wings are on the clock here. The Red Wings are on the clock. Luca Romano is a Islander. And the Red Wings have back-to-back picks here because they have they got the Rangers' third-round pick plus their pick. And then the Avalanche are on deck, William. So the Colorado Avalanche, as soon as the Red Wings make these back-to-back picks, the Avalanche are going to be on the clock. So LJ Mooney's still there. Emil Geit. There's some talent still here. And this is going to be interesting to see what Utah Avalanche do. I mean, I'm kind of curious myself to see what happens.
See if I don't get booted again. Anyway.
How you feel, William? I know you've had some audio stuff. I hope you're feeling better, but Luca Romano is an Islander.
Yeah, just some technical difficulties. I keep getting booted. My phone overheated.
Yeah,
That's kinda
Trethaway
weird.
got picked by the Penguins. I know you wanted to comment on that before the technical difficulties because you said Ottawa was looking at him. You heard some things. So yeah,
Yes, sir. Finally see him off the board. I mean, you were saying possibly later, and
because he
kind
was
of
a
split the
preseason
difference
first
there.
round pick at the beginning of the year, but I ended up moving him all the way down to the third round. Him and Art-Jan Vilchinski were both preseason first round picks, and they both ended up, well, Trethaway dropped to the third round. Who knows how far Vilchinski falls? I've seen Vilchinski as late as the sixth round in some mocks. But Michael Prattle, the goalie of the USHL goalie, goes to the Red Wings. So the Red Wings get another goalie. The Red Wings already have Trey Augustine, the Michigan State goalie, and they also have Sebastian Costa on the Grand Rapids Griffins, but they're going to take Prattle, and they're probably going to let him develop at the NCAA level, and he'll probably go to Grand Rapids after he's done with college. So Prattle, basically a stash and develop goalie, very good for the
Yeah,
Czech Republic in the IIHF World Tournament.
and this is another one of those big guys that Ron was talking about. 6'5", 199. I mean,
Yeah.
still got some filling in to do. And
Yeah, his ability to use his blocker pad, he just does a great job utilizing that. And you can never have too many goalies. And I think part of it is the emergency goalie rule that they're adding for 2026. The NHL, they agreed to the collective bargaining agreement, and with the emergency goalie rule, it's basically gonna be the emergency. You know how we have the emergency quarterback in football, William? The emergency
exactly.
goalie rule is basically gonna be that for hockey. So
Yeah,
that's why we are seeing so many goalies come off the board this year. Teams
it
are
makes
preparing
sense.
for the emergency goalie rule. And next year's draft, there's not a goalie until like pick 69. I think the number one goalie is ranked 69th in next year's draft. And this is a much deeper goalie draft. So I think teams are addressing that now. So they
Yeah,
have
and
their
we kind of
answer.
queued on that. We kind of queued on that in the mock draft. I remember that we had
Yeah.
a bunch of goalies going high. So
Usually you only have two NHL goalies and you have two AHL goalies. And if you like ECHL teams, which is a step below the AHL, you could have up to six goalies. But with the Red Wings, with the number of goalies on their roster, it feels like they have enough for their AHL and their ECHL teams with all the talent they're bringing in.
yes, sir.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting because they traded up for Casa, took him 14th overall in 2021. And he's done great with Grand Rapids Griffins, but he hasn't cracked the NHL yet. And now you got Trey Augustine entering his junior year at Michigan State. You got Prattle entering college. They're bringing up a goalie to push Casa because they're basically saying, we spent a first-round pick on you. Make the NHL or else we're going to have to go a different direction. And I think I think Casa's probably going to replace Cam Talbot next year and be the backup to John Gibson, if I had to guess. That's probably what will happen with Casa because he's had 2 good years in the AHL now, and you spent a first-round pick on him. You have to bring him up at some point. So you took him 14th overall. You took him you didn't even take him in the late first round. You took him in the top 15. So I think that's probably what's going to happen with Casa because he has some NHL experience, very limited. And we have a trade to announce. Yzerman has moved 76.
I was just about to mention. That those
Do we know who's
lines were
moving
burning?
up?
Columbus.
Columbus. That is a very interesting. That's a very interesting trade scenario.
Yep. Like I said, that's just what I was about to mention, man. They're taking some time with that. It was pretty obvious, huh? What was happening there.
Yep. Yep. And Columbus.
What are they doing with this pick?
I don't know. And then the Avalanche are up next.
Yeah. Because what, they had the next pick and they traded it to Colorado. And they trade back up.
Yeah, and
in front of Colorado.
Very interesting. Because I'm guessing they gave up a third next year's draft, because that third round pick they traded to Colorado was their only third round pick. I'm guessing the Red Wings got another third round pick in next year's draft from Columbus. That's really the only way they can move up.
Malte Voss.
Malte Voss, he's a defenseman from Sweden on Fargestad BK. He's pretty good. I had him going in my mock somewhere. Was it the third or fourth round? I think I had him going. Maybe it was the fifth. It was somewhere in that 3 to 5 range. I'm trying to get that information right now as we speak. Because Voss was a player in my 7-round mock. He did make my mock. I just don't remember where I put him. It may have been the late 4th. It may have been the 5th. It may have been the 3rd. It was in 3 through 5. I remember. I'm looking at round 5 right now, just because I think I have a pick in round 5 that Malte Voss, though, I think he's more than a third pairing defenseman, but we'll see. I'm trying to find my Malte Voss write-up, and I'm pretty certain it's either in round 3, round 5, might be round 6 or 7. I'll look at those up. I guess we can look at those. It might have been in that range. I don't know exactly where it was at. I had Will Reynolds, the Anaheim Ducks, third round pick in round 6. I think I had him going in round 6. So there are a few. We have gotten to the point where teams are reaching for value picks. Will Sharp, I had going in round 6 too. So I'm looking to see where what I said about Malte Voss. I think I had him in the 3rd round. But I'm also kind of like, kind of trying to get some of these grades up in case it's probably going to be Nathan Bem for round 3. But I'm looking to see, all right, what can we do with
and the Avalanche pick, defenseman Francisco
DeLace. He's a college defenseman at UMass. Cale Makar played at UMass after his time in the AJHL with the Brooks Bandits. But Francisco DeLace, he's a number 2, second line defenseman on the UMass Minutemen. So the University of Massachusetts, they get a player. This is the first player from the University of Massachusetts drafted in the 2025 calendar year outside of Alec Hughes. So Alec Hughes was the UMass Minutemen striker. LAFC and Magic Johnson traded up with David Beckham to get Alec Hughes in the 1st round. And this is the only other player from UMass outside of Alec Hughes, LAFC's 1st round pick, to be drafted in the 2025 calendar year. Maybe UMass will get some guys picked in the MLB draft, but it's been a rough year for UMass. Only 2 athletes, one soccer who was a Atlantic 10 Player of the Year 3 years in a row, who went in the late 1st round, and DeLace. I had DeLace in the 4th, 5th round, but this is an interesting pick by Colorado. The fact that they took this guy over some of the other defensemen in the draft tells me they might be shipping somebody. They might be trading either Samuel Girard or the defenseman they got in the trade with the Anaheim Ducks. They might be moving somebody in a trade pretty soon, but they're gonna keep their current core. He'll probably replace somebody.
And Utah picks Stepan Hawk.
Stepan Hawk. That's another guy I have not heard of him. I'll try to get some information on Hawk because it's a cool name.
Yeah.
It is a cool name, I'll admit. Stepan Hawk. Let's pull up hockeydatabase.com. He had 3 points in 23 games in the Czech Republic. So 6'4", 192 though, good size for a left winger. Probably an AHL guy in the minor leagues, but has an opportunity to be a bottom pairing winger at the NHL level. Bruins, the Bruins. The Bruins are on the clock here.
probably going to be another trade at this rate.
I agree. It's probably going to be. I think Montreal's probably going to make a trade too because they got 81 and 82. I think both Boston and Montreal are probably going to make trades here if I had to guess.
Yep, definitely makes it interesting.
We'll see what happens. I think Carolina needed more defensemen, but they take Zarovsky at 34. Cooper Simpson. I did have this guy getting picked. I think I had him in my 7th round. Let me see. I'll pull up round 7 of my mock. I wasn't going to pull up round 7, but I think this might be the first round 7 guy that got picked in my I'm looking right now at round 7. See if anybody in my round 7 has been picked yet. I've seen a few 6th round guys get picked in round 3. I have not seen a player in round 7 get picked yet. So we're not seeing a massive reach in terms of the value here, which is, I guess, that's refreshing. So nobody that I had in round 7 has been picked. I think I had Cooper Simpson in round 6. I know I had him in the 5 through 6 range. I don't remember exactly where I had this kid going, but I know I had this kid going a lot later than where the Bruins took him. So I'm trying to get the exact logistics on that before we get to the next pick. May have been round 5. I'm looking here. Cooper Simpson. It may have been 4. I mean, Cooper Simpson was a guy a lot of scouts were higher on. I didn't dislike his tape, but I wasn't blown away by him. Yeah, I had Cooper Simpson. Actually, Cooper Simpson, I had him going to Calgary in round 5. Had 83 points in 31 games in high school. Struggled with transitioning to the USHL, and he's one of the better snipers in this draft, a pure shooter. And Maceo Phillips, a defenseman on the U.S. national team, goes to Calgary at pick 80.
233, that's a big dude.
He is a big dude. I mocked the Blackhawks in round 2. He's a big dude.
Yeah, that's definitely imposing, man.
Agreed.
Montreal's up. Bryce Pickford, defenseman.
I like Bryce Pickford. He was the number 3 defenseman on Gavin McKenna's Medicine Hat Tigers, who won the WHL championship. And, he's a really good number 3 defenseman. I had Pickford going in the 3rd round. This is a very good pick for Montreal at this point in the draft.
And, of course, they're on the clock again, so...
Yeah, Montreal's had back-to-back picks this round. The Red Wings traded their pick to avoid having back-to-back picks. And then the Penguins have back-to-back picks as well.
Definitely doing some moving and some shaking. Shaking and moving and shaking. Yeah, something like that.
Pickford, he was the number 3 defenseman on Medicine Hat of their 6 defensemen. He was their 3rd best defenseman on the right side, 2nd line on the right side. So his floor is probably a number 6 defenseman at the NHL. His ceiling's probably a number 3 defenseman anchoring the 2nd line. So he could be a 3rd or 2nd line guy, really, if you look at the tape and the analytics. But NHL Network, they're only looking at the analytics for these day 2 kids. It's a shame. Arseny Radkov. I did not have this guy in my 7-round mock draft, but he's a goalie. We got to look at Radkov here. Arseny Radkov. Let's see what we got here.
Another Russian.
Yeah, he's a Russian, all right. Arseny Radkov. Montreal drafted Jacob Fowler in the 3rd round, but this guy plays for Taimusiki Legion. They are an MHL team. MHL is a semi-pro league of the KHL, but most of the players in Russia don't go to the KHL until they're 19 or 20. This guy went 4-8-3 as a starting goalie, so he had a losing record and he got picked in the 3rd round. He had 4 wins, 8 losses, and 3 overtime losses. I know it says ties, but ties are overtime losses in the NHL. So that's a 4-11 record, and he got picked in the 3rd round, William. That I don't think that's a smart decision.
No, that makes you kind of wonder.
You have a good young goalie in Jacob Fowler that
something.
looks like your future starting goalie in Radkov. You don't want a goalie with a losing record. I mean, you don't. That's not. And Gabriel Diego trained with Marc-Andre Fleury, played pickup hockey with him. I had Diego going in the 4th round. He was the number 2 pick in the 2022 QMJHL draft, got drafted in the QMJHL at 15. Most players, they don't get drafted in the Quebec League until they're 16. He got drafted in at age 15. Had a really good rookie year, but then he peaked during his rookie year. He's had a goals against average of above 4 this year, but he does everything. He checks off all the boxes from a trait standpoint, and he trained with former Penguins goalie Marc-Andre Fleury. So you're basically rolling the dice on this kid. 4.52 goals against average, 883 save percentage. He does do all 10 things you want in an NHL starting goalie, but you're basically rolling the dice on Diego, hoping he's basically going to be. I don't see him being anything more than an emergency goalie because the Penguins already have 3 goalies. They're basically going to let this kid develop, probably make him go through Wilkes-Barre. And if he does well in Wilkes-Barre, then he'll get an opportunity with the Penguins if none of these other current goalies get the job done, because all of the Penguins goalies had a goals against average and save percentage of below 900 this year, William. And when you have that, you can't win hockey games. If you have 3 goalies and they all have a save percentage of below 900, below 90%, you can't win hockey games. So they had to do something. And Gabriel Diego trained with former Penguins goalie Marc-Andre Fleury. He's played pickup hockey with him. I think that really intrigued the Penguins organization. I mean, I can't really think of why else they would pick him here. But yeah, 6'4", 211, big body, but the goals against average and save percentage, that's got to get under control. But he knows how to use his glove. He knows how to use his blocker pad, post integration, great at rebounding. His footwork's good. So those are encouraging signs, William. But, the save percentage and the goals against average have got to get under control. If that happens, he could be a steal in this draft. If he doesn't, he's probably a minor league goalie in the AHL.
Yeah. And that's just a GM seeing somebody, that fits the direction they want to go. They fit exactly what they want.
And the fact that he played pickup hockey with a former Penguin goalie and Marc-Andre Fleury probably intrigued the team. Because I had him in the first this summer. I thought he was going to put everything together this year and have his best year in his draft year. But he ends up going at 84, pick 84. What do we got here? Penguins are on the clock again. Another pick. 88 viewers. We only had like 75 yesterday. We have more viewers today than yesterday. It's awesome, but it's also just kind of strange. Jacob Rombuck went to the Predators at 2nd round, but the Penguins, his teammate Caden Harrington's still on the board, and Caden Harrington was the number 1 defenseman of the Lincoln Knights. I did not think Caden Harrington would still be on the board at this point in the draft. Owen Conrad's still there. Carlos Handel, who I had going to Hurricanes at 29, is still available. So I'm waiting to see if one of the guys who's higher than Bem on my board gets picked. Because Nathan Bem I had going at 36. He got picked by the Blackhawks this round. I mean, I think Bem could be... Oh, we have a trade. Vegas has traded with the Penguins. Yeah. And Vegas, what do you think Vegas is going to do here? I don't know what Vegas is going to do here, but I'm definitely curious to see what some of these teams do.
Yeah, I'm not sure on Vegas what's up their sleeve here, but they saw something, I guess.
Yep. Jacob Rombach, pretty good player. I got the grade for that up. Yeah, I've got a A+, B-, A+ for round 2. I'm starting the round 2 grades, but I'm also keeping track of the picks, announcing them live as they come in. Matteo Norbert. I had Matteo Norbert going to Pittsburgh in round 3. He is a first-line center on the Blandville-Briard Armada. His teammate Justin Carbonneau got drafted by the Blues at 19. Matteo Norbert was the number 1 center on Blandville-Briard Armada, and Vegas ends up getting him in the 3rd round. This is a really nice value pick. You can take your time. You can develop him, I think. Well, and they got Jack Eichel, who's only 30. Eichel's going to get Eichel's probably going to get an 8-year extension this summer because this is the last year they can do those 8-year extensions. And then I would say, Norbert's got a shot to become their 2nd-line center in a few years because some of these guys in Vegas are starting to get a little bit older. I like this Norbert pick a lot for the Golden Knights here. Toronto took my 160th best player at 64. I mean, they made an Oakland Raiders Al Davis type pick in the last round. They have got to bounce back here at 86. I mean,
yeah,
because I remember Mark Mitchell, the Ohio safety. He was a 7th round pick, and the Raiders took him at like 38. That's still taking the 160th best player at 64 is still better than taking a 7th round guy at 38, but it's still not good. I mean,
something else, man. I love that guy for as much as is said about him. I mean, he led his championship teams early, and then after that, it kind of firing a coach every year or two. I mean, it was like, dude, you expect him to, actually settle in, and you should at least give a coach,
Tyler Hopkins. I had a 4th
years.
round grade on Tyler Hopkins. I like Hopkins, but this is a little bit early for him. But there were a lot of mocks that had Hopkins going in the 3rd round. So I guess it's not a horrible pick, but I mean, I'd probably give this a B. I'd give Toronto's first pick probably a D or a C-. I'd probably give this a B. I'd give Norbert probably an A. Okay, so Norbert's had 67 points in 57 games. He's not a 4th-line forward. He's going to play. I think he's going to play on the 3rd or 2nd line when he's ready. I don't know where he'll end up going, but I think he'll probably end up being. I think he'll probably be a 3rd-line guy at the NHL level, or at least on Vegas. Maybe he'll be a 1st-line guy on another team, but on Vegas with Eichel, he's not going to be a 1st-line guy there. I would say he's probably a 3rd-line guy in Vegas if I were just going based off projection. But yeah, the Carolina Hurricanes have taken Roman Bausov, Russian defenseman, at 87. And I basically gave the Hurricanes a B- in the 2nd round for passing on these defensemen. They need defense. There's a reason they lost to Florida in 5 games this year after getting swept by Florida 2 years ago. I mean, they need defense. Bausov's a nice addition.
I wonder how much size, he's going to add, because
I'll scroll down.
How many pounds he's going to put on that
6'5", 179. He's going to have to hit the weight room, add some muscle, because he's got the height. He's got the height down, but he's going to have to hit the weight room.
How old is he, though?
I think he's 18. Most of these guys are.
Oh, yeah. He's going to hit 200
the weight room.
Yeah, he will. Because if he's only 18, I mean, dudes grow.
Epperson, this is a good pick for the LA Kings. Epperson's a guy who was on the 1st line with Igor Cherniov and Michael Misa on the Saginaw Spirit. He's the first overager in this draft. I think Lauren Kelly, the OHL insider for Elite Prospects, had Epperson at 32 or 31 on her board. And Epperson is a guy that Elite Prospects was talking about as a potential 1st rounder. They actually compared him to Matthew Coronado, the Calgary Flames 1st round pick, Sport Logic, their analytics. So, I mean, this is a great addition. I think this is probably the Kings' best pick. I think they whiffed on their first and second round picks, but Epperson, he's 19 years old. He's probably going to be on the Ontario Reign team that Emmanuel Watson, who's in our sleeper league, Emmanuel Watson, who's in your dynasty league.
See,
he actually is the Zamboni driver for the Ontario Reign. So I think we're going to see Epperson on the Ontario Reign. It might be as early as next season since he's already 19. So we're going to see.
He's going to be one of those guys crossing that blue line and seeing that guy across from him that's 6'5", that's 5 inches tall. 5 inches is a lot, man.
About
the New York Rangers.
Good. I'm talking about Epperson. William's still talking about Bausov, but Artyom Gonchar from Russia. I did not have Gonchar in my mock. If he's
I was talking about the left
Sergei,
winger crossing that blue line. I was comparing those two.
That's going to be a fun matchup, though. I agree. Yeah. Artyom Gonchar, he had a 50 for defensive zone and a 50 in defense and physicality, and you took him in the third round. That's just not a smart decision. I'm sorry.
He's 6 foot 156.
If you got a defenseman who's a 50 out of 100 in physicality, that's a guy you should be taking in like the 5th through 7th round. That's not a guy in the third round.
Look at his size, man. He's 6 foot 156 for a defenseman.
6'0".
Bro.
Mason Moe. Yeah. Mason Moe is a player I mocked the Avalanche.
6'0" is a lie. 6'0" is a lie, bro. I mean, you have to think about that. If they say they're 6 foot, they're really 5'11". And
I guess that's true because the doctor in Wexford that I went to, the doctor in Wexford basically said I'm 5'11" and that I'm only 6 foot because of my hair.
That's what I talk about, dude. I'm saying it don't count his hair. I mean,
I know we're having some fun here, but yeah, right?
Oh no, man. It's the truth,
It is the truth.
I
it's
mean,
the truth. It's
like Bryce Young, man. Bryce Young.
Some doctors say I'm 6 foot. Others say I'm 5'11". Classic.
Bryce Young has a body of a 15-year-old boy. He is 5'9" at the most, dude. Except his hair. That's not a lie, dude. It's just the truth when it comes down.
Yes, it is the truth. The Pittsburgh Penguins are up, then Winnipeg, then the Capitals, and then my Dallas Stars are on the clock here at 94.
Mason Moe
to the Devils. I had him going to Colorado in round 4. That is a little bit of a reach here, but not a massive reach.
Yeah, right.
Yep. Who did I give the? Let's see. I gave
make some reels out.
Like Fiddler went.
I'm gonna make some reels out of this stuff, man.
You could
talk about these little guys. You got to jab those little guys every now and then. You got to poke them. Just watch them blow off, bro.
By the time we get to round 5, William's going to be making jokes about how some of these hockey players are Ewoks. Like they're so tiny, they're like the Ewoks of the Star Wars franchise.
No, for real, man. R2D2. 3 foot
Brady
2.
Peddle, the Waterloo Blackhawks defenseman, 6'3", 202. Wasn't featured in my mock, but I didn't know about this guy. Waterloo made the USHL Clark Cup Championship where they lost the Muskegon Lumberjacks. I did not know Peddle was in this draft. I did not know, okay? I really didn't know this guy was in the draft. And he was second among points in defensemen. So that's a good find by Pittsburgh. I can't really say this is a bad pick because, Waterloo made the championship in the USHL this year. So, and he was second among defensemen in points during the playoffs. So it's a pretty good find by Pittsburgh here. I mean, that's probably Pittsburgh's best find in this draft in the 2025 calendar year since Will Howard.
Your Patriots, man. Your Patriots picked up running back Lan Larison from
very interesting.
Who the hell did he play
Owen
for?
Martin, the center. Owen Martin, the center. OHL center goes to Winnipeg at 92. So 93, 94. I'm kind of curious to see what the Capitals and Stars do with these next 2 picks. I could see Dumba. Does Dallas, because the one contract Dallas could move is Matthew Dumba, but I don't see anybody taking on Dumba's contract unless Dallas gives away this pick, and I just don't think they're going to give this pick away.
talking about guys you didn't know of, your Patriots picked up running back Lamb Larison from UC Davis.
Lamb Larison?
Yeah, did you know that?
No, I don't. Lamb Larison from UC Davis. I'm looking him up right now. UC Davis had a
Lance Zierlein compares him to Taysom Hill.
Yeah, I know. UC Davis had, I think, a first-round pick in the MLS draft this year. They're known for their soccer and baseball now more than their football, but it's good to see one of their players make the NFL. Land Larison, is this I wish we had some college information on this guy.
I picked him up on waivers in my other fantasy football league.
That's a good.
He
had 65 rushing yards and 17 rushing touchdowns, so that's pretty good.
Put up something like 2,300 freaking, what was it, yards?
Yeah, I'm getting the Blake Fiddler pickup. That is going to be an A+ for the.
We'll get back to hockey now. Come on now.
I appreciate you giving me a Patriots update, William, and it's perfect time. My other favorite NHL team, the Dallas Stars, is on deck. The Capitals.
There we go.
Capitals are picking at 93. This is going to be interesting to see what's available. I want Carlos Handel or Owen Conrad. I did not think either of those defensemen would drop as far as they did. And I remember when we did our NHL Draft Gym show, I kicked it off with Conrad. But Conrad, he helped his team get a shutout on tape. And I think he's the only defenseman that actually got a shutout on tape. And Handel helped his team get a shutout in the playoffs, scored the only goal when Halifax upset the Drummondville Voltigeurs. I would like to see one of those two go to Dallas because those are my number 1 and 2 players on the board in the third round. Those are the two guys I've been waiting for. But there is a possibility they fall to round 4 now because there's only 4 picks left in round 3. And I think we're at the point where there is a possibility we see one of those players drop, It's definitely possible we see I had Owen Griffin going to the Florida Panthers in round 4. So Winnipeg takes a late round 4 guy in round 3, around early, and have the Capitals. The Capitals are taking forever to pick. It's almost like they're trying to trigger me. But it's not working because I'm just going to work on the I'm going to get the Blake Fiddler grade up here right now. This is going to be an A+. Because I'm sort of waiting for I'll get a picture of Nathan Bem when the third round ends if we don't see Handel or Conrad get picked. But I'm sort of those are the 3 guys because I had Handel at 29 and I had Conrad at 33. So the 29th and 33rd best players on my board are both still available in the third round. So why are they dropping as far as they are? I think part of it is certain players got invited to the combine, other players didn't, and other teams are just looking at certain players. But yeah, I just, that was a player that I think probably should have been picked by now. 2 defensemen that probably should have been picked. Owen Conrad, 6'3", 208 pounds, William. He was the number 1 defenseman on his team, and he helped his team get a shutout, and there's tape of that. He's a guy who needs to be picked. Mm-hmm. We do have a trade. Ottawa has traded with Washington. The capital of Canada and the capital of the United States have made a trade. In fact, Ottawa is the capital of Canada, and Washington, D.C. is the capital of America. So the capitals of each country have made a trade.
That's surprising.
And the Ottawa Senators might be getting a tariff from the current president as well following this trade. Sorry, Ottawa. I just had to.
That's what I'm talking about, man. No, we won't get into politics.
We're not going to get into politics. I just wanted to make it was the timing, William. You have to understand.
No, it was exactly what was on my mind. That's what I was saying. Oh yeah, dude, I was agreeing with you. Don't get me wrong, bro.
That's why I made the joke. I'm not going to get into politics, but that's why I made the joke. You got to understand.
We don't ever do that, but where's Joey at, man? He
hung up. His phone is disconnected.
I heard the click.
Blake Vanek is Ottawa's pick. I did not have Blake Vanek getting drafted. Let's take a look at Blake Vanek. Let's Google Blake Vanek. He is a member of the Chicago Steel. 5 points in 9 games. He's 6'2", 205. Big guy. 6'2", 205, but very limited sample size. 9 games. He's only played 9 games, and you're spending a third-round pick on him. This is probably a guy who could have gotten round 4. Cameron Schmidt. Cameron Schmidt was a first-rounder. The Dallas Stars got a first-rounder at 94, and everybody else.
That was less than 10 seconds, bro.
Reaching for 6th-round guys, and the freaking Stars got a first-rounder at 94. That is just
10 seconds, bro. They were on the clock for less than 10 seconds. That was as quick as technology
Bill's probably laughing his
there.
ass off in that war room. He's like, these guys are taking round 5, round 6 guys in round 3. We're just going to grab Cameron Schmidt.
Cameron Schmidt.
This is why Jim Neal's the 3-time NHL GM of the year. Jeez, I mean, might have to go Cameron Schmidt for round 3. I mean, I know that's kind of biased, but Cameron Schmidt, I mean, this is a guy who had a first-round grade in a lot of mock drafts. Did not interview well at the Combine. That's why he dropped. But Cameron Schmidt, he was the first. He's the first-line right winger on the Vancouver Giants, and he can play all 3 forward roles. He can play all 3 forward roles. He was number 7 in the 22 WHL draft, and he had 58 points as a rookie. He had 78 points this year, 40 goals, 38 assists, 78 points, and he fell to Dallas.
San Jose picks up.
Cameron Schmidt was a guy that had a first-round grade on Tankathon. Hopefully they don't have the do they have the NHL mock draft? I'm looking up the I think they had Cameron Schmidt in the Cameron Schmidt was a guy that he's 5'7", 157, but he was a guy who was a first rounder for much of the process. Has a freaking steal by Dallas. Freaking Dallas got Cameron Schmidt. I'm pretty happy about that, but it's like I'm probably going to go with Nathan Bem for the 3rd round cover photo, but it's very close. Let's look at the numbers for because Cameron Schmidt's 5'7", 161, but his point production is very good for a smaller guy. And who traded with the Capitals?
Little man syndrome. So he has little man syndrome. He always has.
But I mean,
he's a mean little dude.
Cat was 5'7" in the NHL. Alex DeBrincat was 5'7". He's the Red Wings' first-line left winger, but I do think Carter Bear's going to replace him eventually. I would think Carter Bear's going to replace him because that's why he dropped. He interviewed poorly at the Combine, and he's small. That's probably why Schmidt dropped to Dallas because he had a round 1 grade, and he was a first-round guy in Tankathon until the final mock, and he has a 90 in every category except defensive zone and physicality. And he's a top 6 forward. Like, he's a top 6 forward despite the size. He projects as a first-line right winger in the NHL, but Dallas's Mikko Rantanen, they don't have to play him on the top line. They have Tyler Seguin on the second line, so they can play him on a 3rd, 4th line like Logan Stankoven. And he's basically the Logan Stankoven replacement. That's basically what Dallas got with Cameron Schmidt at 94. And Maxime Schaefer rounds out the 3rd round. Nathan Bem had 66 points versus the 78 Schmidt had, but Nathan Bem is Nathan Bem's 6'2", 192. I am happy with the. I'm just curious, where is Bem rank in the where Nathan Bem is 54 on Tankathon and Cameron Schmidt is 36, but he has little man syndrome, as William likes to say. But I'm pretty happy. I might go Schmidt. I'm debating between Schmidt and Bem for the
do it
3rd round.
Do Schmidt. Oh, here we go. Lucas Beckham.
That's the goal. That was Joey's number 2 goalie in the entire draft. Yeah, I'm serious when I say that. Lucas Beckham was Joey's number 2 goalie in the entire draft behind Ravensburgen, and Ottawa gets him to start round 4. So,
Blackhawks
very
on the
good
clock.
pick. I will look for a Nathan Bem, and I will look for a Cameron Schmidt photo. If I can't find one of either player, I will probably Nathan Bem is pretty good. So is let's see here.
Still the
I do
Blackhawks.
like Nathan Bem was a great pick for the Blackhawks, but I think the Blackhawks and Stars might be the only teams to get an A+ grade in round 3. I mean, round 3 was very underwhelming, and Joey said round 3 of my mock was boring. So what does that tell you? There were a lot of reaches in round 3, but Lucas Beckman is a guy Joey loved, number 2 goalie in his rankings, and he goes to Ottawa in round 4.
Julius Sump.
Julius Sarri. Is it Julius Sarri, the Finnish defenseman?
No, Sump. The center.
Is it Julius Sumpf? Yeah, he's a center. Not a bad player, but I'm going to go with Bem. And if this is not a JPEG, I'll probably go with Cameron Schmidt, the guy with little man syndrome. But
yeah, do it. That's my vote.
So William says I should go with Cameron Schmidt. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right.
New Jersey Devils on the clock. That was a team that I kind of
That's
followed.
kind of a
Besides
pick
the
of
Avalanche.
scenario. Schmitty is a star. He had an A grade according to Elite Prospects. Elite Prospects had Cameron Schmidt at 22 on their board. So they did get a first. They had, so Dallas got a first round player at 94. That's freaking. This is why the Stars are the best.
Goalie, Trenton Bennett.
Trenton Bennett, another goalie. I mean, he was a backup goalie to he's the backup goalie to Carter George in the LA Kings.
Speed up a little bit. That's good. Make sure I don't have any more technical issues.
I'm glad you don't have any more technical issues.
Oh,
I'm looking for a picture of Cameron Schmidt. If we get one in a .jpeg, we'll go with that picture. If we don't, we'll go with Nathan Bem. But the 2 best players on my board, Carlos Candel and Owen Conrad, are both still available in round 4. Okay, I've got a picture of Owen Conrad in the Vancouver Giants uniform. Yeah, I could see why. Here we go. He's a 91% for personal viewing, 98% NHL translatability, 97% offensive generation, 100% scoring, 97%, 31% possession, 62% defensive impact. But, this is a guy that probably. Let me look. I'm looking for I'm still looking for a Cameron Schmidt photo from for Dallas here. Because there are not a lot of Cameron Schmidt photos on X. I'm looking to see because I know William voted for Schmidt, and it was kind of a tiebreaker. It was a 1A, 1B scenario here. So yeah. Trenton Bennett, Lucas Beckman would be my vote for round 4 so far because he's Joey's number 2 goalie, and I had Beckman going to the Penguins in round 2, and they took Gabriel Diego over Beckman. I had Gabriel Diego going to Boston here at pick 100. So the swing for the fences type pick. It could work out. It could also blow up in their face. We'll see what happens. Yeah, I like the colored jerseys more than the white jerseys with hockey because the colored jerseys show more personality. So I'm trying to get a Cameron Schmidt colored jersey photo, and all they have is Cameron Schmidt in white. I'm very ashamed of Twitter. I want a Cameron Schmidt in a Vancouver colored jersey. Drew
I'm
Schock.
looking, bro.
Drew Schock, the USHL defenseman who was at the NHL Combines, the Anaheim Duck. What do we got here? Okay, we got a Cameron Schmidt picture. It looks like he's high sticking. It looks like the stick's bigger than his head. William's like, go with that one, go with that one. Yeah, I like the. I'm trying to
You
find
were looking for a color jersey?
I'm trying to find a good Cameron Schmidt picture. I'm still having. I might just go with Bem for round 3, but I'm gonna give Schmidt an A+ because that's just such a great pick for Dallas. They got Cameron Schmidt. I'm pretty happy about that. But Adam Banak's a guy I had in round 2. He goes the Wild at 102. First number 1 center in the Youngstown Phantoms. That's a great value pick by. I think we got our picture of Cameron Schmidt. Or is that Cameron Schmidt 19 on a. Yep, that is Cameron Schmidt. This is probably going to be a .svg instead of a JPEG file because it's from The Athletic, the New York Times. Yeah. They do not do JPEG files on their pictures, so I'm expecting I'm guessing we're going to end up going with Bomb. I did find another Cameron Schmidt picture. The resolution on this is better. It's on TSN. I will email both of those to myself, but those are the only 2 pictures we could find on Google that are good. And if Cameron Schmidt is not in one of these photos, we're going to go with them. I tried my best, William. I did. I really did try my best for you, buddy.
Let me look when we get off air and see if I can find something. I'll get on Getty Images. Look it up.
All right, cool.
And they're free to use for editorials, so.
Because I'm on the 3rd round here and like 4th round, but I'm looking to see what picture we want for the 3rd round, and it's got to be Schmidt or Beck. But Schmidt had more points, but Bem is bigger, but Schmidt had more points. But yeah, I would say those 2. Cameron Schmidt JPEG. So we got a Cameron Schmidt JPEG. That is our winner, ladies and gentlemen. But both the Blackhawks and Stars are probably going to get the old A+ grades in round 3. Matus Jan Kucherik, I had him going in round 4 a little bit later, but this is right about where he should go. So we'll go with Cameron Schmidt.
He tries to make up for it with his hair. Let me tell you, his hair is about 3 inches tall.
So he's actually 6'1", but the hair for Matus Jan Kucherik, the hair makes him look 6'4", but he's 6'1". All right.
Check out this picture, man. Let me see if it comes out clear. Yeah, there we go. I'm going to send this to you right now, man. Check this one out.
Elijah Neuschwander. I'm going to call Joey. I know he said he's going to bail out. I am going to call him, though. I want to break the news to Joey that the Stars got Cameron Schmidt. He does not have to answer. If he call back, I will break the news. Okay, a quick update, Joey. Cameron Schmidt, who had a 1st-round grade, fell to the Dallas Stars at 94. Jim Nils strikes again. 40 goals, 38 assists, 78 points. I guess some NHL teams thought he interviewed poorly at the Combine, but he was the guy that Elite Prospects had him at number 22 in their mock. Tankathon had him at 17 at one point, and frickin' Dallas got him at 94. Jim Nill, the 3-time GM of the Year, strikes again, Joey. I mean, how in the hell did they let Cameron Schmidt fall to Dallas?
I'm starting to get a little pissed off.
because the Stars are getting to the point where they're like the Chiefs, they're Eagles, the Bills, with how good they've drafted. They're starting to get to that level of.
And then the Browns got short, and then this happened. Is like, who the hell are these guys that are evaluating talent? Because they ain't doing a very good job.
Yeah, a lot of reaches outside of the Blackhawks getting Nathan Bem. Outside of the Blackhawks getting Nathan Bem, who I had 36 in the third round, everybody else whiffed on their third round picks. I mean, Carlos Handel, who's a 6'1 defenseman that played in Germany and Sweden, still on the board in round 4. Owen Conrad, 6'2", 208 defenseman who helped his team get a shutout, still on the board in round 4. Elijah, the goalie that SteelFlyers loved, went to the Anaheim Ducks at 104. That is a good round 4 pick. Elijah was my 6th best goalie. He is my best goalie on the board.
Here's the thing for me. These guys, taking these guys late, they're going to be seen as geniuses.
And Lucas Beckman went to Ottawa. The Penguins reached for Gabriel Diego, who gave up 4 goals a game in the third round. And Lucas Beckman, your number 2 goalie, fell to Ottawa at 97. Ottawa got Lucas Beckman at 97. That is a steal.
How many times they pass on these guys? They're gonna see Andrew Betty's gonna look like a genius for taking Shadur Sanders around 5. He passed on 4 rounds.
I know.
We're looking at
Yeah, it's like I thought Andrew Zito, the Panthers GM, deserved to win GM of the year more than Nil, but I love what Nil's done with Dallas. And then he gets Cameron Schmidt in round 3, and now he's gotten to the point where he's reached the I can't stand this GM because he's too fucking good at drafting tier with Howie Roseman and Brandon Bean and frickin' Brett Veach. He's reached that level. Dallas Stars did not have a first or a second round pick, and they got a first round guy at 94.
Joey.
I can give him at least a slight pass on that.
Yeah, because he traded his first round pick for Mikko Rantanen, who helped them knock out Colorado with the hat trick in Game 7.
Not to interject here, but Joey, I love your fanatic, bro. I love it.
I love the energy, too, from Joey. This is fun.
I can't do it.
I mean, Cameron Schmidt had 40 goals, 38 assists, and 78 points. We were going to put Nathan Bem on Draft Utopia, but Cameron Schmidt's like 5'7", and Prospect Don poorly. And William said, look, you need to put Cameron Schmidt on Draft Utopia instead of Bem. And he kind of talked me into, but I had Bem.
I sent you 3 pictures, bro. I sent you 3 pictures, bro.
I already got a picture of Cameron Schmidt. The one I
just
emailed
the ones I sent you. Well, okay, whatever. Hurt my feelings.
Yeah, a first-round player fell to Dallas in round 3. The Browns got Shadur Sanders, and the Stars got Cameron Schmidt. It's just,
the Shadur Sanders subject came up already today.
Yeah, it already came up when we brought up Mason West, but Mason West is a great story.
And the more it comes up,
he was a 5th-round pick, and he got into the first round. I want to see that happen in the NFL draft. I want to see a 5th-round guy get into round 1, but it's much harder to do in the NFL because a lot of the positions are predetermined with the underclassmen.
Tragedy.
It is a legacy league.
It's a legacy league, so you pretty much have to ace every part of the pre-draft process if you're going to go from round 5 to round 1.
We're going to get back to Shadur. Dion, everybody loves Dion. But the bottom line is, a lot of people hate Dion. And you know what? Everybody loves Shadur. That's what a lot of people do Shadur. And you know why? Because he's associated with Dion. And when it comes to the NFL, the Legacy League.
Yeah, I wasn't going to initially call Joey, but when the Stars got Cameron Schmidt in round 3, I'm like, what the hell? They got Dallas traded their first and second round picks away and still got a round 1 guy at 94. I got to break the news to Joey. This is nuts.
No, it's not nuts. I mean, something I've noticed lately with the NHL. It's not as bad as the NFL, where you have people who are willing to collude to get rid of people or to humble them. But the NHL is getting there where, guess what? These guys who may be second generation or may be related to somebody who may have been big time either in the NHL or overseas, if they don't toe the line, there may be somebody who falls. It's not the NFL level right now, but at the NHL level, the NHL has several layers. UHL and different layers there. They can work with that, and they can force that.
Yeah, and it's like the Blackhawks. I like the Nathan Benn pick in round 3 because he was a guy who had 62 points, very respectable numbers. But the thing is, for 2 years in a row, they've needed a first-line winger, a star to pair with Connor Bedard, and they haven't gotten that yet. So it's like, as much as I like the Blackhawks, what they've done under Kyle Davidson, at a certain point, I'm beginning to wonder if Bedard gets the Blackhawks to the playoffs, I feel like he's going to become the Western Conference version of Austin Matthews because he's not going to have enough pieces to get over the hump.
That is very possible. But I just want to let y'all know about this thing. The Sheriff Sanders lawsuit on collusion has somehow merged with the NFLPA and the NFL collusion when it comes to guaranteed contracts. And somehow the University of Colorado is involved. I'm not a lawyer. I cannot.
Yeah, I mean, the beginning of round 4 was good. The Penguins took Travis Hayes, but we've seen 4 consecutive undrafted players get picked from 106 to 109. It's gotten to the point where Joey's earned the right to talk about the Shedeur Sanders lawsuit with how bad some of the teams have been drafting.
Well, yeah, and that was my thought process. This
Tragedy versus a feel-good story, what we were just talking about, making that analogy to hockey.
Yeah, but Mason West is a feel-good story. 5th round player ends up going to 29.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I agree.
Drafted to put asses in the seats in Cleveland.
Agreed.
Multi-sport situation, because if this happens, because it is now in federal court, it is convoluted as hell.
And Utah with another reach in round 4. What if the Florida Panthers get Carlos Handel, the final player with a first-round grade in my mock draft, at 112? They're on deck. What if the Florida Panthers get a first-round player? What if the Florida Panthers actually do that?
That looks right into the NFL collusion campaign are all fucking into. Right there.
Yeah, I mean, Dallas getting Cameron Schmidt and now Florida. If they get one of those 2 defensemen, because the 2 best players on my board are ranked 29 and 33rd on my board, Florida's guaranteed one at 112 if the Rangers don't pick one. Now they get their pick of both if they want Owen Conrad or if they want Carlos Handel. I mean, shit, they're both available at pick 112.
Yeah, they are.
Ekblad's a UFA, and if you can't re-sign him, this would be a perfect time to draft one of those 2. And it would just highlight the collusion with the NHL becoming like the NFL with all the champions and powerhouse teams getting premium talent late in the draft.
I'm not as learned with the NHL. I know a couple of players that say may or may not be able to fit into there.
Mads Kongsback Clivo, another player that I did not have in my rankings, goes to Florida. So we see Florida reach. Edmonton got Tommy Lafreniere, a right winger from the Kamloops Blazers. He's okay, but I think he's more of a role player versus an actual contributor. But yeah, but Cameron Schmidt, the guy Dallas got, is projected as a top 6 forward. Like, he's actually projected as a first, second line player in the NHL at the wing.
You should look him up, Joey. Look him up, Joey. Look up Cameron Schmidt. And tell me he's 5'7" with 3 inches of hair, bro.
Yeah, but Alex DeBrincat, Logan Stankoven, there have been some 5'7" guys that have had success in this league.
And then the pick before him was what, 6'5"?
John Mooney. Is that LJ Mooney? Is that LJ Mooney from the Team USA U.S. National Developmental Team program that just got picked by the Canadians?
You mentioned him earlier, didn't you?
LJ Mooney. Did LJ Mooney just get picked by the Canadians here? Yep. LJ Mooney is a Canadian. So LJ Mooney goes 113 to the Canadians. He was the first line right winger in the national team developmental program. I had him going in the 3rd round. Montreal gets him in round 4. That's a good steal for Montreal.
I do believe that is a very good player in a very good situation that he is going into. So no.
Yeah, I mean, Cole Caulfield played for the USNTDP, and he became a big-time star with the Canadians. So, and this is the thing with Mooney. He can go to college. You can ease him in. You don't have to rush his development, and he's in a very good situation with the Canadians. So I agree, Joey. That is a great situation. But I think so far the best picks in round 4 have probably been Ottawa taking Lucas Beckman and Elijah Neuschweier. I think Elijah Neuschweier and Lucas Beckman were my 2 second-round goalies that fell to round 4. So I'm probably going to go with a goalie for round 4. The question is, do I go with Beckman, Joey's number 2 goalie, or do I go with Ron's number 1 goalie in round 4? Because those are both really good value picks. Anaheim and Ottawa with goalies in round 4. So far, those are the best value picks. I like the LJ Mooney pick too a lot, though. But outside of Mooney and the goalies, this has been a very underwhelming round 4 with all the talent that's still on the board. This has been.
And New Jersey picks Gustav Hillstrom.
That's a nice pick. Not a sexy pick, but that's a nice role player for them.
Mm.
But this is round 4. You're not expected to get a sexy pick in round 4.
Right.
I mean, the Browns getting Shedeur is probably the exception to the rule when it comes to getting a sexy pick in rounds 4 through 7. As much as I hate to say that.
Everybody felt bad for him, and his jersey sales went through the roof.
Yeah, Hellstrom had 38 points on Brunish IF.
But that's what Cleveland always has done, man.
Yeah, William thought he was a 5th-round grade, and Daniel Kelly, Williams' former boss, had him going undrafted. And he's basically saying the Browns need to cut Shedeur Sanders. They're not going to cut Shedeur Sanders. I think the worst-case scenario would be is Shedeur has a horrible preseason and he gets traded for a bunch of draft capital.
Yeah, well, I don't even see that, man, but Flacco should be starting.
Yeah.
But to be clear, Shedeur Sanders will not be cut.
Yeah, of course not. The Buffalo Sabres.
I've been hearing a lot of shit inside and outside, and there's more going on what you or anybody else understands. And I think I have an inside scoop on it that I'm not going to disclose.
Samuel Milosh, the goalie for the Ryu Noranda Huskies. He had a 206 goals against average in the playoffs, 290, and he had a 197 in his one game as a backup. He was a rookie, and this year he had a 30-14-6 record. the Buffalo Sabres with Samuel Milosh. Neither of Buffalo's goalies that they drafted is a save percentage of 900. I mean, Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen, 2017 second-round pick, and Devin Levi, the Florida Panthers seventh-round pick that they traded for, both had underwhelming numbers. So they got to bring in a goalie to push those two. I mean, they have to. Milosh is a good fit here for Buffalo in round 4.
The only thing I see in this is Chris calling me a rat master for holding back information.
I mean, Milosh.
I can only embrace that situation.
Yeah, I mean, Milosh, that is a good value pick. David Lewandowski is an Oiler. Linus Funk is an Linus Funk. That's David Lewandowski is the Saskatoon Blades defenseman. 39 points in 52 games.
We skipped Ilyas Majomin Sultanov.
Ilyas
to the San Jose
Majomin
Sharks.
Sadzelat, defenseman from the Sharks. Russian defenseman.
What was his name?
Yep,
Russian. Ilyas
Majo Melsudanov.
Majo Delsuganov, 62106. We skipped a bunch of Russian names. Yegor Borikov, Mikhail Eriksson. But a lot of these guys that we skipped were not guys that I knew about. That's my fault, but like.
Well, it's not really your fault either.
A lot of these teams are guys that were not featured in a lot of mock drafts or interviews.
I can't say my mom's maiden name on air because that's a security question, but yeah, it's Russian as hell.
Yeah, Linus Funk. That is a cool last name, Funk. I'm looking up Linus Funk because I did not have this guy. Linus Funk. He's Swedish, and he's on Luleå HF. Luleå HF's one of the better teams in Sweden. He went from 9 points as a rookie to 28. Improved his plus-minus ratio from -4 to +3. 68 games played. Not a lot of experience, but 6'3", 183. That's worth a flyer at this point. That's not. I like.
Well, that's the thing about the NHL. You have several layers that you can work with, and this is one of those layers. You have one guy, young player. The only question is,
his NHL player comp is Noah Dobson. Noah Dobson just got traded to Montreal for 2 first-round picks. So if Linus Funk becomes anywhere as good as Noah Dobson, this is going to be a steal. I don't think he's going to be that good, but I'm not dismissing it either because, I mean, this guy's 6'3", 92 percentile in playmaking, but 67 percentile in defense. So you're looking at an offensive defenseman in Sweden who's probably going to need some time on the Colorado Eagles in the AHL. And if he does well there, then maybe we look at him on the Avalanche down the road.
I've never heard of Harper people, which tells me that if he's gone to Colorado, that his biggest issue is let's calm down and focus on what is the most important. Because
McCall Seversek of Burness IF. I had the Bruins taking him in round 2. He goes to the Red Wings at 119, and he has a 75 out of 100 higher in every category except physicality. 5'10", 178. 30 points in 30 games for Burness IF's under 20 team. And the LA Kings take Caden Harrington, the number 1 defenseman on the Lincoln Stars. I had him ahead of Jacob Rombach. Caden Harrington's probably one of the better picks of round 4. So that's a great value pick for the LA Kings here. I thought the Kings reached in the first 2 rounds, but they've done a much better job the last 2 rounds picking. And I don't think I've handed out a single D grade in this draft, but at the same token, there have been a fair share of reaches this. And then it's just interesting to see how this is going to play out.
it's like nothing is ever going to be 100% perfect.
I agree with that.
We're going to have to deal with that.
I agree.
good pick.
I mean, Caden Harrington, 6'2", 204, and he was the number one defenseman on the Lincoln Stars team that had the best USHL record. Not Jacob Rombach, Harrington. Harrington was the number one defenseman. And here's the thing. When we did our NHL Draft Gym show a few weeks ago, Harrington and Conrad were the two guys I mentioned. Harrington, I think, was the first guy outside the top 100 that I mentioned as a gem in this draft, and he goes to the Kings at 120. So, and he led USHL defensemen in goals and power play goals with 7 this year. So, very good.
Well, that is the thing, because you're looking at a situation. We can look at all these different things.
Alex Huang, another third-round defenseman I had, number one defenseman on Chicoutimi, goes to Nashville at 22. So we are starting to see some better picks in the back end of round 4. But, you know,
And that's the thing. Was trying to get into, and I was getting into a lot more detailed shit when I shouldn't have. Is when you get into the third or fourth round, you have to dig into the detail. And this is one of the best examples of digging into the detail. Very good player, but what makes him very good?
it's not the fact that he's the number one defenseman on his team. It's the fact that he's got 7 power play goals in the USHL, which is most in the.
Not only that, but you look at it, it's like
I had him at 65, but I figured he wouldn't be on the board past 100.
if he stays with the fluidity and he hits the puck, it's like he has the awareness. When the puck is arrived, he hits it, and he does. He is very good at those little things. When you're getting at the 3 or 4, third or fourth round, you have to look at these things. There are things a lot of people overlook, but are very good. Let's say he chases down, pass it over to somebody, they get a score in one situation, in one possession.
Sharks take Zachary Sharp. Zachary Sharp and Carter Klippenstein here. I have not heard of Zachary Sharp.
Minnesota.
Yeah, Carter Klippenstein to Minnesota, and Alex Huang went to Nashville, but Alex Huang was the number one defenseman on the Chicoutimi Saguenay. This is the third number one defenseman Nashville's taken. Fiddler, Cameron Reed. I know Roman Yosti's coming back from like a season-ending injury, their team captain, but they're getting younger on defense, and this is good because they cut Fabro. They never really replaced him, and, you know, to get 3 guys who have experience as a number one defenseman for your prospect pool. Damn it! Jimmy Lombardi's the guy I mocked to the Dallas Stars at 94, and the Kings took him at 125 right before the Stars were on the clock. Fuck you, LA. You did this last year when Liam Greentree was on the board in the first round. We got Emil Hemming. I'm happy with Emil Hemming, but you had to take Lombardi right before we were on the clock.
Like my favorite
Cameron
players,
Schmidt.
man.
They go to my rivals. I got Cameron Schmidt, but it's like I wanted Lombardi. He was 9 for 13 on faceoffs against Michael Meesa, the number 2 pick in the draft. I wanted Lombardi. We got Brandon Gordzinski, though. He's a first-line left winger on the Calgary Hitmen. That's another very good pick. Gordzinski's a guy I had in the 3rd round, so I will shut the hell up.
He's got some good defensemen. Maybe not exactly what you wanted, but you've got some good defensemen on your team.
Yeah.
So is no need to go nuclear.
There really isn't. I was just upset that Lombardi didn't fall to Dallas, but we got Gordzinski. Gordzinski's the Calgary Hitmen's first-line left winger, and we got him at
favorite players.
So that's a very good value because I think I had the Penguins taking Gordzinski in the late 3rd round. So we got him at 126. That's a great value pick. And I'll pull up Gordzinski's numbers here.
My favorite players always go to the rivals. Trey McBride, goes to the Arizona Cardinals.
Yeah,
You
but
know,
Jimmy
things like
Lombardi
that.
was 9 for
Jalen Milrow goes to
face off
Seattle.
against Michael Misa. Michael Misa was the number 2 pick in the draft, and Lombardi went 9 for 13 on faceoffs against Misa. His face-off ability doesn't get talked about enough.
Gotcha.
We're going full trade McBride. Everything else going forward.
Yeah, I'm looking up the exact numbers for Brandon Gordzinski here because I had him to the Penguins in round.
Tampa Bay picks Aiden Foster, center.
Aiden Foster.
6'2", 182.
I'm happy with the Gordzinski pick. I had Gordzinski to the Penguins with Ottawa's 3rd round pick. And Brandon Gordzinski, he's actually a local from Pittsburgh. He actually played at the Mario Lemieux Sports Complex in Cranberry prior to the 22 WHL draft. Pittsburgh had more intel on him than any of their team, and they let him fall to Dallas. They went 15th overall, the Calgary Hitmen, 42 points in 68 games, 17 goals, 25 assists. He also had 8 points, 4 goals, 4 assists in 11 playoff games. And he was the first line left winger in the Calgary Hitmen. So
They're trying to emulate the Browns' ability to not scout the highest paid football player. It's like, that's what's wrong.
I mean, this guy was right in Pittsburgh's backyard. You let him fall to Dallas, and Dallas has sort of reached that tier where if you love the Dallas Stars, you're like me. But if you hate the Dallas Stars, there's Jim Nils sort of got to the point where he's in the Howie Roseman, Brett Veach, Brandon Bean tier of GMs that just piss you off to no end because he's won GM of the year 3 years in a row, and it's like. Now he's hit on his 3rd and 4th round picks. So, I mean, it just doesn't seem to matter.
Oh, except for running back.
Shea
Keon
Bush.
Coleman, Josh Allen,
I mean, what are we thinking for round 4? I am thinking Lucas Beckman. I mean, I had him in round 2. I had Lucas Beckman in round 2, and I had Elijah in round 2. But I think Lucas Beckman was Shamar Moses, the prospect watch right winger that I mocked to Edmonton in round 3, who went on Ron's show. Shamar Moses is a Florida Panther at 129. That's a great value pick in round 5. So Shamar Moses, that is a good pick, though.
All right, man. Well, that's my cue.
All right.
I've enjoyed being here.
I thank you for coming in, William. And, this was a lot of fun. I'll still be here for the final 2 rounds. I know Joey will probably split soon, but I'll still be here because I got to update the grades, update the picks, update a lot of stuff. But I am trying to do player breakdowns and have more fun. This is probably the approach I should have took with the NFL draft.
Yes, sir.
It took me until now to realize this, but this is what, if Clickbait Sports did their own NFL draft special, this is probably the approach they would take too with Tree and Tom. This is probably the approach they'd take versus having like live grades updates for every pick because the picks come in so fast. But that's only for the NHL and the NFL draft day 3. Everything else is it's enough to where you can get the grades up for day 2, but day 3 for NHL and NFL is just super fast. It's like a lightning round. You got to be prepared for that.
In 2023, I did the write-ups, and I did it right after the draft, and then I posted it, and it actually worked out. I had it figured out going through the draft. And I did this for, I should say an unspoken group I was with. They were just a bunch of, douches. But no, for our audience out there under the bleachers, we now have a fantasy league, Dynasty, Superflex that we are following. We have 8 other guys besides myself and Chris here. I'm going to be doing some shorts.
We'll recap what we did in the rookie draft. So I got Emeka Egbuka at 110, and then I got Golden. I could have got Luther Burden in round 2, but I like Burden and Golden equally, so I traded down a spot with William, got a 2nd and 5th, and then in the 3rd round I got Jalen Royals, the Chiefs receiver, Royals is number 4 on the Chiefs depth chart. If any of the top 3 receivers get injured, Royals is going to be a slot guy, whether it's Rice, Worthy, or Marquez Brown. He's going to be a slot guy, and he's not going to give that job back. And then Harold Fannin fell to round 4, so I traded up for Harold Fannin. I basically traded up to get him. And then I traded 2 5th-round picks to get a 5th next year. So I got a 2nd next year, a 5th next year, and I got those 3 receivers, Royals, Egbuka, Golden, and I got Harold Fannin of the Browns, Joey, in round 4. So I'm pretty happy with that draft.
I ended up with Scatabo, Milrow. Let's see, it was it Devin Neal, or was that the other draft I was in?
Devin Neal, I think you did end up with Devin Neal.
And Jordan James, the heir apparent to Christian McCaffrey. Isaac Guerrero isn't it. He doesn't run as fast or as big as he is. He's not a 4.3 guy on the field. And, you know, in the later parts of the draft, I ended up getting Oronde Gadsden. I picked up Damian Martinez because of Kenneth Walker's upcoming contract situation and Zach Charbonnet moving up. You know, this guy's right behind Charbonnet, and even though Charbonnet is a good back, he's still going to get his touches, man. And Damian Martinez runs hard. You know, I grabbed him right at the end. I traded next year's 4th just because I saw, you know, I mean, I'd watched the film on him. But no, guys, it will be exciting. There will be some shorts coming up, YouTube with a few of the different owners, GMs, whatever you want to call them. And I'm gonna bail. Love you guys. And,
I love having you on, William. We will be back next week. I don't know what we'll be doing next week yet, but I know for season 15 of Draft Utopia, it's gonna be on Rumble. And there's only going to be 30 episodes on TalkShoe. The reason I'm only doing 30 episodes on TalkShoe, it's the 15th season of Draft Utopia on TalkShoe. And the first season, I only did 30 episodes. And I want to get to an even 1,000. We're at 9. We're going to be at 970 to end season 14 of Draft Utopia on TalkShoe. I want to get to an even 1,000 episodes before we go into season 16 for Draft Utopia. So there'll only be 30 episodes. There will be less episodes. There will be weekly streams on Restream, but there will be less episodes on TalkShoe just for season 15. And then we will promise we will get back to the weekly draft takes on TalkShoe that you are used to hearing, ladies and gentlemen. So,
Also,
that's all I'm going to say at this point. Asher Barnett is an Oiler. I'm going to get a Lucas Beckman picture.
Branda Spell will be headed back. You know, they're in the middle of a season, so
friend too.
That'll be cool. And later, guys. Peace.
Enjoy yourself, William.
Yes, sir.
Can you scroll the screen, please? Thank you. Okay, I'll scroll the screen. I'll also go to round 5. So we have people in the chat room demanding I update the draft tracker because instead of ranting about some of this stuff. Okay, Max Westgard of the Frolunda Indians, Frolunda Hockey Club. I get all my logos from sportslogos.net. They do not have the Frolunda Hockey Club logo up, so I have to use the Frolunda Indians. I'm sorry, Sweden. I would update the logo, but I don't change the Cleveland Indians logo to the Guardians logo, so I'm guessing the same principle applies here, Joey, with the Frolunda.
Real quick, because my phone was screwing up here before William left, as somebody who is whether it's logistically or not, somebody who's a founding member of Draft Utopia, I'm looking at this season 15. Now,
16 of those 30 episodes on TalkShoe are going to be draft-related content, but we'll make sure to include. 100% to be here. I agree. I'm not doing episode 1,000 unless William's here. We will do something big for episode 1,000 whenever we get to it, but we're going to have 16 draft things on TalkShoe. I know you're going to want the question is, what do we do with the other 14 episodes? We're probably not going to have the draft rankings for each position are probably only going to, the 2026 draft rankings for each NFL position are only going to be up on Restream. We will include the NFL season previews into a talk show because I know the yearly NFL season previews and the yearly college football stuff are fun. But I think for season 15, since we have 5 Saturdays instead of 4, I'm thinking the first episode for season 15 will be a college football show where we are 4 conferences. That way we can just stick to NFL for the other 4 shows in August. That makes
sense because let's face it,
as much as I like doing the college and NFL shows with 4, that's true. We don't know what's going to happen in the NFL, but the other thing is we have 4 divisions. Whenever there's only 4 Saturdays in August, we pretty much have to preview 1 college football Power 4 division and 1 NFL division in the same week. And that's very draining. That's very time consuming. So I'm thinking, what if we just did all the college divisions in 1 show for the season premiere this year for the first time ever, since there's 5 Saturdays in August? Because really the only game that's airing before August 2nd is the Hall of Fame game. And then after that, we would have 1 week of preseason games. We have a little bit of a sample size of preseason games for teams besides the Chargers and Lions in the Hall of Fame game. We'd have a little bit of a sample size, and it'd be easier for us to bring up our talking points. So that's kind of my thought process just for this year.
What it would bring in, to your point, would be, everybody's saying, the 2026 NFL Draft class is so amazing. Well, it's only amazing because of the underclassmen. Well, guess what? The underclassmen are making money now. We don't know if they're going to go into the draft.
That's the thing. If Arch Manning goes back, I think 2027 is going to end up being better than 2026. If Arch Manning goes back, you're looking at a top 5. Somebody on Polymarket posted a top 5 for 2027. Arch Manning's number 1, Jeremiah Smith's number 2, Ryan Williams is number 3, Dylan Raiola's number 4, and DJ Lagway's number 5. So that's the top 5 for 2027. So if Manning goes back, 2027 NFL Draft is going to be bonkers. Like,
it's not even just Manning. I'm just a group. If people take the NIL money instead, we're going to have to pay a lot more attention this year.
yeah, Noah LaBerge, he led Academy Bathurst defenseman in points this season with 35, just picked by the Sabres. Lexus Matthew, Maxim Agafonov, a Russian player I really like, went to the Kraken at 134. And yeah, the other change we're making is we're going to have, we will still have 7 people on the NFL predictions page of our website, but we're going to have William and Tony Mario replacing Wes and Jason. And Wes, I'm open to bringing Wes back. I don't want to replace him. I still want to work with him, but his Facebook account is no longer active. I think Wes deactivated his account to spend more time with his family, and if he did, that's his choice. We'll respect that. We're happy for Wes. We appreciate his contributions. And if he does reactivate his Facebook account, he's always welcome back. But at this point, I haven't heard from him since the NBA draft ended, so I'm guessing that we're probably going to have to go with Tony and William. I'm not going to bring up what happened with Jason this week today because it's going to take away the moment from these kids in the NHL draft. It just doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel right to do that to them. Tony Mario's done the NFL power rankings on the site every year since 2017, and he's done mock drafts. So he's earned the right to be on the predictions page, Joey. He's earned the right to be on the predictions page. He's waited. 8 fucking years. He's waited, okay? He's earned the right to be on our predictions page. I know he doesn't use Facebook, X, social media, but he's done their NFL power rankings for 8 years. He's earned the right to be on the picks page now.
He can message you or me
Well, he only communicates with me through email. So all of Tony's predictions, he is good. Yeah. That's why we're adding him. And we're also adding William. We could add Kevin Green because I know Kevin Green requested to be featured on the site. But like the fact that William's been such an integral part of our show, I just think we should go with him. Like if another 2 spots open up, we could add Kevin Green and somebody else and expand to 9 down the road. But I think right now, if Wes and Jason are leaving Draft Utopia, I think Tony and William are the best additions, and we stick with the 7 we have rather than downsizing to 5. Because if we have just 5, because when we started the NFL predictions page in 2016, we had only 5. We had myself, we had Jesse Lucas, we had Oren, we had Jason Bannell, and we had Tanya Holmes. So outside of me and Oren, it would be you, Kerb, and Tracy. 5 is cool, but I think it's more fun with 7. I think 7's the perfect number. 9, 11 is a little bit too much. It kind of saturates everything. I think 7's the perfect number. That's just my opinion, though. William Bell has been picked by Toronto. Toronto took the 160th best player at 64. I can't say they're a winner of this draft. I mean, there have been some reaches in the first round of the draft to where I didn't give any teams a losing grade. Toronto took the 160th best player at 64. That's like when Al Davis took Mark Mitchell in the second round of the 09 draft out of Ohio. Remember Mark Mitchell? He had like a 7th round grade. The Ohio safety and the Raiders took him in the second round. Don't you remember that? I mean, the Raiders, yes, like Toronto's pulling an Al Davis here at this. Yeah, I know I'm an asshole for laughing at their expense because it's like.
I will say that Mike Mitchell exceeded all expectations.
It's true.
Had a very good career. I think he made a Pro Bowl once with the Raiders. He did a very good job of keeping lived up to everything the Raiders wanted. Unfortunately, his halo burned out a lot sooner than you'd want the halo to burn out.
Sam Lorilla, the Fargo Force defenseman, first line defenseman on the Fargo Force, is an Islanders pick in round 5, and the Rangers take Swedish defenseman Zeb Lindgren, who I think I had in the 3rd, 4th, 5th round, somewhere in that range. So yeah. So nothing outside of the Shamar Moses pick to Florida. I really haven't seen a banger type pick in round 5. I mean, that's the thing. Agafonov. Some of these players are good value picks in round 5, but really the best value was Moses because I had Shamar Moses going to Edmonton in round 3 in like the 80s. So Florida getting him at 129 is a steal. And there was a big goalie trade. The Anaheim Ducks traded their starting goalie John Gibson, 2011 second round pick, and a 10-year starting goalie to the Red Wings. Yzerman got John Gibson. He only gave up a 2026 second round pick and a 2027 4th round pick and kept his first rounder for next year. And he traded his backup goalie to Anaheim to get him. So that is a freaking haul by Yzerman. I mean, Gibson, I don't know why Anaheim traded Gibson away. I mean, he's not a UFA until 2027. You got his rights for 2 more years. I would have wanted more to make that trade. And Justin Kipke, the Victoria Royals defenseman, has been drafted.
That was fucking stupid.
What, trading John Gibson to the Red Wings? Was that you think that was a bad decision by the Anaheim Ducks?
Yeah.
I mean, he's been your starting goalie for 10 years, and he's good.
For the last 10 years, for nothing burger, and you don't have a replacement for him.
They have a few guys in their system. They have Lucas Dostal, a 2018 second round, 2018 3rd round pick. They've got Callie Klang, the Penguins 2020 third round pick that they traded for, and they got a goalie they drafted in the second round of the 2023 draft. But you're relying on all those young guys and Peter Mrazek. Peter Mrazek was awful at the Blackhawks a few years ago, but they traded him to the Red Wings at the trade deadline. Yzerman gave him a 2-year extension, and Yzerman realized this guy sucks, so he ships him off to Anaheim and gets John Gibson.
I'm all for giving the young guys a chance. And I'm not going to be upset with them.
But this decision to trade Gibson might be what keeps the Ducks from making the playoffs this year. That's all I'm saying, because Gibson, you have the coach, you have the defense, you have the forwards, you are ready to go, but trading Gibson may be what keeps you out of the playoffs another year.
Yeah, it's more of you know what you got, and you know what you don't have. And if you trade what you know you have for question marks, that's a problem.
Yeah.
Okay? If you knew exactly what you had from these young guys, you would have had them playing a little bit last year. You didn't know, and because you didn't play with us last year, and you just freaking blew it up. That's stupid. And that's what I have a problem with.
Yeah, like if you had, and I think some of the goalies Anaheim has in their system are going to be good in the long term, but right now you're basically saying, well, you have, and I like what they have. It's just, you're basically sacrificing now to try to, you have everything you need. You had Gibson, Dostal, Lucas. I said that, Anaheim's probably going to end up, they've got Damian Clara, Callie Klang, Lucas Dostal. I'll look at some of these younger goalies, see what they did, but I'm not confident. Can any of them come in and replace Gibson right out of the gate? Ethan Wittenbach is the Calgary Flames pick. I mocked Ethan Wittenbach to Calgary in round 5, but, an analytics guy was very high in Wittenbach, going as far as to say this is the 6th best player in the entire draft. The person that said this was Thibaut Chattel. He is an analytics guy for the NHL, and he had Wittenbach as his 6th best player in the entire draft under the age of 30. He had Michael Misa, Matthew Schaefer, James Higgins in his top 3. He had Jeremy Loranger, who I mocked to Dallas in round 5, who's still on the board at 4. He had Porter Martone, who went to Philadelphia at 5, and he had Wittenbach at 6. So Wittenbach led the Sioux Falls Stampede in goals and assists as a rookie. First-year player with 51 points, 24 goals, 27 assists. And he's going to Quinnipiac next year after one more season in the USHL. So I think Wittenbach, first-line left winger, has a chance to be a real steal for Calgary here at 144. Ati Joki is a Dallas Star. I know I had Ati Joki somewhere. I had Ati Joki going to Tampa Bay in round 5. I could not find any film on his, but I found highlights. His highlights were impressive. He had 32 points in 8 penalty minutes with the Rauman Lukko under-20 team. And then when he got promoted to Rauman Lukko in the in Liga in Finland, he had 5 points in 11 playoff games once he got promoted. And he had 5 points in 11 playoff games once he got promoted to the Rauman Lukko main roster. So he was a Finland that not only played on the under-20 team against adolescents, not only played against kids his own age on the under-18 team, he played on the main Rauman Lukko roster against men. And that is what I am looking for when I am scouting these guys, Joey. If you're in Sweden, Finland, are you just playing against kids your own age? Are you playing against 20-year-olds? Are you playing against grown-ass men from 22, 25, guys in their prime, guys in their 30s? That's really important, and a lot of scouts underlooked that, and Dallas didn't. They got a good one with Ati Joki here. I mocked him a little bit. I mocked the Tampa Bay Lightning in the 5th round. I had him going a few picks later, but this is a good value spot, and the Dallas Stars love Finnish players, so they were going to take a Finnish player eventually. So, I mean, they have T-shirts that say Finnish Mafia. They were going to take somebody. And Quinn Beauchene, the Guelph Storm defenseman, has been picked by Pittsburgh at 148. I still think Moses is the best value pick this round by the Florida Panthers. I mean, he was a top 90 player, and the Panthers got him in the 5th round. So I think he's probably going to be a bottom 6 winger on the Panthers down the road. I mean, Sam Reinhart's probably going to remain. Sam Reinhart and Matthew Tkachuk are going to remain the top 2 right wingers on that Florida Panthers team. But I think Moses has a chance to be a 3rd or 4th line right winger on Florida. I mean, I like Moses. I like his tape, but let's be real. He's not taking Reinhart or Tkachuk's job. He's a 5th round pick. There's a reason he fell that far.
Well,
but he was on Prospect Watch, and he did interview well with Ron. Ron interviewed him. He did a good job in the interview. So,
well, here's the thing. Where this is where major sports, diverge. Is that how do the minor leagues correlate with the professional?
I think Frank Cervalli, the head of Daily Faceoff, said a 3rd round pick only has an 11% probability to make the NHL. That's why we're seeing more teams swing for the fences in these latter rounds, because they're expecting most of these guys to be AHL players versus NHL players.
That's my question. Because the NHL is kind of like Major League Baseball, where you have single A, double A, triple A, the summer.
You got a 50-70% chance to make the NHL if you're a 1st round pick. You've got a 20 to 50% chance of making the NHL if you go in round 2. You got an 11% chance if you go in round 3, and anything below round 3, it is 10%. I think it's 10% for round 4. It's 5% for round 5, 2% for round 6, and 1% for round 7. So the numbers, the odds really do shrink the longer you get into this draft. But Ati Joki was picked at 146. Was Shedeur 145, Joey? Was Shedeur 145? What number was Shedeur? I think Shedeur was 145. I'm going to look that up right now. I know it was 5th round. It was
I think it was the 35th, 36th pick.
I'm just trying to figure out the exact number in round 5, because I know he was the he was 144. He was 144. So who was one? Ethan Wittenbach, the 6th best player according to the model. According to the analytics model, Ethan Wittenbach, who I just praised, somebody had him as the 6th best player in the NHL draft based on their 18 to 30-year-old model for NHL draft players. Ethan Wittenbach, who I really do like Wittenbach, he went in the exact same spot as Shedeur Sanders in the NHL draft. And
here's the thing. So, Shedeur Sanders did not fall because of his play on the field. He was a top 15 pick. He was a early 7th pick.
And that's the thing with Cameron Schmidt. Cameron Schmidt, the guy Dallas took at 94, he interviewed poorly. Anthony of Prospect Don came on our show before the NHL draft. He told me Cameron Schmidt did not interview well at the Combine. So the Dallas Stars probably knew that. They were hoping he'd fall to them. And they took advantage of every other team that put too much stock into the interviews and made out like bandits. And that's exactly what the Browns did with Sanders, too.
Not only that, there's something I've said Because I do listen to you, Chris. Despite what you may think sometimes, I was looking at body language. You know what I saw after the Shiro Sanders pick with this little claps and low energy? I saw smoke beneath the beard of Kenneth Stefanski. Kenneth Stefanski pulled the wax. Kenneth Stefanski, because, well, a lot of people don't understand, he was the original. He was the original guy in that analytics department. And you know what? He pulled my. That's what I got out of that. So my thought is, Joe Sanders is a Taylor Swift guy, and Barry is a Taylor Swift guy.
Pateri Rimpin, a goalie I like that you were not very high on, just got picked by the LA Kings at 152.
So, who is the guy that's going and pulling these strings here in the NHL draft right there? You brought him up. You brought up the Stur Sanders situation.
But Schmidt is a guy, he interviewed poorly at the combine. He should not have dropped to 94 because I saw mock drafts that had Schmidt as high as 17 and he fell to 94. That is just.
But the thought is, why? And because I can tell you right now why Stur Sanders fell. Because he was using Dion as an agent. And Dion's knowledge was 20 years in the past. Why did the other guy be the first round prospect? Who was giving him advice? That's your question. If we're going to compare the two, you have to compare the situation to the strengths. Why would all happen? Can you tell me?
Yeah, the Toronto Maple Leafs took Harry Nancy. That's his name. Nansi is his last name. Harry Nancy is a Toronto Maple Leaf. That he's a guy who has a 4th round grade, but that might be the most feminine girly name in the entire draft. Harry Nancy.
Maybe yes, but Chris, that doesn't answer the question.
That doesn't mean he's going to be a bad player. He might actually end up surprising people and commanding respect of his teammates. We never know how these things unfold.
No, but it doesn't answer the question on
why did Schmidt fall? I do not know why he fell as far as he did.
And maybe that's the thing with.
But they waited. As soon as Schmidt fell to Dallas, they turned their card in 10 seconds. It's like Jim Nill was impersonating Sonic the Hedgehog when he basically handed the card to Daly. That's how quick they made their decision.
Maybe it's kind of like the Stur Sanders situation, and we aren't going to know right away. We're going to have to put the breadcrumbs together and figure it out on our own because, people are going to talk. People are going to.
Well, the Dallas Stars have taken guys with character issues in the past. It's worked out. Leon Bixel, their 22 first-round pick, he was perceived as a dirty player in Sweden because he was big, he was physical, he liked to knock people on their asses. Well, not only did Dallas get all that, erase that stigma and reputation, he led the team in hits as a rookie with 155. He led the team in hits as a rookie this year with 155. And he's already looking like a steal in the draft. The 22 draft, but
with Sure, I believe it was a coach
I think it was a combination of things because Cameron Schmidt, yeah, he 40 goals, 38 assists, 78 points, but he's 5'7", and I think it was the height and the fact that he interviewed poorly, which is why he dropped all the way to the third round. I mocked him in round 2 to the Devils, but I did not think he would fall all the way to Dallas. That's
who was the guy in the organization that pulled the strings? Because I'm pretty confident with it was Kevin Stefanski that said, Jimmy Aronovitz, and getting him. Who was the one in that organization?
Nil basically lets his scouts evaluate the big board and then basically just takes the guy who's the highest rated player on the board. He lets the assistant GM and the regional scouts pretty much take who they feel is best fit for the team. That's always how he's done things. When he was in Detroit, Ken Holland put him in charge of scouting, and he would take the lead in the scouting. And now that he's gotten to Dallas, he pretty much lets his area scouts and his director of scouting pretty much do the draft work for him, and then he trusts his guys. So the fact that Dallas's assistant GM has not been poached by another team yet is mind-blowing, because we're at the point where you need to – if this was the NFL, he would have been poached from another team by now, Joey. You know, the Dallas Stars assistant GM would have been poached by another team in the NFL, because if you have an NFL GM that wins GM of the year 3 years in a row, guess what you're doing? You're getting the assistant GM and trying to fight fire with fire.
I agree. And 100%. That's why when you explain that to me, I'm like, why the hell would a general manager allow his assistant to show that they are world beyond, possibly even world beyond them? I mean, I know.
2 really good value picks in round 5. Victor Klingsell, who I think I had in the second, third round to Winnipeg, and Luke Blueswick, a player I had in the second round to Philadelphia at 157. And the Stars are on the clock.
It's just an interesting situation. It's interesting. It's interesting from the girl standpoint. It's interesting from this standpoint. And quite frankly, we should probably, during our time between seasons, we should probably look into the intricate dynamics of it, because it does seem really...
Måns Goose, goalie from Sweden. I actually mocked this guy to the Florida Panthers in round 4. Måns Goose. Dallas Stars already have stability at both goalie spots. Their 2026 round pick is dominating the AHL. He got extended. Their backup goalies, Casey DeSmith, Jake Ottinger, their starting goalie, has an 8-year deal. Arnez, they drafted a German goalie in the 5th round of the 2023 draft. He's about to sign. He signed his entry-level deal. He's going to go to Texas next year as the backup goalie. Dallas already has a good starter, backup, an AHL starter, and an AHL backup on the Texas Stars. So they're adding a 5th goalie, and I'm guessing it's the emergency goalie rule, Joey, because they have an emergency quarterback in the NFL. They're going to have an emergency goalie in 2026 if one or multiple goalies are injured. And that's a new rule they are adding.
And I really like that rule. So I'm still stuck on, maybe we should look into some things, later on during our time off.
Yeah, I had Måns Goose in round.
I do agree with you. This is.
I think part of the thought process by Nil here is, let's get another guy to push our AHL goalies if the emergency goalie rule's going into effect. There's no guarantee Måns Goose gets signed, but I mean, I mocked the guy to Florida. I figured they were going to get younger at goalie, and they didn't. But Måns Goose he's an interesting player here. Måns Goose, Måns Goos. That's his full name, Måns Goose.
The Måns Goose.
Måns Goose, yes.
The Mongoose.
I'm cool with that nickname. Dallas goalie Jake Ottinger's nickname is Otter. So the Otter and the Mongoose, I like it. I like the nickname, Joey. That needs to be the official nickname of Mongoose.
You can't.
He checked off 9 out of 10 boxes. His post integration is really the only area of improvement. Goals against average is 317. You'd like to see that go down. 893 save percentage. You'd like to see that increase a little bit, but he did that on the Fargy-Stad BK under 20 team. I'd like to see him on the Fargy-Stad BK main roster, but Fargy-Stad BK, they are intense. I saw a Fargy-Stad BK video, and they are having their players do workout drills running outside the stadium at 6 a.m. like a fucking boot camp over in Sweden. Okay? They are intense.
Don't underestimate the Mongoose. Exactly.
I mean, that boot camp mentality, that's a good mentality for a team to have, and I bet that played a role in Dallas picking this goalie here. The Mongoose.
Yeah. The Mongoose.
Yeah, Emil Guit, a player I had a 3rd round grade on. I think I may have had Emil Guit ahead of Shamar Moses. He actually beat out Caleb Desnoyers for the Quebec Major Junior Hockey League Rookie of the Year. He fell to the Anaheim Ducks at 159, and Owen Griffin goes to Columbus to wrap up the 5th round. So, I do like the Mongoose. It's a great pick. Luke Blueswick. I thought Blueswick, Mongoose, and Guit, those were all great value picks to end the 5th round. Let's see if the Devils can build on that in round 6. David Roosevelt is the first pick in round 6. I don't know how I feel about that necessarily, but I do like David Roosevelt. I mean, I think I had him somewhere in my mock. But yeah, I do. From a trait standpoint, everything's there with the Mongoose, but it's just you got to improve the goals against average, the save percentage, and the post integration. If you do those things, you should make Dallas some point down the road. But I think Ashton Cumby. Ashton Cumby is I've never heard of this guy. Blackhawks spent a 6th round pick on defenseman Ashton Cumby.
Well, it's a 6th round pick.
He's 6'5", 216. He's on the Seattle Thunderbirds. And he got underlooked a lot. He got underlooked. Radim Murko went in the top 10, and Cumby got underlooked, even though he's big and has good size. So that's a nice late round flyer, I guess. Daniel Nieminen from
He was a 6th round pick.
Yeah. Nieminen was a guy I had going in round 4 or 3. The Lahti Pelicans defenseman, but the Nashville Predators snag him at 163.
not bad.
Yep.
Not bad. I mean, it's round 6.
I'm probably going to go Shamar Moses for round 5, and I'm probably going to go Lucas Beckman. I know those were the first players drafted in rounds 4 and 5, but Nathan Quinn of the Quebec Remparts goes to the Flyers. That's an interesting pick. Beckman, but Beckman's a guy I had as the he was your number 2 goalie, and I know the goalies at top round 4 were both bargains, I think. And I think Beckman can develop into a future starter because right now you got the former Bruins goalie, the former Bruins backup goalie is your starter, Linus Ullmark. He's 31. He's under contract till 2029, but is he your future after his contract runs up? That's the question, and I think Beckman's going to develop nicely with the Ottawa Senators. Like Toronto has not drafted a goalie yet. Their starting goalie enters a contract year, Anthony Stolarz, and Joseph Woll, their 2016 third-round pick, lost the starting goalie job. He's now the backup, and he's got 2 years left on his contract. And you gave up 6 goals to Florida in games 5 and 7 with Joseph Woll in net. The fact that Toronto has not drafted a goalie yet is laughably bad on their end. And Ottawa got Lucas Beckman. So Ottawa's getting better. And Toronto, it looks like their cup window is just fading into obscurity. I mean, there's a few round 6 picks that are nice. I don't see anything that wows me, but it's the last 2 rounds. It's much harder to find a player that wows you in the last 2 rounds versus rounds 4 or 5. So got Lucas Beckman. We're going to go Shamar Moses. And I hope one of the players I like gets picked, whether it's Carlos Handel or Owen Conrad, because they're still on the board in round 6. I don't understand why when the tape checks out. But Daniel Neiman and the Lottie Pelicans, two-way defenseman.
About Bill Sanders, too, because the tape checked out.
Owen Conrad helped his team record a shutout. He's 6'2", 208 pounds. He's a 6'2", 208-pound defenseman. He's the only defenseman that actually helped his team record a shutout on tape, like shift by shift, and he's still on the board in round 6. It's like, why?
Exactly. It's like, if that's something I say, like, if you look at the tape, and the position doesn't match up to the tape, you say why? Because, like, even the biggest critic, Bill Sanders was an early second-round pick. He drops to 5. Why? Well, guess what? Right here, late first round, early second-round pick. He drops to the 6th round. Why? We don't know. The tape doesn't lie. But for some reason, front offices do. So what do you look at? What are you looking at? Because you and I, Chris, we rely on tape.
And right now, Prospect Shifts is the only site that does shift-by-shift tape for the NHL Draft. And I watched their Prospect Shift. I watched their clip on Owen Conrad. He dominated that game. He dominated his game against the St. John Sea Dogs. It was a 4-0 shutout. And he was just destroying everyone. And I get it. St. John's was the worst team in the QMJHL, but he was just destroying people in that game. Literally. And he's still on the board in the 6th round. Nobody wants, and he's 6'3", 208. If he was like 5'5", 130, okay. You'd have a case for not picking him. He's 6'2", 208. And his tape is good. Why is he here? Why is he on the board? Did he interview poorly? Is his attitude suck? Why is he still available here?
And that's the thing. At least with the NFL, we know there are collusion cases going on. With the NHL, we don't know why, how, or what's going on. It's like, at least we can speculate intelligently with the NFL. we cannot speculate intelligently with the NHL based on what we know at the moment.
You know, let's type in Carlos Handel, and let's also type in Owen Conrad and see what the hell's going on with these players on X.
Yeah, I'm on X right now. I'm not seeing anything.
I've typed in Carlos Handel. He doesn't give the puck up very often. Out of the 32 home games, he may have only gave up the puck 20 times within those 32 games. So if he's that consistent, why is he still on the board? Ashton Schultz, Anthony Elaine Samaki, a guy I had in round 6, still there. And yes, Carlos Handel, his nickname is Hands. Favorite school subject is phys ed, PE. Played hockey in Germany and Sweden before coming to Canada. Why is he available here? Halifax was a lower-seeded team in the QMJHL playoffs, and they knocked out the Drummondville Voltigeurs in a 5v12 upset. It was a 1-0 win, and Handel had the only goal in the game. It was a 1-0 shutout. Carter Sanderson goes to the Penguins at 169, but, I mean, outside of those two, who's still available that I have in the second round? I'm just curious. It's round 6. We've covered a lot of this. I think a lot of the guys that I had in round 2 are gone. I'm just curious. Kurban Limatov's gone. Adam Benek's gone. Cameron Schmidt gone. Jack Nesbitt gone. Trethaway gone. Amico, Klingsell. The goalies are gone. Alex Huang's gone. I think everyone, those 2 players are still on the board. Maceo Phillips got picked. Michael Svarek got picked. Guard got picked. So outside of those 2 guys at 22 and 33, everyone else in the first 2 rounds of my mock has been picked. And Burke Hood, the goalie for the Vancouver Giants, has been picked by the Islanders at 170 in the 6th round. I had Burke Hood going in the 6th. I think I had him going in the 5th round. So this is a nice pickup. He checked off 7 out of 10 boxes for me. This is a good value pick late in the draft for the Islanders. I mean, they've got their backup goal. They've got Igor. They've got a good starting goalie, but their backup is Semyon Varlamov, the former Capitals goalie. He's like 34 now. They do not have a contingency plan when Varlamov retires. So I like the fact that the Islanders are rolling the dice on Burke Hood in round 6. They're not asking to be a starting goalie. They're just hoping they can make him at least a respectable backup. So I like the fact that they're swinging for the fences here with Hood at 170.
And that's the thing. When you get this deep in the draft, no matter what sport you're in, if you get to round 4 or above, and you see somebody who is graded lower, boy, you swing for the fences. And whether it works out or whether it doesn't work out, we're all going to sit back and clap and say, boys, you did what was right for the franchise, you did what was right for your careers, you did what was right for everything. You did what was right for you. You know, it's when something I read this morning, big report came out that the Jets were having second guesses about their quarterback choices.
I think the Islanders have outdrafted the Jets, and they have a first-year GM. That's the sad thing. They got 3 of the top 12 players in the first round, and they're doing the little things they need to do to remain competitive, and they're making the Jets and the Giants. I'll say this about the new Islanders first-year GM. He is making the Jets and Giants GM look like Jim Carrey and his supporting actor in Dumb and Dumber. That's how good he's drafted, and he's a first-year GM. But I think that says more about the Jets and Giants and how bad they've drafted. So I wouldn't exactly say that to him, because that does sound like an insult more than a compliment to him.
The thought process is, though, I'm not sure who this came from because it's an undisclosed person in the organization. Maybe it comes from Woody Johnson, a random coach, Woody Johnson's kids, but they're, upset about not drafting Shedeur Sanders because they looked at their camp and said,
well, here's the thing with Burke Hood. Burke Hood actually showed a lot of promise as a first-year starter. 313 goals against average, 910 save percentage, 1,260 saves, 3 shutouts, a 19-13-6 record, 6 overtime losses, 19 wins, 13 losses, and 38 starts, 42 games. But he was awful in the playoffs. A 640 goals against average and an 863 save percentage in 5 playoff games. He was awful in the playoffs. He was amazing the regular season, but he got teed off on in the playoffs. So
I use the Jets and the quarterback position for the Jets as an example because this is a major position we're talking about.
it is the goalie. I
And
mean,
the Jets are feeling like, from what I read this morning, they're feeling like they mishandled it, but they don't want to admit they mishandled it. So my question to you is, do you feel like there's a mishandled situation here?
yeah, I mean, Gabriel Chirot, Ludwig Johnson, I do feel like this is a mishandled situation, but I'm just kind of curious what's going to happen here. Aiden Lane got picked by the Calgary Flames at 176. All right, I'll scroll down. Carlos Handel has been picked. The Montreal Canadiens at 177 got a first-round player, Carlos Handel. The frickin' Canadiens got a first-round player at 177. Kent Hughes basically went up to Andrew Barry and said, "You got Shedeur in round 5? I'm going to get a round 1 player in round 6. Hold the beer and watch this." And he just chugging the freaking beer.
The Canadians and the Browns may be, competing to see who gets the best player in round 5.
Well, this is round 6, Joey. This is round 6.
Round 6.
I mean, Kent Hughes got a round 1 player in round 6, and he traded both of his first-round picks away. That is why you do not underestimate Kent Hughes. I mean, he's done well. Got Montreal to playoffs.
Absolutely not. It's like you got two guys, 2 different sports that potentially just got 2 potential superstars in round 5 and 6 because other people, I don't know, they were smoking shit they shouldn't have been smoking when they were smoking. I don't know. But
I think the next best players on my board are Luka. There were 2 preseason first-round picks that made it to round 6, and these were guys who were first-round picks back in September. They're 3rd, 4th-round grades now, but Artyom Vilchinsky out of Russia was a guy that we were talking about in the fall. I remember we were talking about him in the fall when I did my first NHL mock. He is still on the board in round 6. And the Blues take goalie Love Herenstam. I had a 4th-round grade on Love Herenstam, and the frickin' Blues got him in round 6. They only had 3 picks, and they got Love Herenstam in round 6.
And I said it. I said Shedeur and this guy, they're both going to be stars. I said it.
Handel's?
I've been saying it for 2 years, damn it. And they both wrong, and now they're both taken, and they're both going to be stars at a lower contracted price because NFL and NHL GMs are a bunch of
Scouts speak capable of being dangerous by jumping into the rush. Amazing puck distributor in open ice, composed under pressure. Carlos Handel's scouting report. He was born in Germany, he played in Sweden, and then he went to the CHL in the import draft and dominated. He was the Halifax Mooseheads' #1 defenseman, and Montreal gets him at 177. But Love Herenstam...
My hand hurts because I was just punching my left hand as I was going through that.
Love Herenstam. Apparently, his nickname is the Love Machine, like the actual song, the Swedish goalie. That's his actual nickname. That's awesome. Love Herenstam, the Blues goalie. They got it 179. I had a 4th-round grade on him.
What was the song?
The Love Machine. I'm just the Love Machine. I don't work for nobody but you. That's the song. That was a hit song in like the 70s or the 60s. That's his nick. I think that's the player's nickname. That's the player's nickname, like the song. And he has a 75 or higher in every goalie category in the analytics. So Bruno Idzan's a player I had going in round 4. He comes off the board at 181. So, I mean,
well, Freddie Mercury and Magic Johnson were both love machines too, and we saw how that ended up. So I would suggest that he would own that part of his personality.
I mean, I think he. I don't think he. Well, I don't think he cares if people call him that. He's just very focused on just stopping pucks. He doesn't care what the people say. He's locked in on the puck. That's good. He's locked in on the puck. You're a goalie. You're supposed to be locked in on the puck.
Well, Freddie Mercury is very much concentrated on his business as well, and was a very private person. And you saw how that ended up. So, I mean, it's just calm it down a little bit.
Yeah.
You don't have to calm it down a lot. Just calm it down.
Just take the volume from a 9 to a 7 or a 6. You don't have to mute yourselves. Don't have to mute yourself. Just dial it back a little bit.
Yeah. Freddie Magic were like an 11. Okay, 11 or 12. So just dial it back to a 6 or a 7. You'll be fine.
Yeah.
Just dial it back to it. You don't have to stop. We're not going to judge you. But just for your own health, just take it back a few notches, because it's like, let's face it, when did HIV become widely known? Freddie Mercury died in 92. 6 months later, Magic Johnson was diagnosed with HIV. Okay, that's when it started getting taken seriously. If you're considered love machine, you gotta dial it back a little bit, because these two guys were the poster children of what was going on there, and we don't want any repeats of icons in your sport or your industry. Because one thing I always wonder, what would rock and roll look like if Freddie never died? That type of brilliance would have been able to live on for the last 35 years.
Vigio Norland has been picked by the Hurricanes. I'm just Bruno Idzan. Some of the players that are still been picked in round 6 have good value.
Philosophical and heartfelt monologue. You just go through that.
I'm just trying to find the Love Herenstam numbers. Love Herenstam, 10-9, 895 save percentage, 331 goals against average. Promising, has potential, hasn't done enough to earn the nickname Love Machine. Tone it back a little bit. Okay? A little bit.
I'm hurt. I'm offended. You put up a very heartfelt and very intelligent monologue.
It was a great monologue. I wasn't trying to cut you off. I'm just...
I'm hurt. And I'm only getting pleasure right now from watching a puppy run across the grass, because you cut me off and you hurt my feelings.
Wasn't trying to. I'm sorry. I don't expect you to forgive me immediately. I know you're feeling kind of conflicted at the moment, so going to give you a chance to reflect.
I'm hurt. I'm really hurt. I feel like I need a couple more beers now because you hurt my feelings. And I feel like JBL when I hit somebody in the head with a cowboy boot. I hit somebody in the head with a cowboy boot, I'll feel all better.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah, you ain't believing any of that shit on me.
I mean, it's going to be...
You're just like, yeah, I'm so sorry. But I ain't believing you for a damn second. I get how it is.
Okay, yeah.
And maybe you just know me too well. I mean, you know, I'm doing this shit for a little
I'm not
bit.
sure what it is, but like...
Oh, then I'm doing my job.
Maybe.
Yeah, I'm doing pretty well then.
Yeah. Ryan Fellinger, Flint Firebirds defenseman, 6'4", 200. Hadn't heard of this guy. He goes to Toronto at
Now, Chris, I gotta ask you. You gonna be watching Crown Jewel from Saudi Arabia tonight?
There's a YouTube cowboy documentary. It's called A Fistful of Dollars. It's like an old cowboy documentary from like the 60s. Is that any good?
I watched something like that years ago. It was pretty good.
Okay.
I can't say that this is going to be the exact same, but you know, if it's similar to what I saw back then, it'd be a good watch.
Yeah.
It'd be very educational. What I was talking about was Crown Jewel. It's going to be we're going to be looking full circle. John Cena is a 17-time world champion, but he's never beaten CM Punk. And CM Punk is going to Saudi Arabia to face John Cena.
Yeah, and one of the WWE wrestlers at the NHL draft that announced the picks was Bayley, the women's wrestler for the women's wrestler in WWE. She's
a big hockey fan.
Yeah, she announced the number 2 pick for the San Jose Sharks, and I think she announced the number 30 pick in the first round. So they didn't just have Barkley and Sandler; they had Bayley, they had Nikki Glazer, the Goo Goo Dolls. But I would argue Barkley and Sandler were probably the 2 headliners.
When Bayley, because I followed Bayley on Instagram, if it's not a workout video, it's usually her at a hockey game. I mean, she is a huge hockey fan. I mean, that just isn't a PR stunt. That's, you know, that's her just fangirling out at the moment, you know. So, congratulations to her because, you know, if I was that big of a hockey fan and I got to call out one of my team's picks, hey, I'd be over the moon too.
Yeah, she got to call the Michael Misa and the Joshua Ravensbergen picks to the San Jose Sharks in the first round.
Yeah, congratulations to her because that's. I know she's a huge hockey fan, and I know she's a huge fan.
I don't know if the Sharks are a team or if that was just the team she was instructed to call the picks out on. That's the thing. I don't have a definitive answer.
Actually, from California. So
and the San Jose Sharks are in California. They're in the San Francisco area, the whole Silicon Valley area.
Yeah, it's like I forget what team he always represents.
Yeah, because there's 3. There's the Anaheim Ducks, who are near Long Beach, who are near Disney World. There's the Los Angeles Kings, And then there's the San Jose Sharks, which is closer to the San Francisco area.
And I also know that he is a big fan of the 49ers.
Yeah.
So it's
probably is the Sharks, if I had to guess.
Yeah. If you know, it's a huge 49ers fan, he's probably a huge fan of the team that's closest. Because he is from, I believe, San Francisco, California. So.
Dawson Sharkey. Dallas. This is the first player Dallas has picked that is not in my mock draft. Dawson Sharkey. His last name is Sharkey. Sharkey. Shark and then an EY at the end. Dawson Sharkey is a right winger.
I'm not aware of that player.
I'm not either. He 39 points in 54 games with the Acadie Bathurst Titan. And I told William this earlier. We agreed. It sucks that Acadie Bathurst is relocating because that's the junior hockey team Mario Lemieux and Patrick Waugh played on in the 80s. They're relocating to Newfoundland, so the history that team had is gone. They're not going to put the old pictures of the history of that team in the new stadium in Newfoundland because the owner sold the team, the new owner bought it, and the new owner's like, we're going to take all the banners from Acadie Bathurst, the championship banners, and all the history, all the players like Lemieux, Waugh, everything they did. We're not going to feature them in our stadium. I think that's a dick move by Newfoundland, but hey. I guess that's sports, Joey. A new owner buys a team. Once they own the team legally, they can do whatever the hell they want with it.
Yeah, and I mean, we're seeing a lot in the last, in the NBA especially, it's like the Lakers, the Celtics both sold. The Cavs are selling 15% of their team. The Bucks last year sold a minority stake to the Haslams. It's
Hockeyfights.com. Dawson Sharkey versus Alexis Bernier. January 31st, 2015. Dawson Sharkey received a fighting major and game misconduct. For fighting. So the Dallas Stars spent a 6th-round pick on a guy who had a game misconduct for fighting. They do need more grit. They need more physicality on the team. I don't hate that. I mean, they got decked by the Oilers in the conference finals. So to get a guy who is willing to get into fights, I'm cool with that in the 6th round. They need more grit and toughness.
What is game misconduct?
Game misconduct is when you get ejected from a hockey game.
Well,
you get kicked out. So I can't sit here and say the Dallas Stars in a perfect draft if they pick this guy in the 6th round and he has a history of fighting. But at the same token, I do like the grit and toughness.
Punching people in the face when I was playing football, and I still played. I was still a starter.
Arvid Drott, a player that I had go. Arvid Drott was like a 3rd to 4th round pick. The Florida Panthers just got him in round 6 with the final pick of round 6.
And I know I played in a different era than these guys do. But at the same time, it's like, you expect me to hold.
Well, the reason his nickname is Shark, Dawson Sharkey's nickname is Shark, and the reason his nickname is Shark is because of his history fighting opponents. Usually when he fights an opponent, he knocks them out and he wins. Like, he never lost a fight in all of his years. He got into 17 fights and he won all of them in junior hockey. He got into 17 fights over a 3-year period and he won all of them. He never lost a single fight. And well, Dallas got him in the 6th round. Dallas got him in the 6th round.
Go get him.
That's why his nickname's Shark. He got into 17 fights in 3 years in the QMJHL, and he won all 17 fights.
I would go out there. I would grab him in the first round. I would, in every game, I would say, there's a team's star player, go. And maybe that's just me being a little older, being from a different generation. But hell.
But there's a TikTok video of Dawson Sharkey in his hockey, and it says, letting Shark out of his tank. Bad mistake. And it just shows Dawson Sharkey decking somebody. That's on TikTok, by the way. But Caleb Hale, he's a goalie in the Madison Capitals. He has an R2-D2 hockey jersey. The Madison Capitals, they had Star Wars. They had a Star Wars night. And Caleb Hale, he has an R2-D2 hockey jersey. So he's the Lightning's 7th round pick. So the Lightning begin the 7th round pick by taking a goalie with an R2-D2 hockey jersey. So, okay. And then another goalie, Ilya Karnarski, and then Melvin Novatoy, the Sabres at 195. So final round here. We'll see. I don't know if Handel's going to get picked, but I mean, I'm a lot more comfortable with Sharkey. I wasn't going to give that an A+ initially, but after doing some research, 17-0 in fights in 3 years. And he got into fights during practices too. Chirps. They were called chirps during practices, but and he got a hat trick too. So not only does he get into fights with opponents, he's actually scored a hat trick in junior hockey. So sounds like some nice wholesome country music here. And I promise you guys we'll get to the 7th round. I thought the Sharky pick.
We'll get to the 7th round when the 7th round gets to
Arvid Drott, though, is a player I had going to. I think I had him going in the 4th round or the 3rd round. Most had him going in the 3rd round. Florida got him at 192. That is just Moses and Drott are really good value picks for the Panthers at right winger. So they may have gotten their 3rd and 4th line right winger of the future in this draft. Look, even if Drott and Moses reach their ceilings, they're not taking the top 6 jobs from Sam Reinhart and Matthew Tkachuk. Those guys are locked up for Florida. They are going to be the 1st and 2nd line right wingers as long as they're healthy. But Moses and Drott have a chance to maybe be those bottom 6 right wingers if Florida wants to reload at right winger when their 3rd, 4th line right wingers become UFAs in a few years. So I do like the thought process of reloading on the bottom 6 at right winger for Florida. 197, Blackhawks still on the... Can somebody pull... Yeah, Sharkies. But yeah, Caleb Hale, the R2-D2 jersey, Madison Capitals goalie. What is Caleb Hale's? What are Caleb Hale's numbers here? I'm kind of curious because this guy wasn't in my mock. He had a 285 goals against average in the regular season, 25-10-4. He had a 349 goals against average in the playoffs. Was not good in the playoffs, but round 7. And he got traded from the Sioux Falls Stampede. Had a 292 goals against average as a rookie. Then he had a 432 goals against average. He gets traded to Madison, a better team, and he pulls a 180 there. And he gets picked. And then Ilya Konarski got picked by the Blackhawks in round 7. But I think the reason we're seeing a lot of goalies get picked it's the emergency goalie, Joey. That's the biggest reason we're seeing these guys get picked late in the draft. And the Chicago Blackhawks, the goalie they picked has a 938 save percentage in the MHL, the third minor league in Russia, and he's got a 942 save percentage, a 136 goals against average in the VHL, which is the league right below the KHL. So Konarski, very good production in Russia. That could be a steal, but the Blackhawks already have Spencer Knight, former Florida Panthers 2019 first round pick from the Seth Jones trade, and they've got Drew Comesso, their 2020 second round pick, who's finally going to be in the NHL this year. So, I mean, they also drafted some goalies in 2023. So I think this might be our backup AHL goalie. And if Comesso doesn't pan out, we give him a bigger role. That's basically what you're doing in round 7. And they got 197 for Victor Soderstrom. Victor Soderstrom went 5th overall in the 2019 draft. He refused to sign with the Coyotes. He kept being traded, moved around. The Blackhawks gambled on him at the trade deadline, hoping he'd sign. He won't sign with them, and they had to trade him to Boston Bruins, and they got a 7th round pick for him because he wouldn't sign with the Coyotes. He wouldn't sign with the Blackhawks. He actually did sign with the Bruins, but I mean, come on. Soderstrom may have been a top 10 pick. I don't think he was top 5. I think Barrett Hayton went 5th to Arizona in 2019. But Soderstrom was drafted right after Hayton by Arizona in 2019. And there's NHL expansion. I talked about this with Ron and William earlier today. Their 5 teams have put in the $2 billion bid for expansion. Atlanta's getting the first team if they go to 34. But the other 4 cities, you got Houston, Texas, Austin, Texas, Indianapolis, Indiana, and New Orleans, Louisiana. Those are the cities that put in the $2 billion bid for an expansion team. If Elon Musk buys the Austin team, I think they're getting the other NHL franchise. Houston Rockets owner doesn't want to share the Toyota Center with the NHL team. Irsay died, so I can't see Indy getting an NHL team. And New Orleans, they play in the Smoothie King Center, so they would have to build a hockey arena or renovate Smoothie King Center again. And Smoothie King Center is the worst arena in the entire NBA. So, I mean, I don't know. Honestly, I'm thinking we're going to see probably Atlanta and either Houston or Austin, depending on who buys the Austin NHL team. If it's Elon, I think Austin gets it. If it's not Elon, we're probably looking at Houston. Brendan Dunphy. Dunphy is a 7th round pick. And I'm looking, if Handel gets picked, we'll go with him. But I'm looking for a Luka. There's a few preseason first round picks still on the board here. But Artyom Vilchinsky was one. He was one in Russia we talked about in the fall. Luka Radjovic. Luka Radjovic is a guy we also had in the late first round in the fall. Has made it to round 7. So if we don't see Owen Conrad come off the board, I'd like to see one of those 2 get picked. And those 2 are 3rd rounders in my rankings. I think everybody else with the 3rd round grade has been picked. I'm double checking. Yep. Zachary Morin might still be available. Brendan Dunphy to the Florida Panthers. I think Reese Hamilton's there. Yeah, I had Arvid Drott going to Carolina in round 3 with the Lightning's 3rd round pick, and Florida got him in round 6. So that is a great value pick by Florida. Who is that interviewing? Is that Sakic? I don't know. It's Ken Holland. It looks like Sakic, but it's Ken Holland, and the Kings were in the 7th round. Like, everybody in there, the draft's remote this year. It's indoors. People are at their own team headquarters, team offices, scouting players, looking at guys. So Brendan Dunphy. I will go back, scroll down a little bit since the 7th round started. I'll scroll down a little bit. Brendan Dunphy, Wenatchee Wild defenseman, going to Florida. 6'5", 207. Rimping into LA Kings. I saw that Naka. What? Yeah, I saw the Rimpinen pick. That's a good pick. Rimpinen, Petteri Rimpinen. He's going to be the backup to Carter George in the future. I really like what the Kings are doing with their prospect pool. Jeremy Laranger to Columbus. I had Laranger in the 5th round to Dallas. Over 100 points, and Columbus picks Laranger at 198. That is easily the best pick of round 7 so far, and it's not even close. I mean, Laranger was one of the gems I told Joey and William about when we did our NHL Draft Gems segment a few months ago. Sherwood Park Crusaders left winger had over 100 points. My player comp for him is Jamie Benn, the Dallas Stars captain. Very similar skill set as Jamie Benn. And, he's in the 99th percentile in scoring, the 90th percentile in physicality, 79th percentile in playmaking, but he's only in the 24th percentile in puck carrying, and he's in the bottom 2% in defense. So if you fix his defense, he could be a steal, 5'9", 161. But apparently the analytics say he's in the bottom 2% in defense. That's probably why he fell to the 7th round, even though I had him in the 5th round. But Laranger, Columbus just got a freaking steal at 198. I mean, there's a few guys still on the board, few defensemen. Malty Voss was a player I was high on. Thomas Pobazol. I think Pobazol hasn't been picked yet. Michael Pobazol, but we're on pick 200. Lombardi did get picked. Andrei Stejbek, a goalie with a preseason 1st-round grade, was still on the board in round 7. I'm kind of curious to see if he gets picked or not, because I think Stejbek's worth a flyer here at this point. I mean, it's the 7th round. Brady Turco, a right winger. Is he related to Marty Turco? No, Marty Turco had a C in it. Brady Turco is a K. Brady Turco. Cale Dock. Is he related to Kirby Dock? Let's find out. Penguins took Cale Dock at 201. Most of these teams, well, Cale Dock was teammates with Laranger on the Sherwood Park Crusaders. He had 87 points. But is he related to Kirby and Colton Dock? No. He's not. So if he was related to those guys, I'd feel a lot better about this pick. But Loranger is easily the best value pick in round 7. I mean, the Blue Jackets, they got a 100-point player at 198, which is right about where one spot before Tom Brady was drafted. Jacob Kozvnica, Cale Duck only trailed his teammate Loranger in points among BCHL players this year. So I think he's the line 1 center, and Loranger's the line 1 left winger on Sherwood Park. So if that's the case, that's a great pick by Pittsburgh at 201 in Cale Duck. And Felix Farhammer. I mocked Felix Farhammer at the top of round 7. So Farhammer was a guy that some had mocked in the 3rd round, but he fell all the way to round 7, pick 203. Farhammer, Farhammar. Farhammer. He's a defenseman. The Rangers got him. So we got 20 picks left, guys. No, the reason I haven't, let's work on some draft grades for round 2. Yeah, we'll start typing round 3 in a bit, but Graydon Robertson Palmer to the Red Wings at 204. 19 selections left. I believe Milton Gastron was the Capitals pick at 37. And the Kraken at 205. Carl Anborn. I love Carl Anborn. This is a guy that I compared to John Klingberg, the Dallas Stars former first-line defenseman before he left Dallas. Then he got into a bit of a career slump, and then he finally rebounded in Edmonton last year. Carl Anborn, my player comp for him was Klingberg. This is a very good value pick for the Kraken in round 7. I would argue, I think I had Onborn in round 5. I had Onborn and Loranger in round 5. Onborn or Loranger. I'm debating. Let's look at round 5 of my mock, because I know I had Loranger to Dallas in round 5, but I'm not sure if I had Onborn in round 5 or 6, but I do like Onborn. I think I might have had Onborn in round 6, but I do like Onborn's tape, so I'm going to go Loranger, because Loranger had over 100 points. So the frickin' Columbus Blue Jackets got a 100-point player in round 7. Yeah, and Roman Lutsev, 206. Matthew Latzig. Maxon Vig. Interesting. He is a Cedar Rapids Rough Riders player in the USHL. Jonas Wu still on the board. A lot of talent still available. Richard Gallant, San Jose Sharks. I had him going in the 5th round. Gallant ends up going in round 7. Philippe Ekberg. Ekberg get picked already, or is he still on the board? Because I had Philippe Ekberg, I think, in the 3rd round. Did he finally get picked? Yeah, why is Owen Conrad still on the board here? Yeah, I mean, I can hear. I think Joey's still on, but he's just like part of it's audio, part of it's other things, and yeah, we're 210 picks in And we got 224 selections. We've got 210 picks in, 224 selections. There is a thunderstorm near me. You know, it's just, we'll see what happens here. The Red Wings are on the clock. Yeah, but we were talking about expansion. We were talking about expansion before your audio disconnected because there's a few teams. I think Atlanta's getting a team, but because Arizona and Kansas City did not pay the $2 billion fee to put themselves in the conversation. And this is if the NHL expands from 32 to 34. This is a hypothetical, but they want teams to throw their name into the pay the fee if they want expansion. And we got 5 teams. Atlanta, they not only threw their name in the ring, they got a stadium, they got an arena approved. So Atlanta's going to get one, but the other is going to go to Houston, Austin, Texas, Indianapolis, or New Orleans. All of those teams paid the $2 billion expansion fee for an NHL team.
What, $2 billion?
Yeah.
You think the NFL, kid, you're not going to get a good return on a $2 billion NHL team. I'm sorry to let you know that. You pay $2 billion for an NHL team, you're not going to like the return.
And that's just to enter the audition for being an expansion team. There's no guarantee you get picked. So if you pay the $2 billion, you might just lose $2 billion. Your team, if your city doesn't get picked.
It's not even. I mean, come on, let's face it. You put that in there on a bid, you're a fucking sucker, and you deserve to lose every dime.
Vegas only paid $500 million for an expansion team, and Seattle paid $650 million. So you're basically paying 4 times what the Vegas Golden Knights paid to get an expansion team.
The team you get is not going to be worth a quarter of what you pay, and you're going to have to pay 4 times that after. So the overall pay is going to be some. What is it? 400 billion?
It's 5. Vegas paid $500 million for a team. The expansion buy-in fee is $2 billion now. It's gone up 4 times since Vegas entered the league.
At least being out almost $5 million. Because even if you get a team,
and Seattle paid $650 million, which is a steep price, but it's a lot better than paying $2 billion to enter the league now.
Well, it's not going to be worth what you pay anyway.
Exactly.
If you get the team, so at the very least you're going to be down. You're going to be negative $3 billion. That's the best. That's your best projection is negative $3 billion. I'm looking to see, at this point, I'm looking to see the worst businessmen in America. Because, guess what? The best businessmen are going to look at the NHL and say, you don't want crap.
I mean, I don't think Indy's getting a team because I mean, the only person that would have had enough money to bring an NHL team to Indy is Irsay, and he died. So I don't think they're getting the expansion team. I don't think the Houston Rockets owner does not want to share the Toyota Center with the Houston NHL team. So if Houston does get the second expansion team, they're going to have to build a hockey arena. I mean,
known for being very blunt in my responses. If somebody told me I need to pay $2 billion for an NHL team, I would literally look at them and say, "Who's your dealer? Because you got to be on crack." Because I know the return on investment is going to be fucking about a quarter of that. I'm going to be losing money.
If you give New Orleans an NHL team, they're playing in the Smoothie King Center, the worst arena in the entire NBA, with the Pelicans. I don't think they're going to get a team either for that reason. So really, it really comes down to there's going to be a second hockey team in Texas, because you look at the landscape. You have 3 NBA teams in Texas. You have 2 MLS teams in Texas with Houston and FC Dallas. You have 2 NFL teams in Texas with the Cowboys and the Texans. They're going to put a second NHL team in Texas. I don't like it, but that's the reality. I've come to accept it for what it is.
You have not said for a second that you disagree with my assessment.
I don't disagree with your assessment. I think it's accurate. It's spot on. It's $2 billion for an expansion team. That is a lot of cheddar to cough up. And you're not even guaranteed the team. You're basically.
That's you saying, I hope we get it.
And we're probably going to see Atlanta and Houston get teams if they go to 34. Austin will only get a team. I said this to William. Austin will only get a team if Elon Musk buys the team and he actually pays for it and brings a pro sports team to Austin, Texas. If Elon buys the team and puts together the funding and the investors and actually pays for it, I think Austin would get an NHL team. And Elon does have enough to buy a pro sports team. I don't know if he paid $2 billion for one, but he does have enough money to bring a pro sports team to Austin, Texas, if he wants to.
The big thing for me, though, is what is your return on investment versus your current valuation of an NHL franchise? I haven't looked at the numbers in a couple of years, but I can guarantee you. I look at what the Browns are paying out for a stadium, which is a little over half that. I look at other stadiums in the NFL, and I'm like, they're not even guaranteeing you a team for half of what they're paying for stadiums.
Yeah.
The NFL.
I think the reason the fees are so high is because.
And then after you pay us the money,
Atlanta's probably the only one of those 5 cities guaranteed a team, Joey, because not only have they paid the fee, they've already approved the arena renderings in downtown Atlanta. Construction's going to begin in a month, but they've already approved the city's already approved the renderings and the funding for the hockey arena in Atlanta. So Atlanta's the only one of those 5 that's pretty much guaranteed a team at this point.
Yeah, because in that situation, it's like you're pushing the NHL's hand. It's like,
because not only have you paid the $2 billion fee, you've already got the city to approve your arena that you want to build. So you're pretty much in. And Atlanta's the biggest market of those 5, New Orleans, Houston. So Atlanta's pretty much in for a third time.
Yeah, that's when you've got the city at your back and they're saying we're going to pay for the majority of this, then that's basically saying, hey, NHL, send your court now because we got all the leverage. What are you going to do? So Atlanta's got everything they need.
So Atlanta's going to get one of those teams. It's just, do you go to Houston? Do you go to Austin, Texas? Do you go to Indy? Or do you go to New Orleans? If those other 4 cities have paid $2 billion each. That's the problem, though. Because I don't see a clear-cut de facto choice to complement Atlanta. And until you get that, you're not getting expansion. And it's probably going to be one of the Texas teams, I'd think.
Well, it's all about who's most fair, and it sounds like Atlanta doesn't even need to put in $2 billion or whatever, because they walk in with a full house. If you're talking poker, they're walking in with a full house. They say, we've got the approval from the city, we got this, we got that, we got everything you want. You don't get $2 billion, but we got everything else you want, and we're going to bring you in money. Well, Atlanta walks in kind of like, I'll go to the Elon Musk example you did. They're walking in like Elon Musk in a freaking, three-piece suit saying, "What now, bitches?" That's a different story. Because guess what? Atlanta's not supporting the NHL. The NHL is supporting Atlanta,
And if they've already paid the fee and they've got the stadium renderings and they've got them approved by the public, that pretty much means they're getting a team if NHL does expand past 32.
And it doesn't even mean you have to pay the full $2 billion, because if you can walk in there and say, "We've got it all. We got it all set up. We got it all ready to go. We're going to have this thing ready in 2 years," or whatever it is, "and we're going to make you money." So
because a few years ago, Detroit wanted an MLS team, and Don Garber said, "No, you can't play in Ford Field. You have to build an outdoor stadium." Detroit's finally building an outdoor soccer stadium for Detroit City FC, the football team in the USL. It's only going to seat 15,000, but if somebody like Sheila Ford bought that, made it bigger, and increased the capacity, Detroit would probably be the front runner to get a 31st MLS team. I would think they would be the front runner in that scenario, because you already have. Because the problem with the Riverhounds will never get an MLS team because their seating capacity is only 5,000. They're not going to put because that's a lot of the teams that got promoted to the MLS were former USL teams. Seattle Sounders, FC Cincinnati, Atlanta United FC. They were all USL minor league teams, but they showed they could handle the popularity of being in a soccer stadium. That's why those teams ended up getting MLS soccer-specific stadiums, and they ended up getting promoted to MLS. I think if we were going to see expansion, we'd probably see Detroit. One of my NHL draft gems just got picked. Nolan Road, the Tri-City Storm first-line center. One of the gems I told you about a few months ago just went to Colorado at 214. And the LA Kings took Will Sharp, my top 6th-round player, at 216. So I'm trying to find out where I had Road. I think I had him somewhere in rounds 4 through 6. So I'm trying to find out exactly where I had him, because I still think the Blue Jackets getting Laranger at 198 is the best value pick in round 7. I mean, Laranger had over 100 points on the Sherwood Park Crusaders. I mean, I mocked him to Dallas in round 5 for a reason, and, he ends up going in round 7, so we'll see what happens with these players. It's like, I'm kind of curious what happens. I had Carl Anborn in round 4, the defenseman for HV71. I compared him to Klingberg. I think he went in round 7 as well. He went to Seattle Kraken at 205. So Anborn's probably the best value pick right now that has been picked in round 7. But, it hasn't been because round 7 got off to a very bland start, but there have been a few guys who have been picked. But this is the thing. I mean, Devin Levi had a 3rd round. Not Devin Levi. There was a guy. Florida picked a guy who I had a 3rd round grade on in the 7th round a few years ago, and it was at like in the 220s. So I'm gonna pull that up right now, and it was Jack Devine. I had Jack Devine in the 3rd round of my NHL mock draft. Florida Panthers got him at 221. He's a right winger on Denver. And Ryan Ruchinski. I believe he's a Youngstown Phantoms center, and he's going to Ohio State this fall. Ryan Ruchinski's a Buffalo Sabre. But yeah, Jack Devine went from 16 points as a freshman drafted by the Panthers in the 7th round. Goes from 19 points to 31 to 56 to 57 by his senior year. And, Panthers got him at 221, which is like the 3rd to last pick in the draft. And I had a 3rd round grade on Devine. So Florida was patient with him. He'll be on the Charlotte Checkers next year. But yeah, whenever they have turnover at right wing, I think Devine's probably going to get an opportunity to play professionally. And now Winnipeg's up. So only 5 more picks left after Ryan Ruchinski got selected. Jacob Cloutier. Very, very interesting pick. I had a 6th on Cloutier. Saginaw Spirit right winger. And now we're down to the last 4 picks. The Hurricanes, the Stars, the Oilers, and the Panthers. Each of those teams kept their 7th round picks. I don't think we're going to see any more trades, Joey, because it's a numbers game. It's like if you get offered a 7th round pick in next year's draft for this pick, the odds are it's going to be higher than 221. There's a very good chance. And there's zero incentive to trade for that pick. I think the Chiefs actually got a future 7th for Mr. Irrelevant in this draft from the Patriots. But there's zero incentive to trade for those last 4 picks. And I think we're going to see... Are we going to see Owen Conrad come off the board in the next 4 picks? Or is he going to go undrafted? Philippe Ekberg. I had a 3rd, 4th round grade on Ekberg. Ekberg might be the best pick left on the board in round. Ekberg might be. I think I had Philippe Ekberg in round 3, but I'm double checking my data here to see where we had Ekberg. I may have had Ekberg in round 4. Charlie Paquette is a Dallas Star. The Guelph Storm right winger, 6'2", 207. $70 points. So the Dallas Stars got a 70-point player in round 7. I feel great about that, but it's that's got to piss off the rest of the NHL. Aiden Park is an Edmonton Oiler. I mean, Aiden Park played with Cole Iserman and Macklin Celebrini at the Shattuck St. Mary's Academy. He was on Prospect Watch. Aiden Park was a player I really liked. And, Aiden Park, Green Bay Gamblers center, that's a very good pick for Edmonton in round 7. And they just gave their 3rd line center and their 2nd line center 8-year contracts, and they're going to give McDavid an 8-year contract. So they get Aiden Park in round 7. And Aiden Park actually attended the draft. Good for him. He attended the draft. He waited until the end of the draft, and, he's actually getting picked. I'm happy for Aiden Park because, most people, they would not want to, but, he's gotten picked, and the Oilers end up with Aiden Park. That is a very good pick. That's probably Edmonton's best pick of the entire draft, as sad as that sounds. But, that is a great pick for Edmonton. And who do we got here with 224? Aiden Park, Prospect Watch alumnus. He had 16 power play goals in the USHL. Hermosa Beach. He's from Hermosa Beach. I mean, that's a great pick at 223 to get him with the second to last pick in the draft. I can't sit here and say Dallas had a perfect draft because Carolina and Edmonton got gems with those final 4 picks. Well, Paquette's not bad. I mean, 37 goals, 33 assists, 70 points. I can't really complain about that. Joey, I mean, I can't really complain about that at 222 with the third to last pick. I can't really complain about that as a hockey fan. And then the Florida Panthers wrap this draft up with Igor Midlak, goalie. Goalie is Mr. Irrelevant. Igor Midlak, probably a Russian.
Russian or Ukrainian?
He is Russian. He is the backup goalie on HC Spartak Moscow in the AHL. 6'6", 176 pounds, though. He has he only played one MHL game in 23-24. Well, he only played one game in 23-24, and he had a 1,000 save percentage. This year, he played 4 games, 941 save percentage, 1-0-1 record, and a 106 goals against average. So his goals against average is almost under 1. How in the it goes to the Florida Panthers with the Mr. Irrelevant pick? That's just unheard of. A goals against average is usually below 3, but above 2. So for a goalie to have a goals against average of 106, that is unheard of. And the Florida Panthers got him with the Mr. Irrelevant pick. What if he becomes the Florida Panthers version of Brock Purdy after Bobrovsky retires? That should scare the rest of the NHL. But yeah, great pick by Florida. I just feel like all the teams that made the conference finals hit on their 7th round picks. So I'm really happy with the Stars draft. I'm happy with I think I'd go with Laranger though for round. I think we'll probably go with I would probably either go with Laranger. I'd go with Carl Anborn for the round 7 photo. I'm seeing what my options are. I had Philippe Ekberg in round 4, but I had him a little bit. I had him a few spots ahead of Angborn. I'm probably going to go with Ekberg because I have saturated my mock with defensemen or my draft results rankings with defensemen. Let's go with another forward. But yeah, this was a fun draft. I will still be on the air, but my phone's at 27%. I know Joey's got to go, and I got to let him go. I mean, I got to let him do his thing. So I don't know if I'm going to stay on the air. I'm going to get the draft grades updated, but I'm not sure if I'm going to stay on Restream. If the power goes out here, I'm probably not going to continue Restream because there is a thunderstorm. If it does go out, we'll figure it out. But yeah, this was a fun draft. Who's still here? Rimkin into the LA Kings. Wow. So we've actually increased our audience since the start of the draft. All right. I'm going to actually try to get some grades up on the site. I am going to end the stream at midnight at the very latest. I might end it by 6, but I'm going to try to get some grades up on the site. And I'm also going to get the pictures up. I'm going to get pictures up for, round 7. So I'm gonna hang up the phone. I appreciate you stepping up, Joey, and we'll do something fun next week. I haven't figured out what we will do yet. Maybe we can recap some picks in day 1 or 2 of the NBA draft. We'll have some fun. We'll figure it out next week. I'm not really thinking that far ahead right now. So I'll see you later and have fun, man. I'm not ending the stream. I will attempt to continue to grade picks, but if the power goes out, which I am prepared for that possibility, we'll go Philippe Ekberg for round 7. And yeah. Because Ekberg was a guy I really liked, and he went 221 to Carolina. This was a pretty bland round 7, but I thought there were some really good gems, some really good picks. The draft's over, but I am still working on the code. I'm working on some grades, some write-ups. And now they're re-airing the ESPN draft on NHL Network. So, yeah, I thought, sooner I knock this out, the sooner I can update my MLB mock draft. But, I'm not in a hurry. And we've got our photos. We've got all of our photos for rounds 2 through 7. So I'm going to Genborg. I believe Milton Gastrin went in round 2, but I'm going to go back to round 2. I'm going to focus on typing in some of the draft grades, and then I'll focus on the news ticker. Because I think everybody in my first round got picked. Conrad went undrafted, but hey, it's hockey. Teams have guys, they list their boards. Yeah, I'm going to end on Talk Shoe, though. I'll see you guys later. Talk Shoe, we're down to 13%. Yeah, so I am going to just, try to get Milton Gastrin, I thought Milton Gastron was going to go in the first round, but I love the value by Washington here. I'll show you guys the grades whenever I get to Malcolm Spence. I'm still working on some stuff here. I mean, we're still on the air, but like I'm pretty much working on just editing grades at this point. I'm not like we've pretty much covered all the picks. And I think the transition was so finally done with the Capitals write-up, and Flyers took Carter Amico here. Yeah, Ron was very happy about this pick. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna end the stream. No, I'll try to get the Michael Spence pickup. I'm on pick 38. Spence went 43rd. But yeah, I'm gonna try to get that updated. May had Carter or Miko in round 3. I don't remember if I had a Miko in round 2 or if I had him in round 3. So, yeah, I'll give the Flyers an A for Carter Amico. Draft is over. I mean, I'm still here. Did any of the kids thank you, Anthony. Did any of the kids the Panthers draft fit what we do in the channel? All right, Anthony. I'm gonna go to the Panthers because I can go through any team here. I really can. I do have the power to go through any team. So it's not even giving me the option. That's just for round 2. Okay. So I can't even pick all rounds. So I thought the Panthers had a good 5th round pick in Shamar Moses. I mean, Shamar Moses, I had a 3rd round grade on him. I mocked him to Edmonton with their very first pick, and the Panthers got Moses. That's a very good pick for Florida in round 5. So they got a goalie with the Mr. Relevant pick with a 106 goals against average. All right, so I'm going to go back to Peyton Kettles was a good pick in round 2. I really like the Peyton Kettles pick. Oh, I don't know. I had a late second on Peyton Kettles. How many people are still here? 124. We were at 138 earlier. We've got 118 on X, 1 on Kick, 4 on YouTube. I appreciate the subscription, Anthony. Well, deep cycle 2-way game. It'll be interesting, Anthony, to see what happens. It'll be interesting to see what happens, though. You know, we will definitely. All right, so Murtaugh went to Anaheim at 41. Canadians ended up trading 41 to I'm gonna probably am gonna load the site up once I get the round 2 grades up. I'm probably not gonna do every grade right now. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do every grade of every headliner type pick in rounds 2 through we'll see how I feel. I'm gonna try to get everything done. Well, this is the Carolina Hurricanes. I don't know why I typed in the New York Rangers. But the Hurricanes, they moved up for Semyon Frolov. I had him in the 5th round. I mean, we'll see. Montreal moved up. So the Hurricanes moved down, and their very first pick is Frolov. I don't know how I feel about this personally. But yeah, Carolina, they took Semyon Frolov in round 5. So, Yeah, I'll probably do the I'll probably go up to pick 44, and then I'm probably going to call it a day. I'll show you guys. I'll go up to pick 44. I'm going to live stream. I'll go up to pick 44, and I'm going to probably do that because I want to get these draft grades up. I am. Ugh. All right, so I'm going to go on my website here and show you guys what I have, and then I'm calling it a day because it's 6 p.m. I feel like I am going to pass out. I'd keep going, but I don't want to pass out on my own live stream. I don't want to have like an episode or like, I don't know, whether it's a seizure or whether it's I don't want to pass out on my own show. So I'll show you what I got here. I don't want the mock draft. We want NHL draft results too. There we go. There's Malcolm Spence, and here we got. This is what we've got so far. I mean, I've been streaming, keeping track of the picks as they come in. That's why I haven't really prioritized this over something else. But the Rangers getting Spence at 43, that was the best pick in round 2. I don't think there is a close second. And Eddie Genborg, I mean, Yzerman, not only did he trade for yeah, so I mean, I'm trying to stay awake, guys. I'm just and our audience, so we had a good time. I'll be back next week though, but I am getting tired. I'm gonna finish round 2 of this. I'm gonna promote the shows. But yeah, we'll be back next